Need kid kart drivers. We need you on the grid. About 3 minutes. We'll go green first of 2 rounds of practice. Kid karts, you'll be up first. Rotex Club Kart drivers, you are pre-grid. That'll be Rotex Club Karts, you are pre-grid. And don't forget, you can pick up your practice schedule. They are available in the showroom. Also, please double check to make sure your transponder is on your kart the entire race day, including our 2 rounds of practice. Of course, qualifying, pre-final, and final. So once again, please be sure to have your transponder on your kart in your practice sessions, qualifying, pre-final, and final. Kid karts, you're up for your first round of practice. Once again, it'll be Rotex Club Kart drivers, your pre-grid. Need Rotex Club Kart drivers, you're now on grid. Rotex Club Kart drivers, you're on grid. Micromax, Micro Rock, you're pre-grid. And we'll need Rotex Club Kart drivers. You're now on grid. Micromax, Micro Rock. You'll be pre-grid. That'll be Rotex Club Kart drivers. You're now on grid. And we'll need Micromax. You'll be up next. Micro Rock. It'll be Micromax, Micro Rock. You're up next. And you'll be followed by Senior Tech, Senior, Rock Senior, and Rotex Senior drivers, your pre-grid. Each senior drivers, Rotex Rock, Tag Senior, you're on grid. Junior drivers, that'll include Tag Rock, Rotex Junior, your pre-grid. Once again, bring them up. That'll be junior drivers, you're now pre-grid. Need senior drivers, Tag Rock, Rotex Senior, you're now on grid. Junior drivers, your pre-grid. That'll include Tag Rock, Rotex Junior, your pre-grid. Senior drivers, you're on grid. You're up next. Senior drivers, that'll be Tag, Rock, Rotex. Junior drivers, Rotex, Rock, Tag. Junior drivers, you are pre-grid for round number 1. So once again, senior drivers, you're on grid. Junior drivers, you are pre-grid. And we'll need senior drivers, you're up next. You're on grid. Junior drivers, Tag, Rock, Rotex. Junior drivers, you are pre-grid. We can bring up Masters. You can make your way to the grid. That'll be Rotex, Rock, Tag, Masters. You can make your way to the grid. Again, we'll have one cart for pickup, and we'll get set to go with your senior drivers. Again, please double check to make sure your transponder is properly mounted and in operating correctly, as we'd like to have them on there for practice. Once we get into that second round, we'll have race monitor up and running, so we'll be able to get you some practice times in that second round. Also, please be sure to have numbers on both side pods, front and back of your cart for the entire race day. Stop by the great folks over there at Gourmet Affair. Grab yourself a hot cup of coffee, a little breakfast this morning. Later on today, they will be serving lunch. So stop by the pit area and grab yourself a little something to eat here this morning. Once again, seniors, you're on grid. You're up next. That'll be Rotex, Rock, Tag, Senior. Junior drivers, Tag, Rock, Rotex, your pre-grid. Masters, you can bring them up. Masters, you can bring up your carts for your first round of practice. The junior drivers, you're now on grid. Rotex Rock Tag Junior. Masters, your pre-grid. Masters, your pre-grid. Need Masters, you're now on grid. Minimax, you'll be pre-grid. Minimax, you're now pre-grid. And we need Masters. You're up next. Mini-Max, your pre-grid. We need Mini-Max drivers for your first round to practice Mini-Max. Again, we'll need Masters. You're on grid. You're up next. Mini Max Micro Rock, your pre-grid. Once again, that'll be Mini Max Micro Rock. Again, you'll run together here in practice. You are pre-grid. So again, your local option at 206 Senior Heavy Masters. You're now on grid. You're up next. Mini Rock. Mini Rock, you'll be pre-grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid for your first round. So once again, local option 206 Senior Heavy Masters. You're on grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. You will need mini rock drivers. You're on grid. That'll be mini rock. You're on grid. DD2 shifters. Your pre-grid. We'll need DD2 shifters. Your pre-grid. Once again, we'll need mini rock. You're on grid. That'll be mini rock. DD2 shifters. DD2 shifters. You are pre-grid. As we work our way through round number 1. Once again, please be sure to have your transponder on your cart properly mounted. And again, we'll start getting you some times here off race monitor as we move into that second round of practice. So once again, it'll be mini rock. You're on grid. DD2 shifters. Your pre-grid. Once again, Mini Rock, you're up next. You're on grid. DD2 shifter, your pre-grid. DD2 shifter drivers, your pre-grid for your first of 2 practices. Well, the DD2 shifter, you're now on grid. DD2 shifter, you're on grid. Round 2 for kid carts. You can bring them up. Round number 2, you're now pre-grid kid carts. You are pre-grid. So again, if you'd like to take a look at some of your times, Race Monitor is now up and running. You check it out as we are working our way through the tail end of our first round of practice. So again, Race Monitor is up and running. Gallenty DD2 shifter drivers, we need you on grid. You're next. Kid carts, your pre-grid. Kid carts, your pre-grid for round number 2. We need kid carts to the grid. Need kid carts, you're up for round number 2. You're now on grid. Rotex club cart drivers, your pre-grid. So once again, we'll get set round number 2. Kid carts, you're on grid. Rotex club carts, your pre-grid. Also, mandatory to have transponders on your cart going into the second round of practice. Please double check. Make sure your transponder is properly operating, also mounted in the correct spot. But again, it is mandatory. Round number 2, you need your transponder as we get set for round number 2. Also, race day schedules are available. They are in the showroom, so grab a race day schedule to follow along throughout the day. Again, we're set to go tentatively qualifying at 12 noon. Again, drivers meeting approximately 11:35. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. And that will take place in the grid area as always. Again, drivers meeting approximately 11:35. We'll keep you up to date on that as we move into round number 2. So up next, kid carts, your on grid. Rotex club cart drivers, your pre-grid for round number 2. Again, don't forget, visit the great folks in the pit area. Gourmet Affair serving breakfast this morning. They have lunch throughout the day. Grab yourself a hot cup of coffee and get set for another great day of racing here as we welcome you Ocala Grand Prix, our local series, fall-winter local series, round number 3, double points. As we'll move into round number 2 of practice here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Don't forget our live feed at OcalaGrandPrix.com. You can watch all the action here live from the track. Just go to OcalaGrandPrix.com and follow along throughout the entire day. So again, we'll need kid carts. We'll need you on grid. You're up next. Club cart drivers, your pre-grid. Need Rotex club cart drivers. We need you on grid. You're next. Micromax Micro Rock, your pre-grid. That'll be Micromax Micro Rock. You are pre-grid for round number 2. Again, don't forget, Race Monitor is up and running. You follow along with your times throughout the day as our kid carts make their way out for round number 2. Sophia Kajewski in the number 3. Guy Johnson in the number 1. Melina Brickner ran in that first round. Melina not making her way out here in round number 2. As your kid carts get themselves ready for a great day, double points weekend here at Ocala Grand Prix. And with a Micro Max, Micro Rock, you're now on grid. We'll correct that, your pre-grid. Rotex Club Carts, you're on grid. So Club Cart drivers, you're on grid. Micro Max, Micro Rock, your pre-grid. Thank you. Once again, Rotex Club Cart drivers, we need you on the grid. You're next. Micro Rock, Micro Max, your pre-grid. As we work our way through our second round of practice here at Kid Carts, Melina Brickner on top of the charts, 50.817. Kai Johnson, 55.401. Once again, please be sure to have your transponders on your cart for this second round. It is mandatory. So not picking up a time on the number 3. Sophia Krajewski in that number 3. Again, no time on that cart. But right now, Melina Brickner sitting with quick time, 50.817. Rotex Club Cart drivers, need you on the grid. You're next. That'll be Club Carts, you're next. Melina Brickner right now with quick time here in the second round, 50.817. Yeah, Melina picking up a podium finish in round number 1, coming home second. in our opening weekend back in September. Sophia Krajewski with a top 3. Sophia jumping on that podium. I think there was the talk of 3 girls finishing in the top 3 spots again on the podium. Carson Walter scored the win back in round number 1. Melina finishing 2nd, Sophia 3rd in round number 1 back in September. Stars of tomorrow here at Ocala Grand Prix. And amazing how quick these youngsters grow up and move on into bigger classes as they get their feet wet here at Ocala Grand Prix, working on our 2nd round of practice, your kid karts. And right now, Melina Brickner dropping down in that 48-second bracket, 48.684 for Melina Brickner. Kai Johnson, 53.537, the younger brother, Nikita Johnson. Seemed like yesterday we were watching Nikita in the kid kart class, and now Kai moving up and into the kid karts. Rotex Club Karts, we need you on the grid. You're next. Micromax and Micro Rock, your pre-grid. Micromax, Micro Rock, your pre-grid. Again, race day schedules are available in the showroom, so please pick up your race day schedule. Again, looks like we're set to go. 12 noon qualifying. Mandatory drivers meeting approximately 11:35. We'll keep you updated on that if there are any changes. But again, pick up your race day schedule. They are available in the showroom. So kid karts working on their 2nd round of practice. Melina Brickner right now sitting with quick time, 48.224. Kai Johnson with a 53.537. Krajewski, no time on that kart. So Melina Brickner will head in after round number 2, sitting on top of the leaderboard, 48.224 quick time. Kai Johnson with a 53.537. Sophia, no reported time on that kart into number 3. So that'll put the kid karts in the pits, and we'll see them a little bit later on. Our first group to qualify later on. And we're set to qualify approximately 12 noon. So Rotex Club Karts will be up next. We'll need Micro Rock and Micro Max. We need you to the grid. Again, that'll be Micro Rock, Micro Max. Seniors, you're now pre-grid. That'll be Tag Rock, Rotex senior drivers, your pre-grid. And senior drivers, your pre-grid. That'll put Micro Max, Micro Rock, you're now on grid. So again, that'll be Micro Rock, Micro Max. You're now on grid for round number 2. So Rotex Club Kart drivers going to get out and get their 2nd practice in. And again, great way to get your feet wet in the world of racing. Arrive and drive program here at Ocala Grand Prix. Yeah, we'll take care of everything. Helmet, fire suit, gloves. We'll get you all hooked up. Get out there and have some fun here at the Ocala Grand Prix and Arrive and Drive program here. Rotex Club Karts. Lenardis in the 130. Anton White in the 105 as they take the track for round number 2. Your Rotex Club Karts. Need Micro Rock, Micro Max. We need you on the grid. You're up next. Senior drivers, your pre-grid. Senior drivers, your pre-grid. So, Anton White in the number 105 right now, 39.173 sitting on quick time. Vinny Leonardis in the number 130. Vinny with a 40.188. Both drivers making their first start here at Ocala Grand Prix Fall Winter Series. So Vinny having a pretty good lap. Number 3 dips down in that 39-second bracket, 39.09. Ain't currently sitting in that second spot. As they gear up for their qualifying a little bit later on. We'll need Micro Max, Micro Rock drivers. We need you on grid. Senior drivers, your pre-grid. Senior drivers, your pre-grid for round number 2. And be sure to pick up your race day schedule. They are available in the showroom. Be able to follow along. Again, we'll set to go qualifying right around 12 noon. Again, drivers meeting set for 11:35. That'll be 11:35. Mandatory drivers meeting. And Micro Rock, Micro Max, you're next. Will be followed by Senior, Tag Senior, Rock Senior, Rotex Senior drivers, your pre-grid. Again, you'll be followed by Junior drivers. Again, Junior drivers, you can make your way up to the grid. That'll be Junior drivers. So Anton White will head into the pits with a 37.181. That is quick time here in the second round of practice for your Club Kart drivers, as they'll get set for their qualifying a little bit later on. So Micro Rock, Micro Max, they'll make their way out to the track. Senior drivers, you'll move up the grid. Junior drivers, you'll be pre-grid. Need senior drivers, you're now on grid. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. So once again, we'll need senior drivers, you're on grid. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. So Rotex, Micro Max, Micro Rock going to make their way out. Good looking field, the Rotex Micro Max drivers. Alex Jakey in the number 9. Finn Wedlake in the number 1. Tom Shoecraft the 3rd in the 29. Daniel Kajewski in the 10. Carson Walters in the 55. Gabriel Cialino in the number 36. Ori Ortiz in the 11. Sammy Igwa in the 79. Sebastian Weldon in the 98. Granger Perry in the 131. Nikita Johnson in the 7. Anderson Leonard in the 181. Your Micro Rock driver, Julian DaCosta in the number 23. So second round of practice, Rotex, Micro Max, and your Micro Rock drivers. Alex Jakey in at number 9. Boy, he's been getting some seat time here on the weekends. And right now, he's sitting on quick time here in the second round. Alex with a 35.598. Need senior drivers. We need you on the grid. Junior drivers, your pre-grid. Junior drivers, your pre-grid. So Alex Jakey continued to turn quick lap time. Again, 35.025. That is quick time. Anderson Leonard, 35.433. Nikita Johnson, 35.623. Carson Walters, 4th. Ortiz, 5th. Do I talk about a stacked field of drivers? Rotex, Micro Max. So a couple drivers not picking up time. We'll check on that. Weldon in the 98, Perry in the 131. Also DaCosta, your Micro Rock driver. So Alex Jakey continue to hold on to that quick lap time with a 35.014. Anderson Leonard kicking it up a notch, 35.147. Daniel Kajewski now in the top three. Daniel rolling out at 35.324. Nikita Johnson, Carson Walters, your top five. Again, need senior drivers, you're on grid. Senior drivers, you're on grid. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. Nikita Johnson coming in this weekend as your points leader. One race in the books, double points weekend. And Nikita, your winner in September opening weekend. Alex Jakey second in the point standings. Granger Parra third. Sebastian Weldon fourth. And Tom Shoecraft, your top five in the point standings. Alex with a second place finish. Granger Parra finishing third. All behind Nikita Johnson. Again, Alex Jakey getting some seat time here on the off weekends at Ocala Grand Prix and getting plenty of track time, and obviously showing they got that number 9 machine dialed in as he is sitting on top of the leaderboard here in round number 2. 34.889 as he continues to pick up the pace. Leonard is now in that third spot. Nikita Johnson second. Again, not picking up a time on the Micro Rock driver, DeCosta, the 23. Now seeing a time on Sebastian Weldon right now in that 8th spot. Sebastian, 35.828 for Sebastian. Another one of those youngsters moving up out of the kid kart class. It's almost hard to believe. It was just like yesterday he was making his debut. And Sebastian kind of wheeling around that tree turn, gets it straightened out. Good little driver there, championship driver, Sebastian Weldon. On a Tony Carton at number 98. Again, he is picking up time. There's Sebastian coming around. Senior drivers, we need you on grid. That'll be senior drivers. Junior drivers, your pre-grid. Senior drivers, Rotex, Rock Tech. Senior, you're now on grid for round number 2. So Alex Jakey making it stick with a 34.834. Last 3 laps, he has picked up the pace. Nikita Johnson second, Leonard third. Jorge Ortiz now in the top 5. Ortiz currently 4th. Tom Shoecraft the 3rd. Tom in the top 5. So Brian will hang out the checker flag. That'll wrap it up. Rotex Micromax with Alex Jakey. Boy, what a good second round of practice for Alex. 37.761. And he did it on his final lap. Nikita Johnson second, Leonard third, Tom Shoecraft the 3rd. Boy, nice run for Tom as he sits in that 4th spot, 35.089. Daniel Krajewski 4th. Ortiz 5th, Walters 6th, Samuel Ig was 8th. And Carson Walters 7th, Samuel 8th, Weldon 9th. Finn Wedlake will be 10th, Cialino in that 11th spot. As they wrap up their second round of practice, Rotex Micromax. Good looking field of drivers. Junior drivers, we need you on the grid. That'll be junior drivers. You're on grid. Masters, you're pre-grid. Yeah, we'll need junior drivers. That'll include Rotex Rock Tag Junior. You're on grid. Masters, you're pre-grid. That'll be Masters drivers, you're pre-grid. So Rock Senior driver in the 357, Baylor Griffin with a 30.956. That's overall quick time. Rotex Senior driver Andrew Burling at 380 turns a 32.135. And Dan Ulmer, Dan Rotex Masters 34.547. Again, junior drivers, we need you on the grid. You're up next. Junior drivers, you're next. Masters, you're pre-grid. And be sure to pick up your race day schedule. They are available in the showroom. Again, we'll get set tentatively for our drivers meeting. That'll be 11:35. Qualifying set for 12 noon. And you can pick up the live broadcast at OcalaGrandPrix.com. Click the live link to be able to follow along throughout the entire day, including our second round of practice, qualifying, pre-final, and a final. So junior drivers, you're next. That'll be junior drivers. And we need junior drivers. You can get them ready. You're up next. Masters, your pre-grid. Masters drivers, you are pre-grid as we'll drop the checker flag here. And Rock Senior. Baylor Griffin, 30.691. Rotex senior driver, Andrew Burley with a 31.487. Rotex Masters driver out there, Dan Ulmer with a 34.494. As they wrap up their second round. So that'll put juniors, you're next up. Juniors, you are followed by Masters. And we'll need Masters. You're now on grid. Minimax. You're pre-grid. Minimax. You are pre-grid as your junior driver's going to make their way out. Bryce Haynes in the 211. Rock Junior Group. Anthony Zappone in the 219. Cody Crooker in the number 227. Ryan Rackley in the 233. Tag junior driver in the 278. Nick Trumbull in the 278. So junior drivers making their way out for their second round. And quick check on the point standings in your Rock Junior Group after one round. Ryan Rackley, coming off a second place finish in round number one, currently second in the point standings. Bryce Haynes, a podium finish, finished third. And of course, all behind OGP driver Dylan Gennaro scoring the win in round number one. Need Masters, you're on grid. Minimax, you're pre-grid. Minimax, you're pre-grid. And be sure to pick up your race day schedule. They are available in the showroom. Again, we are set to go qualifying at 12 noon. Again, it looks like we're set for drivers meeting, 11:35. Again, mandatory drivers meeting. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. Again, we'll keep you updated on that. It may fluctuate just a couple minutes. But again, we're set about 11:35 for mandatory drivers meeting. So again, we'll set qualifying at 12 noon. We'll pop our lunch break around 1:10, and then we'll move on around 1:40 for our pre-finals. But again, we'll keep you posted as we work our way throughout the day. As we're midway through our second round of practice, we'll need Masters on grid. Minimax, your pre-grid. Minimax, your pre-grid. So Rock Junior driver Bryce Haynes, 30.465, got him on the top spot. Cody currently second. Cody with a 30.515. Anthony third. Ryan Rackley fourth. Tag junior driver Nick Trumbull with a 31.778 as Cody now jumps to quick time here in his second round of practice. Cody with a 30.397. need Masters, you're on grid. Mini-Max, your pre-grid Mini-Max drivers, you are pre-grid. Yeah, be sure to stop by, see the great folks at Gourmet Affairs serving breakfast this morning. We'll move on to lunch here shortly. Make them a visit throughout the day in the pit area as we work our way midway through this second round of practice. And right now on the Rock Junior side, Bryce Haynes able to jump up to that top spot. It's kind of been a seesaw little battle between Bryce Haynes and Cody Crooker for that top spot here in the second round. And Cody able to click off a 30.316 here in that last lap for Cody. So Cody with quick time, 30.316. Bryce Haynes second, Rackley third, Anthony Zappone fourth. Tag junior driver Nick Trumbull with a 31.205. You really got to enjoy this class of drivers, Rock Junior drivers. Cody in that 2.27. Bryce Haynes, Ryan Rackley, Anthony Zappone. Boy, you're going to see a great battle out of these drivers. Very competitive, very close in times. And they've really been outstanding here at Ocala Grand Prix. And again, double points weekend. Shortened season due to the hurricane that rode through here in October. And we did not race in round number 2, but double points here in round number 3. So this could be a big weekend for a lot of these drivers to capture that championship. As they work their way around here, completing round number 2 in their practice session. Again, Masters, you're on grid. Mini-Max, you're pre-grid. So Rackley coming in with a second place finish in round number 1. Bryce Haynes finished third. Anthony Zappone with a 6th place finish in round number 1. Cody finishing at that 8th spot. But again, double points weekend. So a lot can happen here on this round number 3 weekend here at Ocala Grand Prix. Again, Dylan Gennaro not in the field here in this warm-up. Dylan, again, your winner in round number 1. So it should be an interesting battle. Ryan Rackley, Bryce Haynes, Anthony Zappone, Cody Crooker right there. Your top 4 drivers going to be battling for that points championship next month. But again, really, this is a big weekend for a lot of these drivers able to cash in on double points weekend, try to capture that championship for our fall-winter series. Masters, you're on grid. Mini-Max, your pre-grid. Mini-Max, your pre-grid for round number 2. So again, a little seesaw battle between Bryce Haynes and Cody Crooker. Again, going back and forth right now. Bryce with quick time, 30.293. All 4 Rock Junior drivers in that 30-second bracket. Cody, 30.316. Ryan Rackley, 30.330. Anthony with a 30.434. Really get some pretty good speeds out of these drivers. Again, Rackley now 30.276. We'll put him on quick time. And again, you're watching these drivers. They continue to pick up the pace. So they'll head in and wrap it up. So Ryan Rackley with quick time, 30.276. Need Mini-Max. We'll need you on the grid. Mini-Max. We need you on the grid. 206 Senior Heavy Masters, your pre-grid. That'll be 206 drivers, your pre-grid. Pete Fritchie in at 680. Rotex Masters driver. Scott Haas in a 51. Scott Roberts in a 628. Fabio Mendez in the number 402. Tag Masters, Jim Glitch scheduled out in the 9. Jeff Schmidt in the 96. Tag Senior driver. And want to give a little love out to Michael Gronzel. Michael, of course, TB Kart USA. Son, Yale giving it a little love out there. And again, what a season the way that group has had. TB Kart USA, of course, joining us on the live feed. Want to welcome those folks. A great season. Gronzel Karting, boy, having a great 2016 season. Of course, you can join us on the live feed. Just go to OcalaGrandPrix.com. If you have family members around the country, around the world, want to follow in through our qualifying, pre-final, and final, just go to the website, Ocala Grand Prix, click the live link. Also follow us on Race Monitor throughout the entire day. We're gearing up for some great racing here. Beautiful day at Ocala Grand Prix. A little brisk this morning, rolling out of bed, but boy, going to be a beautiful afternoon and a great day of racing as we move into round number 3 in our local fall-winter series. We need mini-max drivers. We need you on the grid. Masters, heavy, and senior 206 drivers. You are pre-grid. So once again, local option 206 senior heavy masters. Your pre-grid. Bring them up for round number 2. So Rotex senior driver Taylor Griffin with a quick time, 30.691. On the Rotex Masters side, Scott Roberts, 31.321. Right now, that's quick time on the Rotex Masters. And that is in that number 402, second quick time Rotex Masters, 31.339. Pete Fritchie in that third spot. Danny Robertson, 4th. Scott Haas, 5th. Yeah, those are your Rotex Masters drivers, shaking them down, getting ready for their qualifying. Mini Max, you're up next. 206 Senior Heavy Masters, your pre-grid. And be sure to pick up your race day schedule. They are available in the showroom. Again, we're set to go qualify at approximately 12 noon. And we'll have our drivers meeting scheduled 11:35 for our drivers meeting. Yeah, we'll need 206 Senior Heavy Masters. We need you on the grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. As your Rotex Mini Max driver is going to shake them down for their second round of practice. Busy little driver in the 127, Cody Crooker, doing double duty today right now with quick time, 32.993. Tyler Gonzalez in a 157, 33.023. Jordan Harris, 36.871. Again, Tyler opened up the weekend of September, round number 1 with a win. Cody on the podium finishing second. But again, Cody getting double duty here this weekend. Cody in the 127. And 206 Senior Heavy Masters, you're on grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. And we're set for drivers meeting approximately 11:35, a couple minutes ahead, so we'll keep you posted if we do change that time. And qualifying set for approximately 12 noon with your kid carts. 5-minute sessions for qualifying. And mandatory drivers meeting. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. As we work our way with just a couple classes to go, your 206 Senior Heavy Masters, you're up next. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. And then you'll be followed by DD2 and Shifters final group to practice. So Tyler Gonzalez, 32.488. Cody with a 32.571. Jordan Harris, 36.871 for the 124 of Jordan Harris. Jordan making his second start in the 124 for Jordan Harris. And Tyler opening up the Fall-Winter Series with a win back in September. Yeah, we'll need 206 Senior Heavy Masters. You're on grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. That'll be Mini Rock drivers, your pre-grid. Yeah, we need your 206 Senior Heavy Masters. We need you up. You're next. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. DD2 shifters. You can make your way to the grid. As we wrap it up, Rotex Minimax Tyler Gonzalez, quick time 32.312. Cody second, Jordan Harris third in your Rotex Minimax. Yeah, we'll need Mini Rock. You're now on grid. Mini Rock, DD2 shifters, your pre-grid. DD2 shifters, your pre-grid. So 206 Senior Heavy and Masters making their way out. Evan Cowan in the number 4 Senior Heavy driver. Bobby Ross, Senior driver. Bobby in the 48. Kaylin Brown in the 72. Heavy driver, Rafael Leon in the 23. Dan Pinkston, Senior driver in the 712. Rick Smith in the 12. Don Fuchs in the 41. Senior driver. Jason Nelson in the 4J. Masters driver. Roy Roots in the 51. And Miguel in the number 10, 206 Senior driver. And correct that, Mini Rock drivers, you're on grid. That'll be Mini Rock. And DD2 shifters, your pre-grid. So again, we'll need Mini Rock, you're on grid. Once again, we need Mini Rock. We need you to the grid, Mini Rock. So I'm checking a couple practice times here in your 206 Senior. Dan Pinkston on the leaderboard, 34.930. Ryan Rogers second, 35.095. Kaylin Brown third. Bobby Ross fourth. Senior Heavy, Evan Cowan with quick time, 35.388. On the Master side, Jason Nelson sitting with quick time on your Masters, 36.339 for Jason Nelson. So Dan Pinkston in that 7:12 quick time, 34.843. Ryan Rogers currently second, 34.916. Bobby Ross, Callan Brown. Mini Rock, you're on grid. That'll be Mini Rock. You're up next. You'll be followed by DD2 and Shifters. Again, we'll need Mini Rock. You're next. DD2 Shifters, your pre-grid. We'll need DD2 shifter drivers. We need you to the grid. DD2 shifters. We need you to the grid for round number 2. DD2 and shifter drivers, round number 2. You are pre-grid. As again, your Mini Rock drivers will make their way out. Boy, talk about a full field of drivers. Looks like about 17 drivers signed in. Alex Powell in that number 80. Evan Handberg in the 114. Anderson Leonard in the 181. Granger Pair in the 51. Vanderango in the number 3. Daniel Kajewski in the 9. Gabby Ramirez in the 151. Nikita Johnson in the 7. Ortiz in the 11. Wilson Martins Jr. in the number 88. Monty Cherry in the 24. Tristan Novella in the number 177. Dean Dibdahl in the number 119. Leandro Martins in the 18. Joanna Tanzio in the number 43. Paul Bacuse in the 77. Jeremy Fletcher scheduled out in the 122. Joey in that 43 coming in as your points leader. Joey scoring the win in round number 1. Anderson Leonard off a podium finish. Anderson finishing second in round number 1, followed by Jeremy Fletcher. LDDD2 shifter drivers, we need you on the grid. You're up next. So Alex Powell leading the way, 32.872. Evan Hanberg currently second, 33.019. Anderson sits back third, 33.170. Nikita Johnson in the top 5, 33.398. Sophia Ringo in that number 3, currently in the top 5. Sophia with a 33.467. And Alex Powell coming off a top 5 finish in that first round. And a 4th place finish. Very little busy driver there, Alex Powell, as he works his way around in that number 80, sitting on quick time, 32.872 for Alex. And you can follow along with our timing and scoring. Just go ahead to racemonitor.com and be able to pick up all of our timing and scoring here from Ocala Grand Prix as we work in round number 3 here this weekend. Again, last couple groups to practice, your mini rock drivers. And you'll be followed by DD2 and shifters coming up next. So wrapping up your mini rock, just a couple more minutes remaining here in your second round of practice. Alex Powell on top of that leaderboard. Boy, Alex is really making it stick here. 32.872. That is quick time. Nikita second, Evan Hanberg third, Anderson fourth. Sophia Ringo currently fifth. Paul Bacuse currently in that 6th spot. Boy, good run going for Gabby Ramirez here in the second round of practice. Gabby in the top 10, 7th. Granger Parra, 8th. Dean Dibdahl, 9th. Daniel Kajewski sitting in the top 10. DD2 shifters, we need you on the grid. You're next. And be sure to pick up your race day schedule. They are available in the showroom. We'll follow on throughout the day. Again, we'll get our drivers meeting out of the way. We'll get set to go qualifying approximately 12 noon. So Alex Powell continuing to make it stick. Boy, set himself up in a pretty good spot here as he gets ready to qualify a little bit later on. He's on top of the leaderboard. 32.872. Paul Bacuse in the top 10. Boy, there's another very busy driver, Paul Bacuse. Boy, a very solid season he had in 2016 on the Rock Cup side. Good competitor, Paul Bacuse, in that 77 on a Tony kart, joining us here this weekend. You see Paul get a little seat time here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Good little driver there, Paul Bacuse, in that 77. Hey, look at this field, top to bottom. You got some heavy hitters in the Mini Rock. And a very thick field of drivers. Going to be exciting here this afternoon for your Mini Rock drivers. As we'll drop the checker here, and Alex Powell will make his way around off the top of that oval to the showcase, and he'll come down the front stretch for the final time. Another great little driver there, competing in Rock Cup this year. Seen him on a couple runs up there in the Midwest Tour. For Alex Powell, boy, you seem to call his name a lot here in 2016. Keep an eye on Alex. And Alex with a 4th place finish in round number 1. So you'd like to see here double points weekend, able to gain some ground for the number 80 of Alex Powell. And they'll head in. So Alex will pick up quick time 32.872. So shifters going to make their way along with DD2. Michael Stevens in the number 541. Vincenzo Saracino in the 510. Shifter Rock senior driver Christian Fritsch in the 723. There's an Azdak Masters driver in the 419. Farshed Bagari in the 605. Neil Burns in the 107. Sean Paul in the number 14. Patrick Ludwig in the 16. Marcio Vera in the 106. John Perry Hilton in the 18. Mike Crook in the number 13, DD2 driver. Sasha Taranto in the 14. Daniel Gray, the 127. Mike Krajewski scheduled out in the 411. So last group to practice. And mandatory drivers meeting 11:35. Again, all drivers must attend the drivers meeting. As we work into our final round of practice here, your shifters in DD2. And Stevens in the 541. Michael Shifter Rock, senior driver. Vincenzo Saracino in the 510. We talk about a couple drivers have adapted very well to the shifter, Stevens and Saracino. And kind of blew through the shifter junior class and really doing an outstanding job on the shifter Rock senior side. Michael on the 541, Vincenzo on the 510. All right, now Michael Stevens, 29.115. Saraceno keeping pace with them with a 29.125. Christian Fritsch with a 29.654. Shifter Rock Senior drivers. Shifter Master in the 419. Marcet Hasdeck right now with quick time. 30.551 on the Shifter Master side. Shifter Stock Moto right now, quick time goes to Farshed Bagari, 30.645. And on to DD2 Masters, Neilio Burns with quick time, 31.212. As they get ready for their qualifying a little bit later on. So Michael Stevens, Shifter Rock Senior, leaderboard on top of the leaderboard, 29.115. Rock Senior Shifter driver, Saraceno, 29.125. Christian Fritsch, 29.313. John Perry Hilton, 30.204. So John continued to pick up the pace. Shifter Master, quick time. Marcet Hasdeck with a 30.222. Stock Moto, quick time, going to Farshed Bagari, 30.301. DD2 Masters, Neilio Burns with quick time, 30.906. As they wind them down, just a couple laps to go. And John Perry Hilton made a little contact with another driver coming off that tree turn. And you see part coming off not John's cart, but another cart that he made contact with. John able to stay out on the track. And at number 18, John Perry Hilton. And your Shifter Rock Senior driver. Meantime, Saraceno with quick time, 28.922. And you talk about getting around the track. Saraceno, 29.922. Correct that, 28.922. Then you got Stevens, 29.115. So Saraceno dropping into that 28-second bracket, 28.922. Well, you talk about moving. 29.922 for Saraceno. Stevens with a 29.115. Christian Fritsch, your Rock Senior driver. On the Shifter side, 29.290. Boy, Farshed Bagari climbing up the ladder. Your Stock Moto driver, 30.098. A pretty good lap there for Farshed Bagari. So Saraceno overall quick time again. Shifter Rock Senior driver 28.922 for Saraceno. Michael Stevens 29.115. So that'll wrap it up, our final round of practice. Again, looking at some practice times here on your Shifter Rock Senior Saraceno. With quick time, Vincenzo with a 28.922. Michael Stevens 29.115. Christian Fitch 29.290. Stock Moto quick time, Farshed Bagari 30.098. Shifter Master, Marced Hasdak with a 30.222. And quick time on the DD2 Masters, Neilio Burns with a 30.906. So that'll get us up to our drivers meeting right around 11:30. Again, we'll get set right around 11:30. We'll need all drivers to the grid area. Again, we'll get set about 11:30, just a couple minutes ahead of time. So we'll push it up to about 11:30 for mandatory drivers meeting, about 15 minutes. And all drivers must attend the drivers meeting that will take place in the grid area at 11:30. 11:30 mandatory drivers meeting. Again, mandatory drivers meeting 11:30 in the grid area. All drivers must attend the drivers meeting. Again, 11:30. We moved it up about 5 minutes. So once again, we have mandatory drivers meeting 11:30 in the grid area. And we're about 10 minutes out. We'll get set for your drivers meeting. Don't forget to pick up your race day schedule. They are available in the showroom. So go ahead and pick up your race day schedule. Again, about 11:30, it'll be mandatory drivers meeting. Again, we'll need all drivers to the grid. Have plenty of time. 11:30, there will be roll call. So once again, please make your way to the grid. 11:30 drivers meeting. Yeah, we need all drivers to the grid for mandatory drivers meeting. Again, we'll get set 11:30. Again, it will be roll call all drivers to the drivers meeting. Again, 11:30. We'll start the meeting 11:30. So we are ready to go. First group to qualify are your kid kart drivers. Melina Brickner in the number 59. Sophia Krajewski in the number 3. Kai Johnson in the number 1. So underway, you're qualifying just after noon Eastern time. I want to welcome those folks joining us on our live broadcast here at Ocala Grand Prix. No matter where you're at around the country, around the world, hopefully you're having a great Saturday. Appreciate you joining us here at Ocala Grand Prix. Under just partly cloudy skies, a gorgeous day here in November as we roll into round number 3, double points race weekend. So glad you're joining us. And of course, you can follow along on Race Monitor and check out our timing and scoring. So just underway, your first group to qualify, kid karts. We need Rotax Club Kart drivers. I need you on the grid. Micro Rock, Micro Max, your pre-grid. Micro Rock, Micro Max, you are pre-grid for your qualifying effort. Again, quick check of the point standings. Carson Walters, your winner back in the month of September. Picked up the win, current points leader. Carson not in the field this weekend. Melina Brickner second in the point standings. Sophia Krajewski third. Martine Ramirez not in the field here this weekend with a fourth place finish in round number 1. So again, double points weekend. Melina Brickner, second place finish in round number 1. Second in the point standings, and right now Melina on top of the leaderboard, 51.617. Good lap there in lap number 3. Sophia right now second, 52.314. Kai Johnson, Kai with a 54.752. Talked about it in that second round of practice. Hard to believe. Kai now moving into kid karts. It was just like yesterday, brother Nikita Johnson in the kid karts. And boy, Nikita's really turned on a great racing start for his career. And he has been dominating. We'll talk a little bit about him later on. But the younger brother of Nikita Johnson, Kai, currently in that third spot, 54.752. Micro Max, Micro Rock, we need you on the grid. You're next. Again, that'll be Micro Max, Micro Rock. It'll be 206 Senior and Medium Senior. So once again, Club Karts, you'll be followed by Micro Max and Micro Rock. So again, Club Kart drivers, you are next. You're followed by Micro Max and Micro Rock. So it looks like it is the 59 of Melina Brickner coming to a stall. Trying to get that kart fired up, but right now, Melina sitting on quick time with a 51.617. Sophia with a 52.314. Kai Johnson with a 54.752. And it looks like Melina Brickner will bail out of that machine. Get Melina into a safe area. That kart looks like it will not fire. But again, sitting on that pole position for Melina Brickner. As the checker flag will drop it here. So there it is. First group to qualify, your kid karts. So here's your rundown. Melina Brickner, 51.617, will pick up the pole position. Sophia Krajewski, 52.314. Kai Johnson, 54.003. So there is your pole sitter for our pre-final. Will be Melina Brickner. So Rotex Club Kart drivers, you're next. You'll be followed by Micro Max and Micro Rock. You're pre-grid. Micro Rock, Micro Max, you are pre-grid. So hopefully nothing too serious on the 59. Melina Brickner, that kart is shut down, trying to get it started. So hopefully not too serious. We'll see Melina a little bit later on for her pre-final. So Rotex Club Kart drivers coming up next. Again, great opportunity to check out the world of racing. Arrive and Drive program will take care of everything, and really been a success with your Rotex Club Kart drivers. So one kart for recovery, and we'll get ready to go qualifying, 5-minute qualifying sessions. Nice slate of racing here today. Rotex Club Karts up next. You'll be followed by Micromax and Micro Rock. So they'll load up the 59, Melina Brickner, and bring that kart into the pits, and we'll get set to go. Rotex Club Karts. Again, we'll need Rotex Club Kart drivers. You're on grid. Micromax, Micro Rock, your pre-grid. That'll be Micromax, Micro Rock, your pre-grid. So Rotex Club Kart drivers getting ready to roll out. And a couple drivers making their first start here in the Fall-Winter Series. Todd White in the 105. Vinny Leonardis in the 130. Vinny making his first start. As we move into the third round of our Fall-Winter Series. Again, a couple drivers getting their first crack at it here in the Rotex Club Karts. Talked to Vinny earlier today. He said, man, he's been looking at this, checking it out, wanting to try it. So Vinny making his first start with us here this fall. Again, Vinny being at 130, Anton in the 105. Micromax, Micro Rock, we need you pre-grid. Micromax and Micro Rock, we need you pre-grid. Once again, on the Micromax Micro Rock, you're on grid. 206 senior, medium, and senior heavy. You are pre-grid. That'll be 206 senior, medium, senior heavy, your pre-grid. As our club karts make their way out, Anton White in the 105. An artist in the 130. Yeah, both drivers making their first start here in the Fall-Winter Series. And Micromax, Microrock, you're on grid. 206 senior, medium, senior heavy, your pre-grid. Again, if you'd like to take a shot at racing, very nice way to get your feet wet, see if you like it. You join our Rotex Club Carts. We'll take care of everything, the helmet, the gloves, the neck brace, fire suit, everything you need. Just arrive and drive. Frank does an outstanding job keeping these carts running. But a lot of fun. Of course, you can come out here anytime. Hop on one of our concession carts. Just go to our website, OcalaGrandPrix.com, for more information. And come on out, get your friends, have a little fun out here this fall. A lot of fun here at the Ocala Grand Prix as we work our way through qualifying just underway. Up next will be Micromax, Microrock. You're up next. And right now, Anton White, your quick time, 38.264. Vinny Leonardis with a 39 at 6.58. Vinny in the 130. Anton in the 105. Just about a minute 30 remaining here with this group of qualifying. Tell you, Anton, boy, he really getting that cart around very, very well. A little slide job coming off that tree turn. You know, not about hammering it down. Anton working through that showcase up to the top of the oval. Yes, we're about a minute 20 remaining here in qualifying in your Rotex Club Carts. Micromax, Microrock, you're next. You're on grid, pre-grid, 206 senior, medium, senior heavy. So anytime, pretty good lap. Number 5 kicks it up to a 38.163. 38.163 for White. And Artis with a 38.266. So again, pretty close between these two drivers. When you look at White, 38.163. Vinny, lap number 4, 38.266. So setting up to be a pretty good pre-final later on this afternoon. As well, about under 30 seconds to go. That means we'll need Micromax, Microrock, you're next. 206 senior, medium, senior heavy, your pre-grid. So Brian getting ready to show him checker flag. Both drivers making their first start here with us in the Fall-Winter Series. I said Vinny talked about coming out here, watching it for a while, and finally taking a shot at it in our Rotex Club Car group. And Brian will show him checker flag. There's Vinny crossing the line with a 38.266, so far his best lap time. So Anton White will pick up the pole position, 38.1. We'll correct that, 37.294. So Anton just dropped into the 37-second bracket, 37.294. DD2 Masters, you can make your way to the grid. DD2 Masters, you can make your way to the grid. So up next, it'll be Micromax with Microrock. You're followed by 206 Senior, Medium, Senior Heavy. That'll be 206 Senior, Medium, and Senior Heavy. You are pre-grid. So Rotex Micromax drivers going to make their way out. 5-minute qualifying session. Good-looking field of drivers. Anderson Leonard in the 181. Granger Perrin in the 131. Sebastian Weldon in the 98. Samuel Ickwen in the 79. Finn Wedlake in the number 1. Nikita Johnson in the 7. Alex Jakey. Boy, Alex very quick in practice. He'll be in the number 9. Daniel Krajewski in the 10, Jorge Ortiz in the 11, Tom Shoecraft the 3rd in the 29, Gabriel Cialino in the number 36, Carson Walters in the 55. Field going to cycle around as they work on qualifying Rotex Micromax. Carson Walters in that number 55. Boy, talk about a great 2016 season. Carson picking up 3rd in the point standings in WK Kid Karts. What a great season for her. And of course, Carson, a little track time over the weekend, past weekend. Carson with a couple podium finishes down at Anderson, down at Homestead. So, and some valuable seat time, but a great run for her on the WKA Man Cup side, finishing 3rd in the point standings. It's been a great 2016 season for Carson Walters. Carson, one of those coming up out of Kid Karts. All right, now Jorge Ortiz with quick time, 34.796. Talk about another very driver quickly climbing up the ladder, Jorge Ortiz. Jorge, along with Nikita Johnson, coming back from Las Vegas, where they ran last weekend in the U.S. Open. And very successful weekend for Jorge Ortiz. Again, right there in mid-pack, gaining a lot of experience. And hey, talk about throwing a youngster in the fire and learning. He had an outstanding weekend, getting some great seat time for Jorge Ortiz. And right now, Ortiz with Johnson, his teammate, running 1-2. Again, Nikita Johnson, another great run out there. He'll be heading back to Vegas this weekend for the SCUSA Series. KT race team, Gonzalo Aponte, got to be very happy. The couple drivers there, Nikita Johnson, Jorge Ortiz. Again, we just talked about them coming up out of Kid Karts. And how quickly you see them running into big events around the country. But again, successful weekend last weekend for those drivers. Get some great seat time. And right now, Ortiz with quick time, 60. We'll correct that, 34.681. Johnson second, 34.453. And they'll flip-flop. So Johnson now quick time. Granger Paris second, Ortiz third, Leonard fourth, Alex Jakey fifth, Shoecraft sixth, Finn Wedlake seventh, Walters eighth, Samuel Igwan ninth, Daniel Krajewski currently 10th, Weldon 11th, Cialino 12th, Leonard running in that 13th position. We'll correct that, Leonard running 3rd. As we close in on 30 seconds to go. So Nikita Johnson, 34.453. There's another youngster, boy, really had a great 2016 season, getting ready to wrap it up in Vegas next weekend. Multi-champion, had a lot of success in the 2016 Rock Cup Series. Amazing how well Ortiz and Johnson have developed quickly coming out of Kid Karts. Getting some great seat time here this weekend at Ocala Grand Prix. So checker flag will drop. Alex Jakey going to bring it to the table. He turns quick time, 34.331. So Alex showing what he had there in practice and brings it right here to qualifying for Alex Jakey. Again, there's another driver. Alex has been getting a lot of practice here at Ocala Grand Prix. So I'm out here a couple weekends, getting some great practice, and it is showing right now as he's on top of the leaderboard. Ortiz comes across the line and will pick it up. So Ortiz drops to second. Alex will pick up the pole position. So here's your rundown. Alex will pick up the pole, 34.156. Jorge Ortiz second, Johnson third, Para fourth, Leonard fifth, Wedlake sixth, Shoecraft seventh, Krajewski eighth, Samuel Iguan ninth, Walters 10th, Weldon 11th. Cialino will pick up that 12th spot. So Alex Jakey, again, was very quick in practice, and he continued to keep that train going forward. Great pole position for Alex. Going to show the hard work he's put in over the last few weekends here at Ocala Grand Prix, getting some great seat time. Has come to the table, picking up the pole position. Alex Jakey. Alex with a second place finish in round number 1. And so he'll start on that pole position in the pre-final for the 9 of Alex Jakey. The DD2 Masters, you're up next. You're on grid. DD2 Masters, you're on grid. Minimax, you're pre-grid. So 206 senior heavy making their way out. The DD2 Masters, we need you on the grid. Minimax, your pre-grid. Minimax, your pre-grid. So field going to make their way around. 206 senior, Bobby Ross in the 48, Dan Pinkston in the 712, Ryan Rogers in the 12, Michael Grunsall in the number 4. Ryan Rogers in the number 12. John Fuchs in the number 41. Senior heavy drivers, Rafael Leon in the 23. Evan Cowan in the 4. We need DD2 Masters. You're on grid. Minimax. You're pre-grid. Minimax. You are pre-grid. Right now, Dan Pinkston, your 206 leader, 35.121. Roger second, Bobby Ross third, Kalen Brown in that 4 spot. Michael Grunsall sits in the top 5. Miguel Grunsall wishing Michael some success here this weekend. TB Kart team. That's right now, Michael's sitting in the top 5 on the 206 senior side. Senior heavy, Evan Cowan right now, quick time 35.494. Rafael Leon in the heavy side sits 35.851. And we'll need DD2 Masters. You're up next. Minimax, your pre-grid. Minimax, your pre-grid. So Dan Pinkston showing the way. Dan moving up into the 206 class. He's had success no matter what he's running. Right now, he's got quick time 34.819 for Dan Pinkston. Bobby Ross second, Rogers third, Brown in that 4th spot. Miguel Roots running in the 5th position. Evan Cowan, quick time, senior heavy. Evan with a 35.494. As we drop under a minute to go here in your qualifying. DD2 Masters, we need you on the grid. You're next. Minimax, your pre-grid. Minimax, your pre-grid. Kalen Brown running third in the 72, 34.860 for Kalen Brown. Long-time racer out of Jacksonville, Florida, Kalen Brown. Kalen in the 72 across the line third. And it looks like they're going to try to run down the 77-12 of Pinkston here today. So a couple more carts to cycle around. So your rundown, Dan Pinkston will pick up the pole position, 34.703 for Pinkston. Ryan Rogers second, Bobby Ross third. Kalen Brown fourth. Fifth, it'll be Miguel Roots. That'll be followed by Michael Groncel in the number 4. And John Fuchs on the senior heavy side. Evan Cowan will pick up the pole position on the senior heavy side. Again, Mini-Max drivers, we need you on the grid. You're pre-grid. We'll need Rotex, Rock, Tag, Senior Masters drivers, and you to the grid. So, DD2 Masters got to make their way out. Sasa Toronto in the number 14, Patrick Ludwig in the 16. Mike Krajewski rolling out in the 411, Daniel Gray in the 127. Marcio Vera in the 106, Neilio Burns in the 107, Mike Crook in the 13. Patrick Ludwig, as I said, in the 16, and they'll make their way out. Need Mini-Max, I need you on the grid, Mini-Max. Rotex, Rock, Tag, Senior Masters drivers, we need you on a pre-grid. So DD2 Masters. Elio Burns in that 107. Elio coming into round number 3, current points leader. Scored to win back in September. Patrick Ludwig second in the point standings. Mike Crook third. Nice looking field of drivers. Rotex DD2 Masters. Daniel Gray making his first start. Daniel in the 127. First start here in the Fall Winter Series. Right now, Neilio Burns, quick time, drops down to 31.541. Crook second, Ludwig third, Gray, and Marcio Vera in the top 5. Mini-Max, you're next. Sasa Toronto going to have a good lap. Number 5 will jump to the top of the leaderboard. Now Mike Crook comes across as your leader. So Mike Crook, your leader. Toronto second. Neilio Burns third. Ludwig fourth. Gray running 5th. Vera running 6th. Mike Krajewski running 7th. Mike Crook with a quick time, 31.170, the time they're going to chase. Mike finishing 3rd in round number 1. And one of those drivers coming up out of the Rotex Club Kart class. Mike grabbed a couple championships over the years in the Rotex Club Karts. Now bidding for a championship here in the Fall Winter Series Rotex DD2 Masters. So under a minute to go. Marcio Vera kind of trying to regain things after a spin. And right now, Marcio in the 6th position with a 31.827. So your rundown, Crook so far Holding his ground, will now drop to second as Neilio Barnes just picks up a 30.930. So Neilio now quick time. Mike Crook second, Ludwig third, Toronto fourth, Daniel Gray fifth, Marcio Vera sixth, Krajewski seventh. Boy, Neilio so far the only driver to drop down to that 32nd bracket, 30.930. And Neilio, your winner back in September, current points leader. So no doubt about it, coming in this weekend very well prepared, 30.930 for the 107 Neilio Burns. Brad will show him the checker flag. We'll see if Mike Crook, Patrick Ludwig can squeeze out enough to get ahead of Neilio as they all come across the line. And unable to do it, so Neilio Burns will pick up the pole position, 30.930. Crook second, Ludwig third, Toronto fourth, Daniel Gray fifth, Marcio Vera sixth, and Mike Krajewski will pick up that seventh spot. So Neilio Burns, your pole sitter in your DD2 Masters. So up next in the wings, Mini Max. And Rotex Rock Tag Senior Masters drivers, we need you. Pre-grid, 206 Masters. You can make your way up to the grid, 206 Masters. So Rotex Mini-Max, Jordan Harris in the 124, Cody Crooker in the 127, Tyler Gonzalez in the 157. Madison Folsom scheduled out in the 11. And Tyler picking up the win back in September. Cody Crooker finishing in that second position. Third, it was Cole Killian finishing third in that first round back in September. Madison Folsom picking up fifth. Jordan Harris. Jordan got a second start for Jordan Harris, finishing sixth in round number one. Again, your Mini-Max is up next. Again, Rotex Rock Tag Senior Masters drivers will need you pre-grid. You'll be followed by 206 Masters. There's Jordan Harris in the 124. Cody in the 127. Cody will hit to the timing and scoring loop. Heads down into turn number one. There's Tyler Gonzalez in the 157 and making her way out the 11. That is Madison Folsom. Yeah, we talked about it in the drivers' meeting about Tyler Gonzalez. Tyler picking up a win last weekend in Vegas in the U.S. Open. Junior Max winner, and boy, what a run he had. And of course, if you have an opportunity to check out the video, you can go to my Facebook at Tony Monica and check it out. Had the last couple passes for Tyler Gonzalez. And of course, Tyler, what a weekend he had. Motorsports.com Driver of the Year. And as we did touch on it during the drivers' meeting, Tyler presented the award by Emerson Fittipaldi. How cool was that? And what a season it has been for Tyler Gonzalez. And again, Tyler, winner 2 years in a row out there at the U.S. Open. Won it last year, and of course not in the Junior Max. Won another class last year. Tell you, everywhere he's gone, boy, he's just dominated in 2016, and I've had the opportunity to call a lot of his races, follow him through the Man Cup, the couple rounds up there in the Midwest. And the Florida Series just dominated here in 2016. And really it's just whipped up the field, and a lot of people talking about Tyler Gonzalez and what a year it's been for the 157. Well, Tyler in the 127 with that second quick time, 32.980 as he tries to run down Cody. Now that'll flip-flop. Tyler turns a 32.916. That'll drop Cody to second. 32.963 for Cody. Madison third. Jordan Harris fourth. Rotex Rock Tag Senior Masters will need you on the grid. 206 Masters. 206 Masters, you are pre-grid. So about a minute 20 to go here in your Rotex Minimax qualifying. Tyler leading the way, 32.501. Cody sitting in that second spot, 32.569. Madison third, 35.064. Followed by Jordan Harris. And we'll get under a minute remaining. Yeah, we'll need Rotex Rock Tag Senior Masters drivers. When you do to the grid, you'll be pre-grid 206 Masters. 206 Masters, you're pre-grid. So Tyler holding on his ground at 32.501. Right now that is quick time. Cody second. 32.569. Madison third. Jordan Harris fourth. And Tyler looking for two in a row. In our fall winter series, open up with a win back in September. So Brian will show him checker flag, and it looks like it'll stick for Tyler. He'll pick up the pole position, 32.385. Cody will finish second, Madison Folsom and Jordan Harris. Tag Masters driver Jim Glitch in the number 9. On the Tag Senior side, Jeff Smith will be in the 96. Rotex Masters Scott Haas in the 51. Rock Senior driver Baylor Griffin in the 357. Andrew Burley, Rotex Senior driver, Andrew in the 380. Mendez in the Rock Masters driver in the 402. Danny Roberts in the 609. And Ulmer in the 610, Scott Roberts in the 628, Pete Fritchie in the 680. So I believe we got one cart on the 90-second clock, and trying to get these drivers out here and ready to go qualifying. As they're up next, we'll need 206 Masters. 206 Masters, we need you to the grid. And we'll need junior drivers. Again, that'll be junior drivers, Rotex Rock Tag Junior, your pre-grid. So Tag Junior drivers, you are pre-grid. 206 Masters, we need you on the grid. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. Junior drivers, you are pre-grid. So checking some times right now. Rock Masters. Jimenez into number 402, 31.558. Rotex Masters leader, Pete Fritchie in a 680, 31.639. Tag senior driver, Jeff Schmidt with a 32.583. Jim Glitch, 6th overall. That's your Tag Masters driver, 32.581. And 206 Masters, we need you on the grid. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. Junior drivers, you are pre-grid. So closing in on 1 minute to go. Hey, Rock Masters driver in that 402. Jimenez with a 30.959. That is overall quick time. Rotex Masters quick time, Pete Fritchie. Pete with a 30.962. Tag senior driver Jeff Smith, 31.704. So 30 seconds to go. On top with quick time overall Rock senior driver, Baylor Griffin, 30.853. Leader on the Rotex Master side, Pete Fritchie, 30.912. Rock Masters, and is in at 402. .206 Masters, they're up next. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. And Mini Rock, you can make your way to the grid, Mini Rock. So Baylor Griffin, Rock Senior, sets quick time with a 30.852. Quick time on the Rotex Master side, Pete Fritchie, 30.912. Rock Masters, Jimenez with a 30.959. Rotex Masters, Danny Robertson will pick up second quick time. So 206 Masters going to make their way out for qualifying. We'll need junior drivers, need you to the grid, Mini Rock. You'll be pre-grid. So 206 Masters, Jason Nelson will be in the 4J. Rick Smith in the number 12. Ray Roots in the 51. Dan Pinkston in the 712. Dan, very quick in practice. And he'll be on that pole, trying to get that pole position. Dan Pinkston in the 712. Dan, a winner back in September. He sits on top of the point standings. Jason Nelson with a podium finish in round number 1. He picked up third. Nick Hill not in the field here this weekend. Nick coming home second in round number 1. Junior drivers, we need you on the grid, Mini Rock. You're pre-grid, Mini Rock. You are pre-grid. So Jason Nelson in the 4J, 36.413. He leads into that top position. Rick Smith is second. Rick with a 37.024. Sitting back third is, now we'll flip-flop that over. Ore will pick up second. Rick Smith third. No time on Pinkston, so Pinkston did not come out to qualify. Junior drivers, you're next. Mini Rock, you're pre-grid. Mini Rock, bring them up. You are pre-grid. And don't forget, stop by the great folks over there at Gourmet Affairs, serving lunch throughout the day. Cold drinks, located right in the pit area. As we work our way to the bottom part of our qualifying here. Again, your junior drivers next, followed by Mini Rock and Shifters. So about a minute 30 remaining. Jason Nelson on top of the leaderboard, 36.183. Right now, that is fast time. Nelson with a top three finish in round number one back in September. Again, Pinkston did not come out for qualifying. Again, Dan very quick in practice. He was on top of the leaderboard, but did not come out here in your qualifying. Junior drivers, you're on grid. Mini Rock, you're pre-grid. Mini Rock, you are pre-grid. As we drop under a minute to go here in your 206 Masters qualifying with Jason Nelson on top of the leaderboard, 36.183. So final 30 seconds to go. Jason Nelson, boy, looking very solid here in qualifying. Sitting on a 36.183 for the 4J. Jorge Ritz second, Rick Smith third. Junior drivers, you're next. Mini Rock, you're pre-grid. Mini Rock, you're pre-grid. So Brian, checker flag in hand. So Rick Smith will cross the line in third. So your rundown, Jason Nelson will pick up the pole, 36.183. Jorge Roots will be second. Rick Smith will pick up that third spot. Rick will be in row number 2 for that pre-final. So junior drivers going to make their way out for their qualifying. They'll be followed by Mini Rock and Shifters. On the Rock Junior side, Bryce Haynes in the number 211. And Bryce Haynes coming off a podium finish in round number 1. Bryce coming home third. Boy, what a great run he had in that final. Anthony Zappone into 219. Cody Crooker will be into 227. Busy driver here this weekend. Cody into 227. Ryan Rackley into 233. Ryan finishing second in round number 1. Had a great run there. Boy, him, Dylan Gennaro, Bryce Haynes all battling it out for that top spot in round number 1. And your tag junior driver in the 278 will be Nick Trumbull in the 278. Need Mini Rock. We need you on the grid. Mini Rock, you're now on grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. Shifter drivers, your pre-grid. So field will pick up the green flag. They're on the clock. Again, your Rock Junior drivers. Again, a small field, but when you look at the competition in this group, boy, very good drivers. And we've seen a great pre-final and final in round number one. Rackley, Bryce Haynes, Anthony Zabone, Cody Crooker, boy, right there in the mix of things. We'll see how they shake them out here this afternoon. Very good-looking field of drivers, Rock Junior. And right now, Cody will jump to the leaderboard, 32.295. Anthony Zabone. Been a nice season for Anthony, competing in the Rock Cup this year. And, of course, right here at Ocala Grand Prix. So Bryce into that 32nd bracket, 30.497. Anthony second. Ryan Rackley third. Cody now in that 4 spot. All 4 drivers on the Rock Junior side in the 32nd bracket, led by Bryce Haynes, 30.497. Tag Junior driver Nick Trumbull with a 31.964. Need Mini Rock. We need you on the grid. Mini Rock. We need you on the grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. So Cody having a good lap. Number 4 jumps to the top with a 30.112. Good lap number 4 for Cody in a 227. Rackley second, Haynes third, Anthony running in that 4 spot. Again, those are your 4 Rock Junior drivers. Nick Trumbull, Tag Junior driver in a 278. Now Bryce Haynes going to move to the leaderboard, 30.096. Tell you, if this is any indication of what we're going to see in that pre-final, look at these times. Wow, Bryce Haynes, 30.096. Anthony in that 4th position, 30.267. As Cody Crooker now turns to 30.081 as we hit 1 minute to go here in your junior class. They continue to get quicker and quicker. With Cody Crooker right now, 30.081. Bryce is second, Ryan third, Anthony Zabone fourth. So 30 seconds to go with Bryce Haynes on top of the leaderboard, 29.985. Wow. What a lap there. And lap number 8 for Bryce Haynes as he drops into the 29-second bracket. Catch me if you can. Nice lap there for Bryce. Yeah, as I said, Bryce coming off a top 3 finish in round number 1. And he's bidding for that pole position. We'll see if Cody, Anthony, Ryan can bring anything to the table. Is Brian going to show him that checker flag? Here comes the 233 of Rackley, going to sit back in 4th. There's Anthony, unable to move up a spot. He'll hit 3rd. Here comes Cody. Unfortunately, cannot grab him. And so Bryce Haynes takes the pole with a 29.985. Cody will be second, Anthony third, Ryan Rackley fourth, and Nick Trumbull, your Tag Junior driver, will be in the top 5 as your Tag Junior driver. So Bryce Haynes, 29.985, will pick up the pole position. So Mini Rock coming up next for their 5-minute qualifying session. We'll need shifters. We need you to the grid. Shifters. You are pre-grid shifter drivers for your qualifying. Sophia Durango in the number 3. Anderson Leonard in the 181. Tristan DeVille in the 177. Nikita Johnson in the 7. Daniel Krajewski in the 9. Gabby Ramirez in the 151. Jeremy Fletcher in the 122. Dean Dibdahl in the 119. Evan Hanberg in the 114. Jorge Ortiz in the 11. Leandro Martins in the number 18. Monty Cherry in the 24. Julian DaCosta in the number 23. Alex Powell in the number 80. Nikita Johnson in the 7. Paul Bacuse in the 77. Julian DaCosta in the 23. Atanasio Joey, your points leader. Joey in the number 43. Wilson Martins Jr. in the 88. Ranger Pair in the 51. Daniel Krajewski in the number 9. So the field making their way out. Mini Rock qualifying for your Mini Rock. Need shifters. We need you on the grid. You're next. Shifters. And Joey at number 43 coming in this weekend as your points leader. Joey winning back in September in round number 1. Anderson Leonard second in the point standings. Jeremy Fletcher. Jeremy sitting third in the point standings. And Jeremy Fletcher right now sits fourth. Boy, Jeremy coming off a great run last weekend in Vegas. Very consistent. Stayed in the top 10 all weekend. And some great runs, a very solid run for Jeremy Fletcher out there at the Rotex US Open in Vegas. And Jeremy going to turn right around, head back to Vegas for SCUSA coming up next weekend in Vegas. Been a great season for Jeremy Fletcher. Good little driver in that 122 Fletcher on a Tony kart. And right now, Jeremy's 6th place right now in qualifying. So Joey with quick time. 32.835. Evan Hedberg second. Nikita Johnson third. Anderson Leonard fourth. And Alex Powell in the top 5. Yeah, and Alex also running out there in Vegas last weekend. Pretty solid weekend for the 80 of Alex Powell out of Trinidad. And he's had a busy season himself. Also running with Rock Cup and very competitive young man. Alex Powell in the number 80 out of Trinidad. There's Alex on a Burrell. He'll head down into turn number 1. So Joey with quick time, 32.713. Evan currently second. Anderson Leonard third. Nikita Johnson fourth. Sophia Durango running 5th. Alex Powell 6th. Paul Bacuse 7th. Fletcher 8th. Dean Dibdahl 9th. Krajewski running 10th. Para 11th. Ortiz 12th. Martins in that 13th spot. DaCosta 14th. Ramirez 15th. Davila running 16th. Wilson Martins Jr. currently 17th. Monty Cherry 18th. Joey with a 32.713. Anderson Leonard 32.779. Currently second. Evan Hanberg third, 32.878. Nikita Johnson, 33.052. Jeremy Fletcher in the top 5, 33.125 for Fletcher. Need shifters. You're on grid. You're next. So Joey, quick money lap. That was in lap number 5. He rolled a 32.713. So checker flag will drop. We'll see if your points leader in the 43. See if Joey can hang in there. Couple drivers, see that pack coming down to the line. So Joey will pick up the pole position. Anderson Leonard second, Evan Hamburg third, Johnson fourth, Fletcher fifth, Paul Baku sixth, Alex Powell seventh, Rangel eighth, Dean Dibdall ninth, Para 10th, Gajewski 11th, Ortiz 12th, Lindo Martins will be 13th, DaCosta 14th, Ramirez 15th, Cristavilla 16th, Wilson Martins Jr. Again, we'll pick up that 17th spot, followed by Monty Cherry. So there it is, qualifying in the books for your mini rock. So shifters, last group to make their way out for their 5-minute qualifying session will take us up to our lunch break, and where you could stop off and see the good folks over there at Gourmet Affair serving lunch throughout the day. And that is right there in the pit area. All kinds of great food, cold drinks, whatever your needs are. Stop by and see the good folks over there at Gourmet Affair. And we'll bring it up to our last group now for qualifying your shifters. Shifter master driver Sean Powell scheduled out in the 14. Merced Hasdeck in the number 419. Shifter Rock senior driver John Perry Hilton in the number 18. Michael Stevens, Rock senior shifter driver in the 541. Saraceno in the number 510, Shifter Rock senior driver, then Farshed Bagari stock moto. And Christian Fritsch is your Shifter Rock senior driver as they make their way out. Christian in the 723. So last group to qualify your shifters. Again, that'll take us up to our lunch break. Saraceno in the 510. Michael Stevens in the 541. Couple drivers competing this year in Rock Cup and moving up into the senior shifter side. Boy, talk about two drivers have really adapted well. Both Vincenzo Saraceno and Michael Stevens, man, they came up quickly through the junior shifter ranks and now running seniors. And boy, they've really dialed it in and make great leaps and bounds throughout the 2016 season. Stevens right now a quick time, 29.406. Shifter Rock senior driver Christian Fritsch second, 29.871. Saraceno third, 30.310. Merced Hasdeck shifter master driver, 30.626. Sean Powell shifter master turns a 32.285. So Michael Stevens on top of the overall leader. 29.0, we'll correct that, 28.947. So he drops down into 28-second bracket for Michael Stevens. Man, is he motoring. Michael Stevens in the 541, 28.947. Christian Fritsch, 29.334 right now, good enough for second. Vincenzo Saraceno, 29.469. That is currently third. Shifter Rock senior driver John Perry Hilton sits back in fourth, 29.477. Boy, they are getting some great lap times. Stock moto driver Farshed Bagari 29.802. Hasdaq Shifter Master 30.387. As we'll drop under 45 seconds to go here in your shifter qualified. Michael Stevens, well, what a rail he's on. 28.947 for Stevens. So field will cycle around. For the final time with Michael Stevens, overall quick time 28.947. And Brian checker flag in hand. So Michael Stevens will pick up overall quick time 28.947. Shifter Rock senior driver Christian Fitch will be second. John Perry Hilton third. And Saraceno fourth. Stock moto driver Farshed Bagari 28.802. Shifter master, quick time shifter master. Farshed Hasdaq with a 30.034. So that'll take us up to our lunch break. Again, we'll get set with our first pre-final today at 1:40. Green flag at 1:40. Again, with our kid cart. So again, 1:40. In the meantime, stop over, see the good folks over there at Gourmet Affair. Grab yourself some lunch, take a little break, and we'll get set for our pre-finals. Once again, we need kid kart drivers. We need you to the grid. Kid kart drivers, need you to the grid. Club kart drivers, you're pre-grid. Club kart drivers, you are pre-grid. So we'll need kid kart drivers. You're set to go 8 laps for your pre-final. Rotex club kart drivers, your pre-grid. You're going to go 14 for your pre-final. So first pre-final of the day, ready to roll out. Green flag out. Melina Brickner into 59. So Krajewski in the number 3. Kai Johnson in the number 1. So first pre-final of the day underway. Your kid cards. We'll need Rotex Club Cart drivers. We need you on grid. Micromax, Microrock, you are pre-grid. And Melina Brickner picking up a 51.617 in qualifying. Sophia with a 52.314. Kai Johnson 54.003. So round number 3 here, your kid carts. And Rotex Club Cart drivers, need you on grid. You're up next. Micromax, Microrock, your pre-grid. Well, Melina Brickner coming out of the gate very strong. Jumps up to a decent lead here as we work in lap number 3 next time by. Again, Melina looking for another podium finish here this weekend. Finished second in round number 1. Right now, commanding lead for Melina Brickner, sitting on a solid lap time of 57. Oh, correct that, 46.897. 46.897 for your leader. So Melina hanging on to a nice lead right now, over 16-second lead over Sophia Krajewski. Lap number 4, even quicker, 45.557 for Melina Brickner. Again, Kai Johnson in the number 1, the younger brother of Nikita Johnson. Kai making his first start with us here in the Fall-Winter Series. Did not race in round 1. Brand new to racing, and I think he's in the right family for that. As older brother Nikita Johnson, a lot of success here in 2016. Nikita also ran with us back in kid karts. And Nikita now running all over the country, around the world for Nikita Johnson, older brother of Kai. There's Melina, got to work around to the inside, works around Kai, 5 laps in. 8-lap pre-final. Right now, Melina Brickner moving right along. Rotex Club Carts, we need you up next. 14-lap pre-final. You'll be followed by Micromax, Microrock, your pre-grid. Micromax and Microrock, you are pre-grid. Again, 8-lap pre-final right now. Melina Brickner showing the way, 45.557 for the 59. And we'll get 2 to go this time by. Final 2 to go for Melina Brickner. Well, you talk about a driver that has really gained experience. That is the 59 of Melina Brickner. Melina getting around like a pro right now, sitting on the top spot with a 45.557, your leader. Sophia Krajewski. Sophia with a podium finish in round number 1. Finished third for Sophia Krajewski. Good little driver there in that number 3. And Kai Johnson. Kai, first start in the Fall Winter Series for the youngster. Just now getting into karting. And we'll pick up the white flag this time by 1 to go. Melina Brickner heads down into turn number 1. Melina up through that chicane. Well, she's just getting around like a little pro. What a job the youngster has done, Melina Brickner. And she'll make her way into turn number 4. Of course, no hairpin turn. They'll come off turn 4 into that tree turn. Off the tree turn, nice and smooth for Melina. A couple more turns to go. Sophia Krajewski will pick up the white flag. Great job for Sophia Krajewski in that number 3. And here comes your winner in the pre-final. Kid Kart winner in the 59, Melina Brickner will score the win. Great job. Again, picked up the pole earlier this morning. And she'll wrap it up with a 45.557. Great job for Melina Brickner. Micromax, Micro Rock, you are pre-grid. Need you to the grid as the checker flag will drop. Or the number 1 Kai Johnson, getting some great seat time for the youngster. Gets around very, very well. And then Sophia Krajewski will actually be scored in that second spot. Kai will be scored third as your Kid Karts wrap it up for their pre-final. So up next, Rotex Club Karts going to make their way out for their 14-lap pre-final. Anton White in the 105. They'll get a hot lap to send them around. And Leonardis in the 130. Now both of these drivers making their first start here in the Fall Winter Series. Again, earlier this morning talked to Vinny. He said he's been watching it for a while. He said he wanted to take a shot at it, and today he will get his first start in the Fall Winter Series. Vinny in the 130, qualified second with a 56.447. Or correct that, a 37.294 for Anton White, his qualifying lap. Well, I don't want to give him a 57, a 37.294 for White. And Vinny turned into 38.266 in qualifying. They'll come to the showcase top of the oval. They'll get them set to go. 14 laps, your Rotex Club Karts. They'll get on the gas. Nope, no start. We'll send them around one more time. Again, great opportunity. You'd like to get involved in racing. Maybe don't want to get into the big investment. Check it out here at Ocala Grand Prix. Rotex Club Karts. A lot of fun. And, of course, you don't have to just do it on race day. Check out our website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. And check out our karts. You come out here and have some fun. Go to the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com, and some of the fastest karts you'll find right here at Ocala Grand Prix and the concession karts. A lot of fun. But again, just go to our website, OcalaGrandPrix.com, for more information. Micromax, Micro Rock, you're on grid. 206 senior, medium, and heavy. Senior heavy, you are pre-grid as we're about ready to go. 14 laps. Your Rotex Club Karts. Anton White on the inside, outside again. Leonardis in the 130 as we'll pick up the green. We're underway. A little battle coming off of turn number 1. Anton able to muscle his way up through the chicane. As they'll work on lap number 1. Off the chicane they come. Anton with about a 2.5 car length advantage into turn 4. He'll make his way into the tree turn. And Anton has been very quick coming all the way back to earlier this morning. He was the quicker of the two, set a quick time during qualifying, 37.294. Vinny had a 38.266. And they'll complete lap number 1. Micromax, Micro Rock, you're on grid. 206 senior, medium, senior heavy, you're pre-grid. So just underway, Rotax Club Carts. Both drivers making their first start of the 2016 Fall-Winter Series. So they'll come off that tree turn. Eitan, your leader. As they'll head for lap number 2, this time by. And they'll head to the timing scoring loop led by the 105. Eitan across the line, 37.780. So again, he qualified with a 37.294. So knocking on the door that qualifying effort, 37.780. For lap number 2, Eitan White. Eitan off that tree turn, starting to open up a little bit of a gap. Last time by at a 1.4 second advantage. And again, as he did in qualifying, as the laps went by, Eitan continued to pick up the pace. So we'll see if he can follow trend and continue to pick it up as he heads to the line. Lap number 3 in the books this time by. And he holds best lap time so far, 37.780. 2.7 second advantage through the chicane for Eitan White. Micromax, Micro Rock, we need you on the grid. You're next for your 12-lap pre-final. And visit the great folks at Gourmet Affair throughout the afternoon, serving lunch, cold drinks. And they're located right there in the pit area. Little slide job coming off the tree turn for your leader, Eitan White. And he'll come down that front stretch. He'll head to the line. Lap 4 in the books this time by. As he'll head to the stripe down into turn number 1, Eitan. On the entry to turn number 1 with a 3.7 second advantage off to turn number 1 through the chicane. He's starting to open up that gap now as he exits off the chicane. He'll make his way to the tree turn, working on lap number 5 next time by. So Eitan sitting on a 3.7 second advantage. 206 senior, medium, senior heavy. We need you pre-grid, your pre-grid for your pre-final. And beautiful day here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Partly cloudy skies, but it is just gorgeous here as we work our way through the mid part of November. And round number 3, double points weekend here at Ocala Grand Prix Fall Winter Series. Yeah, really watching your leader come through the turns. That kart is really doing a slide job again through the tree turn. Eitan really working that wheel off the tree turn. Your leader, Eitan White, working on his 14-lap pre-final. Right now, he's up 4 seconds over Vinny Lenardis as they come down the front stretch. Lap number 6 in the books this time by for Eitan White down into turn number 1. Continue to stretch it out. Both drivers making their first start here in the Fall Winter Series. And again, being double points this weekend, and of course double points in December. Eitan White could come in this weekend and exit out with the points lead. So he keeps it going forward. He could quickly jump up to the top spot and be in contention for a championship on a shortened season, obviously due to the hurricane that came through back in October, as we did not race in round number 2. So we'll pick up halfway this time by Eitan White, your leader. Turns a 37.641 here at the halfway point, sitting on a 6.2 second advantage over Vinny Lenardis as they work their way around, working on lap number 8. See your leader off the tree turn, so Eitan continuing to stretch it out. Micromax, Micro Rock, you're on grid. 206 senior, medium, senior heavy, your pre-grid, as we're just over the halfway point here in your Rotax Club cards. But a dominating run going for Eitan White. Again, he qualified 37.294. And he's at 37,629. Obviously, temperature's a little bit warmer. Not much, but it was earlier this morning. But he is moving right along. Micromax Micro Rock, you're up next. And good look at field, all Micromax drivers as they're in the wings. Alex Jakey picking up the pole position. So Alex will start that pre-final on the pole. And how about Jorge Ortiz outside row number 1, and then in row number 2, you got his teammate Nikita Johnson. So how about that? Teammates in row 2 and 3, Ortiz and Nikita Johnson. But it's been a great start for Alex Jakey, strong in practice. But we'll see those drivers coming up next. Micromax, again, they're going to go 12 laps for their pre-final. 206 senior, medium, senior heavy, you're up after Micromax, so you are pre-grid. As we'll hit lap number 10, this time by Anton White now with an 8.9 second advantage. And how about this? He drops down into 36.941 last lap, so he has surpassed his qualifying effort. 36.941 for White. And again, both Anton White and Vinny making their first start here, as I said, in the Fall-Winter Series. And we'll hit lap number 11 this time by. So 11 in, 3 to go. Anton White moving along. And working at turn number 1. He just turns a 36.734. So he's picked it up here in lap 10, lap number 11, dropping down in that 36-second bracket. 36.734 for Anton White, your race leader, now with a 10-second advantage. So Micromax, you're up next. Get them ready. That'll be Micromax, you're next. So Aton, next time he'll come by, we'll get 2 to go. There it is, final 2 to go. There's your leader through the chicane. And he'll pick up his 2 to go right now. Your leader cycling around. Next time by, it'll be 1 to go. Really watching him off the exit there. We'll call it turn 4. Just sliding through that as he makes his way into the tree turn. No doubt about it. Aton's got some experience behind the wheel. Really getting around well here at Ocala Grand Prix. White flag up, 1 to go. There comes your leader at the stripe. Anton White down into turn number 1 for the final circuit. Micromax, you're next. 12-lap pre-final. 206 senior, medium, and senior heavy. Your pre-grid. That'll be senior, medium, senior heavy, 206. You are pre-grid. So Anton White looking for a perfect afternoon. So far, so good. It picked up quick time in qualifying. Head to the top part of the oval to the showcase, and here he comes. He'll seal the deal. Your Rotex Club Car pre-final winner in the 105, Anton White, will score the win. Now set to go. 12 laps. Should be a good little battle there. Rotex, Micromax, and here's how we'll line them up. Inside of row number 1, Alex Jakey in the number 9. Outside row 1, it'll be the 11 of Jorge Ortiz. Great qualifying effort for Jorge Ortiz. In row number 2, his teammate, Nikita Johnson in the number 7. Nikita starting 3rd. 4th, it'll be the 131 of Granger Para. Starting 5th, the 181 of Anderson Leonard. Finn Wedlake in the number 1 will start 6th. 7th will be the 29 of Tom Shoecraft III. Daniel Krajewski in the number 10 will start 8th. 9th will be the 79 of Samuel Igua. Carson Walters in the 55 will start 10th. 11th will be the 98 of Sebastian Weldon. Gabriel Cialino in the number 36 will start 12th for the 12-lap pre-final. Nikita Johnson under the tent of Gonzalo Aponte. Boy, they've got to be happy. 3 teammates in the field. Samuel Igua in the 79, Nikita Johnson in the 7, Jorge Ortiz in the 11. Again, touched on that earlier in qualifying, both Ortiz and Nikita Johnson. AKT Racing Team coming off a trip out in Vegas. I'll tell you, watching these 2 youngsters, Nikita, Jorge Ortiz coming up out of the kid carts right here at Ocala Grand Prix. Next thing you look up, they're out there in Vegas racing and mixing it up with the big guys. And what a successful run those guys had, getting some great seat time. But a great job for Ortiz outside of row 1. He'll try to run down Alex Jakey. Again, Alex has been very quick all day long. And touched on it earlier. Alex has been spending the last few weekends here at Ocala Grand Prix, getting some seat time. And obviously the hard work has showed off for Alex Jakey in the 9. Alex second in the point standings in row number 1 on the pole. Green is out. We're underway. AKT teammates in row 1, row 2 now. We're going to watch Johnson. He'll work around Ortiz for second through the chicane. Multi-champion driver Nikita Johnson in the 7. Well, what a 2016 season this youngster's had. And the opportunity to follow him and call a lot of his races in Rock Cup here in 2016. And he has been a dominating force here in 2016. They'll work off the top part. They'll be working on lap number 1. AKT teammates, Johnson, Ortiz running 2nd and 3rd off of turn number 1. Yeah, you keep saying it over and over, but it's just hard to believe. It was just like yesterday, both Ortiz and Johnson running in kid carts. Talk about the transformation a couple youngsters have developed very well and rather quickly. Ortiz in the 11, Johnson in the 7. Now Johnson, going to see an open door. He'll slide up through there, and he'll take over the top spot through the showcase off the top of the oval. Tap in the back of the helmet. Again, Alex Jakey. Don't go to sleep on Alex. Got a lot of laps here at Ocala Grand Prix. And right now, he becomes the meat of the sandwich. Was trapped in between a couple AKT teammates. As Johnson, your leader, Ortiz running 3rd as they keep the pressure up front. Top 5 drivers. Johnson, Jakey, Ortiz, Leonard, and Granger Para off to a good start. Para in the top 5 as they'll come down the front stretch. 3 laps in this time by. You see Alex Jakey tapping the back of the helmet. Try and get Ortiz. Get a little push from Ortiz. Get some drafting help from Ortiz as they head through the chicane. Ortiz might be in a pretty good situation. Nikita Johnson turns quick time 34.173. Alex Jakey 34.419. How about Ortiz? 34.388 for Ortiz. Now Alex going to go to the inside to the top of the showcase. He's going to battle for the lead as they got a drag race at the line. Jakey with the advantage as they work down into turn number 1. Look at this wheel to wheel off the turn number 1. Alex able to muscle his way around Johnson. So Johnson will drop back a spot as they head off of that chicane. Now side by side, here they come. AKT teammates going to hang up on, they're working on Alex through the tree turn. Johnson, now you got Ortiz right there in the mix of things. Good 5-cart battle through the showcase up to the top of the oval. At the line, it'll be Johnson, your leader. Ortiz, Jakey, Pear, and Anderson Leonard going to join the party. Good five-cart battle to the chicane. Boy, they are hauling the mail off the chicane. And you got teammates Johnson and Ortiz running 1-2. And Alex Jakey, crafty little driver. He'll find a spot. And right now, Alex in a pretty good spot. As he sits back in third, we'll hit lap number 6 this time by. 6 down, 6 to go. We strike the halfway point. Here comes Ortiz, going to go to the inside. He's going to work around Johnson. So at the halfway point, Ortiz your leader, Johnson second, Jakey third, Para fourth, Leonard fifth, Krajewski sixth, Wedlake running in the 7th spot. Samuel Igwa running 8th, Tom Shoecraft the 3rd, 9th, Sebastian Weldon 10th, Carson Walters 11th, Cialino running in the 12th spot. All drivers on the lead lap. Currently, quick time goes to the 9 of Jakey, 33.976, as they'll head to the line with 7 complete this time by. Here comes Johnson. He's got some momentum, and he's able to work his way to the inside off turn number 1. Johnson gets it away from Ortiz. Ortiz looking very strong right now as he stays in behind his teammate. Working through the tree turn. And you got the pesky little driver, Alex Jakey, staying right with him. Solid run going for Granger Para. And then you got Anderson Leonard top 5 as they head to the line. 8 laps in this time by. So Ortiz staying in the tire tracks of your leader, Nikita Johnson, through the chicane. Couple good little drivers there, 1, 2. Now they'll make their way to the tree turn. Nikita Johnson, Ortiz, Jakey, Para, and Leonard, your top 5. You see the string of traffic through the showcase up off that oval down the front stretch. They'll hit 9 laps out of 12 complete as they head to the timing and scoring loop led by Johnson. Look at this second pack of drivers coming off. Daniel Krajewski, Finn Wedlake, Samuel Igwa, Tom Shoecraft, Weldon, Carson Walters, and Cialino. Good little race going on back of the field. Those drivers through turn number 1. Your leaders off the tree turn. Tom Shoecraft running 9th. Carson Walters running in the 11th spot. Couple drivers over this past weekend picked up podium finishes. They ran down at Anderson, got on the podium, and ran down at Homestead and picked up podium finishes for both Tom Shoecraft and Carson Walters. In the meantime, lead change off at turn number 1. Man, I'm telling you, Ortiz looking like a pro out there working on his teammate. And again, Nikita Johnson, not only known around the United States, around the world, this youngster definitely getting a lot of seat time. Bright future for Nikita Johnson. Both drivers, AKT race team, under the closeful watch of Gonzalo Aponte. Look at Alex. Boy, he's staying right on the 7 of Johnson. Now Johnson go to the inside. Final lap, 1 to go. Johnson, Ortiz, Jakey, 1, 2, 3 off the exit of the chicane. Here they come through the tree turn. Don't think lap traffic should be an issue. We'll keep an eye on them off the tree turn. Johnson, Ortiz, Jakey, 1, 2, 3 through the showcase. See, Johnson kind of looking over that left shoulder. All he's got is a whole bunch of the number 11 behind him. At the line, your winner, Rotex Micromax, Nikita Johnson will score the win. Ortiz second, Jakey third, Granger Para fourth, Leonard fifth, Krajewski sixth, Wedlake seventh, Shoecraft will pick up the 8th spot, Weldon 9th, Walters 10th, Samuel Igwa 11th, and Gabriel Cialino will pick up the 12th spot. So AKT race team, they come across the line 1-2 with Nikita Johnson and Jorge Ortiz. So we'll move on. 14 lap. Pre-final, local option, senior and senior heavy. And here's how we'll line them up. Inside of row number 1 will be the 7-12 of Dan Pinkston. Dan qualifying effort 34.703. Outside row 1, the 12 of Ryan Rogers. In row number 2, Bobby Ross in the 48. Kalen Brown in the 72. In row number 3, Evan Cowan in the senior heavy class. He'll start 5th. Miguel Roots will start in the 6th spot. Miguel in the number 10. Michael Gronsol in the number 4 will start 7th. Senior heavy driver Rafael Leon in the 23 will start 8th. 9th, John Fuchs in the number 41. 14 laps. Again, chicane, no hairpin, about 0.6 of a mile here at Ocala Grand Prix. We'll get a hot lap in there. And again, Bobby Ross in the number 48 inside of row number 2. Bobby making a move over to 2:06 this year. Or I should say here in the Fall-Winter Series for Bobby Ross. Bobby said, man, I only get a little competition. Well, no doubt about it. He's got some competition out there. Pinkston, also another driver, moving over to the local option 206 senior group. And Pinkston, he is good no matter what he's running. Very good competitor, Dan Pinkston. So Pinkston, row number 1, Ryan Rogers in the number 12. Bobby Ross in the 48. Kalen Brown in the 72. Can't count out the Jacksonville, Florida driver, Kalen Brown in row number 2. Always a good competitor. Of course, his sidekick, brother, Kenner Brown III, not with us this weekend. We kind of might be doing some stock car racing. And Kenner Brown, former champion here at Ocala Grand Prix. Brother Kalen in row number 2. Kalen in the 72. So we're set to go 14 laps, local option, senior, medium, and heavy. So Brian going to look him over. Pinkston Rogers, row number 1, looking to go green. It's up. We're underway. Again, Pinkston going to take the field into turn number 1 with Bobby Ross in tow through the chicane. Pinkston with a qualifier 34.703. Rogers 34.762. Now Bobby Ross going to see an open gate. He'll go right through it. He'll take over the lead through the showcase. Off the top of that oval, there he is, your new leader, Bobby Ross. And he's tapping a helmet, no doubt about it. He's getting a whole bunch of 712. Dan Pinkston staying right with him. Again, DD2 Masters, your on-grid Minimax, your pre-grid Minimax, your pre-grid. There's Bobby Ross on the entry of that tree turn. Bobby on a Tony kart. He's kind of slouching down a little bit in that seat as he comes off that tree turn. Bobby looking for any advantage he could possibly get. You see him putting the knees up. And then as he goes in the corner, kind of brings that body up into the seat off that turn number 1. Good start for Ryan Rogers, staying back in that 3rd spot. In the meantime, Ross turns quick time, 34.913 for your leader, Bobby Ross. Second different leader early on, pole sitter. Pinkston staying in tow off the tree turn. Rogers running 3rd. Kalen Brown in the 72 running 4th. As they'll hit lap number 3 out of 14, this time by for your leader, Bobby Ross. So I'm not sure if Bobby's kind of trying to figure that out, trying to slouch down as he goes down that front straightaway. You'll see him kind of lean back and kind of kick up the knees. And he'll head to the tree turn. Bobby Ross all over Miss Pinkston in the 712 off the tree turn. See a little Pinkston kind of leaning forward, tucking that head in behind your leader, Bobby Ross, as they'll come down the front stretch. And Pinkston going to push him all the way down into turn number 1. Bobby turning quick time, 34.645. Pinkston 2nd, Rogers, Kalen Brown, and runs all your top 5. TB Kart USA driver Michael Gronsall. Michael in the top 5. We'll hit lap number 5 this time by. Again, Bobby Ross, your leader. Pinkston pushing him all the way down the front stretch. Bobby Ross sitting on quick time, 34.645. And Bobby qualified with a 34.854, so he's definitely picked it up here in this pre-final. And he's being hounded by the 712 of Pinkston. You see Dan, as he comes off that tree turn, kind of leans that head forward right on the steering wheel. They'll come off the showcase to the top of the oval, down the front stretch. 6 laps complete this time by. So far, 2 different leaders. Off the pole position, it was Pinkston. And then Bobby Ross wasted no time, was able to get around Pinkston. Pinkston just stays in behind him off the showcase, off the chicane. Good nose-to-tail battle. Rogers floating along in that 3rd spot. Then you got Kalen Brown running 4th. Michael Gronsall in the top 5. Michael in the number 4. So your leaders down the front stretch will pick up halfway this time by. 7 down, 7 to go. So into turn number 1, Bobby Ross, your leader, sitting on probably a hair between those 2 drivers. Pinkston running 2nd. Ryan Rogers 3rd. Kalen Brown running 4th. Michael Gronsall running 5th. Miguel Roots running 6th. 7th is your senior heavy driver, Rafael Leon. 8th, it's your senior driver, John Fuchs, followed by Evan Cowan, senior heavy driver. Currently, quick time goes to your leader, Bobby Ross, 34.645 for Bobby Ross. And Pinkston picked up qualifying earlier this morning with a 34.703. And Pinkston, a very competitive driver, a lot of seat time over the years. Great guy, Pinkston, trying to run down your leaders. They come off the tree turn. They'll head up through the showcase off the top of the oval. Solid top 3 run going for Ryan Rogers, qualified 2nd. And we'll hit lap number 9 this time by. You got to see when Pinkston will try to set up and make a move on your leader. As Pinkston's pretty much been in tow behind Bobby Ross after he gave up that lead early on. Again, Bobby Ross, 34.645 for your race leader. And look at Pinkston, 34.648 for Dan Pinkston. So we'll hit lap number 10, 4 to go. Ross, your leader. Pinkston 2nd. Rogers 3rd. Kalen Brown 4th. Miguel Gronsall running 5th. Senior heavy driver Leon running 6th. Miguel Roots running 7th. Fuchs running 8th. Evan Cowan, senior heavy driver, running 9th. All drivers continue to stay on the lead lap. You see traffic starting to stretch out as your leaders shuffle their way through the showcase off the top of the oval down the front stretch. It'll be lap 11 this time by as they head to the timing and scoring loop led by Bobby Ross. So Bobby Ross being pushed through the chicane by Pinkston. I tell you, it's given a lot of time for Pinkston to kind of assess the way Bobby's working around the track. Trying to find out that hole. Where am I going to be able to beat him? Where am I going to make the move? That's what Pinkston's got to be assessing right now as they work through the showcase. Off to the top of the oval led by Bobby Ross. They'll hit lap number 12 this time. Oh, look at Bobby Ross going to go way to the inside. Bobby able to hang on with 2 to go. Where will Pinkston try to make the move? Will he try to take a shot off that tree turn, or will they wait to come down the front stretch? Final lap and a half to go. Bobby Ross. Pinkston 1-2 on the entry to the tree turn. They'll exit off the tree turn. Bobby Ross. And Bobby back in lap number 4, set quick time. So we'll hang out the white flag this time by Bobby Ross. You see the line change. as he goes way down to the inside, protects that low line. Off at turn number 1. Past me, you're going to have to do it on the outside. As Pinkston will stay in the tire tracks off the chicane of your leader, Bobby Ross. Bobby now on his way into the tree turn for the final time. Will Pinkston look to the inside? And Bobby going to wing it out way wide, and Pinkston going to opening, and he'll take it away. So Pinkston led early on, saves the best to the end. And here comes your 206 senior winner, Dan Pinkston, will seal the deal. Bobby Ross second, Ryan Rogers third, Kalen Brown will pick up fourth. Michael Guansol coming home fifth. Rafael Leon, your senior heavy winner. Roots will be seventh, Fuchs followed by Evan Cowan. So there it is, you knew it, Pinkston. Got to wait till the end, found that hole through the tree turn, kind of assessed what you see Bobby going really wide on the entry, and that opened up the gate for Pinkston. So Pinkston keeping that freight train going, picked up quick time in qualifying. Now your pre-final winner for Dan Pinkston. So DD2 Master is going to make their way out. 14-lap pre-final. Here's how we'll light them up. Inside of row number 1, Neilio Burns in the number 107. Mike Crook. Mike sitting third in the point standings. He'll start second here in the pre-final. Mike in the 13. Starting third to 16 of Patrick Ludwig. Sasha Taranto in the 14 will start fourth. Fifth will be the 127 of Daniel Gray. Marcio Vera in the 106 will start sixth. Seventh, the 411 of Mike Krajewski. Emilio Burns picking up quick time. Only driver to drop down in that 32nd bracket. Burns with a 30.930. Emilio coming in off of a win back in September. We're still under yellow. Patrick Ludwig in the number 16. Patrick starting in row number 2 on the inside. Second in the point standings. And then it's Mike Crook in the 13. Mike finishing third in round number 1. Mike inside of row number 1. He'll be, outside of row number 1. So row 1, Burns and Mike Crook. Row 2, Ludwig and Sasha Taranto. Row 3, Daniel Gray, Marcia Vera. And in row number 4, Mike Krajewski in the 411. 14 laps, DD2 Masters. Mike Krajewski, round number 1 at a 7th place finish. And we're set to go. 14 laps, DD2 Masters. Brian likes what he sees, lets him go. Green is up. And they're going to scatter as they work their way down into turn number 1. And they'll go down a single file midway through that chicane as they come off the chicane. Minimax, you're on the grid. Rotex, Rock Tag, Senior Drivers, and Masters, you're pre-grid. Senior Masters, you guys are pre-grid. So working on lap number 1, DD2 Masters. Up front, the 107, Neilio Burns. Again, as he came off a win back in September. And again, Neilio looking for a great round number 3 double points here this weekend. Well, he's up front right now as he works off that tree turn. And Mike Crook, talked about Mike, one of those drivers, got his feet wet in the Rotex Club Cars, grabbed a couple championships, and now has moved up into Rotex DD2 Masters. And he has really been a force to reckon with. Mike Crook comes in this weekend third in the point standings. It's been a very solid run for Mike Crook here in the last couple of years. Coming up to Rotex Club Carts, now DD2, and boy, he's right there in contention off the tree turn. About a cart length and a half going to separate him between your leader. Now Mike gets a good run through the showcase off the top of the oval. They'll hit lap number 3 this time by. Couple Tony carts, 1-2 as they head off of turn number 1. Daniel Gray turning quick time, 31.331. Daniel being scored third as he's in pursuit now, trying to bring your leaders in off the chicane. See Daniel Gray trying to bring him in. Daniel making his first start here, Rotex DD2 Masters in our Fall-Winter Series. Did not run with us in round number 1. Daniel Gray right now in third as they come down the front stretch. They'll hit lap number 4. Neilio Burns turning a 30.937. There's your leader through the chicane. 0.7 of a second advantage now over Mike Crook. Tell you, once Neilio gets settled in, boy, that cart really dialed in for Neilio as he works off that tree turn. Mini Max, you're up next. That'll be Mini Max. Rotex Rock Tag Senior and Masters, your pre-grid. So Neilio inching his way away from Mike Crook in at number 13. You continue to see the gap open up. Boy, Mike Crook very good through the showcase up to the top of the oval. Seems to gain ground. Then you see the separation as they hit the timing and scoring loop down into turn number 1. Neilio working through that chicane, about a half a second advantage over Mike Crook as we hit 6 laps complete. So far, Neilio, your 1-0 leader, pole sitter. Neilio coming into qualifying set at 30.930. He's at a 30.937, so pretty close to qualifying as he'll pick up the halfway sign this time by here in your Rotex DD2 Masters. 7 down, 7 to go. Burns your leader, Crook running second. Daniel Gray running third. Sasha Taranto running in that 4 spot. Patrick Ludwig 5th. Marcio Vera running 6th. Krajewski running 7th. All drivers on the lead lap. Quick time goes to your leader. Burns with a 30.937 as he works off the tree turn. Good run going for Burns, your current points leader. A winner back in September. And it'll work off at turn number 1. Mike Crook, again, he's finding certain areas where he's able to close that gap up. You see him off the chicane. Boy, he gets a great run on your leader. Now they'll head into the tree turn. Look at Mike Crook on the gas now to that tree turn. There's where he's able to close it up. Now we'll see if he can make it stick as they head through the showcase. Then the inside, here he comes, is Mike Crook. And he did make it stick this time. Now we'll head to the line. And he'll work into turn number 1 with a cart length advantage. Your new leader, Mike Crook. So now can he make it work for the remaining laps? If we've got 9 in out of this 14-lap pre-final. Remember, Burns sitting on quick time with a 30.937. Again, you watch Mike. He just found certain areas where he was definitely quicker. Now he's going to watch as Burns takes a shot at him through the top of the oval through the showcase. Shuts the door on him as Mike Crook as they head down into turn number 1. 10 laps complete. In the meantime, Sasha Taranto turns quick time 30.888 for Sasha, currently running third. So she's able to work around Daniel Gray to move up to third. Is Sasha in the 14. See Sasha, boy, look at this. 3-cart battle now. Battle for that third place position. And you do have lap traffic in there. That would be the 411 of Mike Krajewski. Mike down a lap to your leaders. Mike Crook able to cash in on slower traffic. Opens up the gap through the chicane. 11 in, 3 to go. Crook, your leader. I believe Sasha got at the line now. Second, Burns third, Gray, Vera, Ludwig, and Krajewski. Mike down 1 lap to your leaders. Boy, look at Mike Crook now getting a nice lead. They'll come down to line 2 to go. This time by final 2 to go. Boy, I'll tell you, Neilio Burns has gone backwards, dropping back to 4th, currently 3 seconds behind your leader. So it's Crook, your leader, Toronto second, Daniel Gray, Burns, and Vera, your top 5. And Mike Crook right now 2.4 seconds ahead of Sasha. Sasha not out of the woods now, little bit of contact. As Burns gets into the side of the 127 of Daniel Gray. Off the tree turn, Gray will drop back to 4th. Burns now runs 3rd as they get the white flag. This time by commanding lead through the chicane is Mike Crook. 2.8 second advantage now over Sasha. So Mike Crook able to work around Burns earlier. Makes it work, and that car is really hooked up now as he works off the tree turn. So here he comes through the showcase up to the top of the oval. Your Rotex DD2 Masters pre-final winner, 13 of Mike Crook. Sasha, great run for Sasha. She'll pick up that second spot. Burns 3rd, Gray 4th, Vera 5th, Ludwig followed by Mike Krajewski. Overall quick time goes to Sasha, 30.888. All drivers finishing on the lead lap except the 411 of Mike Krajewski. So Mike Crook here on double points weekend, making it work as he scores the win here in the pre-final. We'll need Rotex Rock Tag Senior Masters drivers. You're now on grid. 206 Masters. 206 Masters. You're pre-grid. So up next, your Rotex Minimax. And here's how we'll line them up. Inside of row number 1, Jordan Harris. On the pole position, outside of row number 1 will be Tyler Gonzalez. In row number 2, the 127 of Cody Crooker, and followed by Madison Folsom in the 11. So Tyler Gonzalez, Cody Crooker, Madison Folsom. Again, did not make the drivers' meeting, so again, that's why they are starting in behind Jordan Harris. Again, Tyler did have quick time in qualifying with a 32.385, but again, Tyler, Cody, and Madison. In behind Jordan. Tyler, your winner back in September. Cody finishing second. Madison, top 5 finish for Madison. In round number 1 back in September. So we're set to go. Your Mini-Max, 12-lap pre-final, no green, no green. We'll send them around one more time. Again, had a great interview earlier today. We'll see that on the Ocala Grand Prix Facebook coming up next week with Tyler Gonzalez. Tyler, your motorsports.com driver of the year. And we kind of talked a little bit about that during the interview. And Tyler touched on that big win out in Vegas last weekend, Rotex US Open. Talked about that late lap and a half to go pass on Ryan McDermott. Again, you can go to my Facebook, Tony Modica, And you can see that last lap pass by Tyler. I got it on my Facebook. Check it out. Great run there by Tyler. And he'll head back to Vegas next weekend for SCUSA. Tyler Gonzalez, row number 1 to the outside of Jordan Harris, 12 laps. For Tony Karts, ready to go green. It's out. We're underway. Lead Cody going to make it 3 wide as they shuffle down into turn number 1. So Tyler Gonzalez coming in this weekend as your points leader in our Fall-Winter Series. Scored the win back in September. And field quickly into that tree turn for lap number 1, led by Tyler. Cody going to stay right with them as they head through the showcase off the top of the oval. Again, Cody on the podium in round number 1, finished second in behind Tyler. Again, Tyler in qualifying had a 32.385. Cody Crooker qualified with a 32.569. Madison 34.520. So Tyler moving right along. Again, a great interview though. Again, we'll see that on the Ocala Grand Prix Facebook coming up this Friday with Tyler. Kind of touched on how cool it was to get presented with the award, motorsports.com Driver of the Year from Emerson Fittipaldi, which is really a neat thing, a legend in the world of racing. F1 multi-champion Emerson Fittipaldi making the presentation to Tyler, and really a neat thing for Tyler. And what a year it's been for this youngster, and no doubt about it. Motorsports.com Driver of the Year, and hands down for Tyler. And been very impressed with the youngster as he makes his way around. He'll hit lap number 3 this time by, and he'll head down into turn number 1. Tyler turns quick time, 32.484. Cody trying to run him down, holding on to that second spot. Madison Folsom being scored 3rd. Jordan Harris being scored in that 4th place position as we're working on lap number 4 next time by. Need senior Masters drivers. That'll be Rotex, Rock, Tag, Senior, and Masters. We need you on the grid. Pre-grid, 206 Masters, 206 Masters. You are pre-grid. So 12-lap pre-final here. Rotex, Minimax. Up front on a Tony Kart, Tyler Gonzalez. Cody also on a Tony Kart, running second to 127, lap number 5 this time by. Tyler turns a 32.471. Tyler off the chicane, currently sitting on a 1.1 second advantage over Cody. Great kid, Cody. Crooker talked to Cody earlier, and we can talk a little bit about some Jeep stuff that he was doing. Likes that 4x4 stuff, and the youngster just loves to drive just like Tyler. They'll drive anything. Put him behind the wheel, put him in a seat, and these kids will drive anything. Well, Tyler's also done a little off-road stuff in the past here in 2016. And they'll work their way off the chicane just over the halfway point. 6 down, 6 to go. Gonzalez, your leader. Cody Crooker running second. Madison Folsom running third. Jordan Harris running fourth. All drivers are on the lead lap right now. Quick time goes to Cody, 32.421. So lap 7 in the books, Tyler Gonzalez. Again, double points here this weekend, and it will be double points coming up in December, championship weekend. So let's see if Tyler can keep it going, trying to bury the field here this weekend. And they'll get a little seat time. Going to head out to Vegas for SCUSA coming up next weekend. Talk about a youngster who's crisscrossed across the entire country, Tyler Gonzalez. And boy, how much fun it's been announcing for this youngster. Had a lot of fun watching him in Rock Cup this year. And also here at Ocala Grand Prix, as he moves right along, holding on to that lead, 8 laps in. Sits on about a second advantage over Cody through the tree turn. Rotex, Rock, Tag, Senior Masters drivers need you on the grid. 206 Masters, your pre-grid. 206 Masters, your pre-grid. And be sure to join us on Facebook, OcalaGrandPrix.com, and check out the website, check out our Facebook. Lots of neat things going on. And, of course, keep up to date on all of our drivers from Ocala Grand Prix as they're out on the road next weekend in Vegas. So follow us along on Facebook. Also, check out the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. So Tyler going to come up through the showcase off the top of the oval. He'll work on lap traffic. That'll be Jordan Harris right ahead of him as we get 2 to go. Tyler down into turn number 1, closes up on Jordan. So Jordan will give him plenty of real estate, lets him come by. Cody able to get by. Nice piece of work there by Jordan. Good sportsmanship. Give him the open lane, let him come by, realizing, hey, they're battling up front. And he lets him come by, no problem there. So next time out, it'll be 1 to go for your leader, Tyler Gonzalez. 1.1 second advantage for Tyler. And he'll get the white hanky this time by. 1 to go for Tyler. He'll head into turn number 1 with a 1.5 second advantage. Cody Crooker sitting on quick time, 32.329. So there it is, off the tree turn. He'll head up to the showcase. Head to the top part of the oval, Tyler Gonzalez in a 157. He'll head down the front stretch. Your pre-final Rotex Minimax winner, Tyler Gonzalez. Cody will pick up second. Madison Folsom will be scored third, followed by Jordan Harris. So there it is, Tyler Gonzalez, your winner here in the pre-final. .206 Masters, we need you on the grid. Junior drivers, your pre-grid. That'll be .206 Masters, you're on grid. Junior drivers, you are pre-grid. So we're set to go. Senior and Masters drivers, here's how we'll line them up. Rock Senior driver Baylor Griffin in the 357 on the pole. Rotex Masters driver in the 680. Pete Fritchie will be in the 680 starting second. Rock Masters driver Mario Mendez in the number 402 will start third. 609 of Danny Robertson, Rotex Masters driver, starting fourth. Scott Roberts, Rotex Masters driver in the 628 will start fifth. Sixth, it'll be the 38 of Andrew Burley, Rotex Senior driver. Starting seventh, Tag Senior driver in the 96, Jeff Schmidt. Rotex Masters driver Scott Haas in the 51, starting eighth. Ninth, it'll be Tag Masters driver in the number 9, Jim Glitch. And Rotex Masters driver 610 Dan Almer will start in the 10th spot. Green is out. We're underway. 14 laps and heavy traffic through turn number 1. Scott Haas starting in the 9th position overall. Again, he comes in this weekend as your Rotex Masters points leader, coming off a big win back in September in round number 1. Scott Roberts second in the point standings, and Danny Robertson third. So out of those three drivers, Danny Robertson with the best start so far on the Rotex Masters side. .206 Masters, you're on the grid. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. That'll be junior drivers. You are pre-grid. Rock senior driver Baylor Griffin really off to a very good start. Works off at turn number one, the 1.1 second advantage. Avio running in that second spot. Again, Baylor Griffin, Rock senior driver, 30.601. So Griffin, your leader, Rock Senior. Fabio at 402, that's your Rock Masters leader. Danny Robertson, Rotex Masters leader. Again, pretty good race, Rotex Masters. Danny Robertson, Scott Roberts, Pete Fritchie, and Scott Haas all mixing it up. Again, they're running third, fourth, fifth, and sixth in the field as they complete lap number 4 this time by. 4 laps in, 10 to go. And to be expected, Rock senior driver Baylor Griffin able to break away. And he'll head into that tree turn. And Danny Robertson trying to work around the Rock Masters driver. Climbing on that 602. Danny in the 609. Scott Roberts in the 628. Fritchie in the 680. Scott Haas in the 51. As they'll hit lap number 5 this time by Griffin with quick time 30.461. So Rock senior drivers, Rotex Masters, Tag senior. Rock Masters again all mixing it up here as they work on their pre-final 14 laps. There's your overall leader in 357, Baylor Griffin. .206 Masters, we need you on the grid. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. That'll be junior drivers, you are pre-grid. So halfway through it quickly, 7 laps in. Your leader going to come up on lap traffic. That'll be Dan Ulmer, Rotex Masters driver. Gives him plenty of real estate. And Baylor able to work around him, no problem there. Baylor 8 laps in this time by, heading down into turn number 1. That is your Rock senior driver. Checking in on your Rotex Masters, your leader on the Rotex Masters side, Danny Robertson. Scott Roberts second, Pete Fritchie third, Scott Haas running 4th. Again, those are your top 4 on the Rotex Masters side. Baylor Griffin really getting around here quick, 30.447 for your overall leader. And that'll be 9 laps in for Baylor. Danny Robertson holding down the fort as your leader, Rotex Masters. He's got Roberts behind him, and then you got Fritchie and Scott Haas. Those are your 4 Rotex Masters drivers. They're running 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th in the field. With 10 laps in, 4 to go. We need .206 Masters. We need you to the grid. You're up next. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. I'm going to believe this is the first time I've seen a Baylor Griffin here at the Ocala Grand Prix, but man, does he have that cart really hooked up and moving along. As he'll work off the top of the oval, hit the stripe again. That'll complete lap number 11 this time by. And obviously those Rock carts are going to be just a tad quicker. And we're seeing that right now with Rock senior driver Baylor Griffin. And you got Rock Masters in the 402. Fabio running in that second spot on the Rock Masters side again as he's in behind Baylor. And we'll hit lap number 12 this time by. 2 to go. Brian going to show your leader. Baylor Griffin, 2 more circuits to go. Baylor just turned to 30.379 for quick lap. And he'll work off the chicane. Again, good battle. Rotex Masters, Robertson, Roberts, Fritchie, and Scott Haas as they do battle. And Danny Robertson trying to hang on to that top position. Danny finishing 3rd in round number 1 in that final. And we'll get the white flag this time by for Baylor Griffin. Nice lead going into turn number 1. Rotex Masters, Danny Robertson. Getting some breathing room now over Scott Roberts for the top spot. Meantime, Baylor going to work off the tree turn for the final time. Into the showcase, Baylor comes. Off the top of the oval, here comes your Rock senior winner, Baylor Griffin, overall winner in the 357. Fabio Menez in at 402. That'll be your Rock Masters winner. And staying right there in tow, Danny Robertson. He'll pick up the win. Rotex Masters. Scott Roberts 2nd. Pete Fritchie 3rd. Scott Haas will pick up 4th on the Rotex Masters side. Andrew Burley 7th overall Rotex senior driver. Glitch 8th Tag Masters. Jeff Smith 9th overall Tag senior. And then Dan Ulmer in the number 610. So there it is. Your Masters in the book for Fabio Menez, Robertson, Roberts, Fritchie, Scott Haas, and Andrew Burley. So 206 Masters going to make their way out. 14 lap, and here's how we'll line them up. Inside of row number 1, the 4J of Jason Nelson. Outside row 1, Jorge Roots in the number 51. In row number 2, starting 3rd, the 12 of Rick Smith. So 3 carts ready to go, 14 laps. Junior drivers, you're on grid. Junior drivers, you're on grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. Nelson, Roots, Rick Smith going to make their way off the top of the showcase down that oval. And we're ready to go. 14 laps. LO26 Master screen is out. We're underway. Jason Nelson picked up 3rd in round number 1. Jorge finishing that 5th spot. Rick Smith finishing in the 6th position back in September. We'll hit lap number 1 in the books. Again, we'll need junior drivers. You're on grid, Mini Rock. Your pre-grid, Mini Rock. Your pre-grid. Again, Dan Pinkston winning back in September. Dan not in the field. Yeah, we'll need junior drivers. You're next. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. We'll need Mini Rock drivers. We'll need you to the grid, Mini Rock. Nice little battle for that second place position. Jorge going to go right to the inside through the showcase. He'll move up into the top position. Or excuse me, that second spot. So Jorge now second. Give him a little more credit than he deserved right there as he moves into second around Rick Smith. So Nelson, your leader. Jorge running second. Rick Smith running third. Jorge with quick time 36.216. As he goes to work on the 4J of Jason Nelson through the tree turn they come. As they'll work on lap number 5 this time by. Again, Jorge sitting on quick time 36.216. We got a good one going here. Your 206 Masters. Jason Nelson with quick time earlier in qualifying this morning, 36.183. There's your top 3 drivers. Will make their way into the tree turn. Junior drivers, you're on grid, Mini Rock. Your pre-grid, Mini Rock. Your pre-grid. There's your drivers. They'll hit the line led by the 4J, Jason Nelson. Boy, talk about able to gain some ground in the point standings. Pinkston not in the field here in the 206 Masters. As Dan came in this weekend as your points leader. Nick Hill not in the field this weekend. So Jason Nelson, boy, if he could work through this pre-final and that final, will be able to find himself on the top spot in the point standings. Going into that championship weekend in December. And he'll head to the showcase. Your leader closing in on the halfway point, Jason Nelson. We'll see cross flags this time by 7 down, 7 to go. 51, Jorge Root's going to be pounded now by Rick Smith through turn number 1 as Rick works on him through the chicane. Your leader, Jason Nelson, just turned to 36.171. He is your leader off the pole position. Jorge Roots running second, Rick Smith running third. All drivers on the lead lap. Jason Nelson, as I said, with quick time 36.171 for Jason Nelson. Junior drivers, you're up next. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. So Smith able to regain that second place position. Found an open lane coming through turn number 1 right to the inside. Boy, problem looks like slowing down the 51. Jorge really slow now. You see him looking down at that engine. And it looks like he's going to call it a day here in the pre-final. Got the hand up. So Jorge will limp it into the pits. And that'll end his pre-final. So Jason Nelson moving right along. He's got 9 laps in as he holds on to the top spot by 1.7 seconds now over Rick Smith. So working on lap number 10, Jason Nelson, 206 Masters. Off the top of the oval to the line he comes, 10 in, 4 to go. For the 4J of Jason Nelson, he can be cashing in on a big weekend, double points. The guys ahead of him, Nick Hill, Dan Pinkston, not in the field here this afternoon. As Jason Nelson comes in this weekend third in the point standings. With either Hill or Pinkston in the field, going to really open up the floodgates for Jason Nelson to gain a lot of ground as he strides for a championship here in the Fall-Winter Series. And he'll head off the top of the oval. 11 laps complete this time by for the 4J of Jason Nelson. Junior drivers, you're on grid mini rock. Your pre-grid mini rock drivers, you are pre-grid. So final 2 to go for Jason Nelson as he sits on a 2.2 second advantage over Rick Smith. Again, Jason Nelson, best lap time, 36.171. I mean, look at the competition. Rick Smith, 36.319, his best lap. And Jorge Roots had a 36.216, so they're pretty close. As we'll get the white flag next time by Jason Nelson down the front stretch. He's got 1 to go this time by. White flag up, final circuit. As Nelson will work his way through the chicane for the last time. Junior drivers, you're up next. We're on the final lap here in your 206 Masters, led by Jason Nelson, wire to wire. Jason off the tree turn for the last time. So here he comes, your 206 Masters. Pre-final winner in the 4J goes to Jason Nelson. Smith will pick up second. Jorge Roots will be credited with that third spot. So there it is, your pre-final winner, Jason Nelson. Need Mini Rock. We need you on the grid. Shifters, your pre-grid for your pre-finals. Shifters, your pre-grid. And we're set to go. Rock Junior drivers along with Tag Junior. Here's how we'll line them up. Inside of row number 1, the 211 of Bryce Haynes. Outside row 1, doing double duty today, Cody Crooker in the 227, starting second. Third, the 219 of Anthony Zappone. Starting fourth, the 233 of Ryan Rackley. And then you have Nick Trumbull starting fifth. That is your Tag Junior driver, Nick, in the 278. 14-lap pre-final. Rackley with a second place finish in round number 1. Bryce had picked up that podium finish, had a third place run in round number 1. Again, Dylan Gennaro not running with us. Dylan, a winner back in September. Rackley second in the point standings. Bryce Haynes third in the point standings. Anthony Zappone coming in this weekend with a 6th place finish back in round number 1. Cody with an 8th place finish in round number 1. So off to a good start. Bryce Haynes in the 211. Again, really nobody breaking away. And you go back, you look at qualifying, all 5 drivers, including the Tag Junior driver, Nick Trumbull, qualified in the 32nd bracket. And you look at the times. Bryce Haynes qualified outside of Bryce with a 29.985. So he was the only driver that did not get into that 32nd bracket. But again, 29.985. And then the rest of the drivers all in the 32nd bracket. You had a 30.047 for Cody. Anthony Zappone 30.103 in qualifying. Ryan Rackley 30.140. Nick Trumbull with a 30.611. But again, Bryce Haynes the only driver to get down to that 29-second bracket, 29.985 for your current leader, Bryce Haynes. And he's on the march right now. Bryce Haynes just turned a 30.239, so he continues to pick it up. So last 2 laps have been quick time set by your leader. Rackley running second. Running third is Anthony Zappone. Cody running fourth. Nick Trumbull, your Tag Junior driver, in that 5th place position. Contact coming through the tree turn. They'll collect 2 drivers in the barriers. Battling for position. In the meantime, Bryce Haynes will cross the line. He brings Cody Crooker with him. Again, that will be Ryan Rackley and Anthony Zappone piling it up off the tree turn. There's Ryan Rackley, obviously not very happy with Anthony Zappone. Trying to get that cart out of harm's way. Very disappointed. Ryan Rackley was right there in contention. There's the 219. As you see, Ryan staring him down into turn 1. We'll try to get Ryan out of there into safety. He's not going to give it up. He's going to give a piece of his mind to Anthony Zappone. He's going to get in that spot by the tree turn. You see him throwing the hands up, and I'm not sure what happened. But they definitely got together, and officials will sort it out. Boy, Ryan had a good run going. All 4 drivers are right there in the mix of things. In the meantime, how about this? The 211 of Bryce Haynes. Commanding lead now for the 211. And sometimes it pays to be up front like that. And you see a lot of times in racing, boy, they get bunched up. And Bryce Haynes just blew right around Anthony Zappone there. That kid is on a mission right now in the 211. He's probably like, hey, where's the competition? As he checks out here with 7 in, 7 to go. So Bryce Haynes, your leader, with a 2.5 second advantage over Cody. Tag Junior driver Nick Trumbull running third. Anthony Zappone down 1 lap running fourth. Out of the race is Ryan Rackley. Again, the good thing for Rackley, not a thick field of drivers, so Ryan have a shot at a win in that final later on this afternoon. Yeah, another one of those drivers looking to cash in here on double points. And boy, Bryce Haynes in a pretty good spot, third in the point standings here in round number 3. Championship driver out of Spring Hill. Again in the 211, Bryce Haynes. I'm telling you, that cart is just flying right along. 30.188 for Bryce. Again, he may not think so. He dipped down in the 29-second bracket in qualifying with a 29.985. And he is motoring through that chicane. He's got the feel right now, Bryce Haynes. He works off the tree turn. He'll work on lap number 10, going back to lap number 9. 30.152 for Bryce, so he is definitely quicker as he comes off the oval. And he'll hit lap number 10 this time by. Cody Crooker with a 30.197. Currently 2.9 seconds behind Bryce. Mini Rock, we need you on the grid. Shifters, your pre-grid. So Bryce moving right along, heads up to the showcase. He'll make his way off the exit of the oval down the front stretch. And it'll be lap 11 in the books this time by. He just turns a 30.126. I'm telling you, that feel, that cart's got to be something else for Bryce Haynes. He is just moving right along. Picked up the pole in qualifying, and he is trucking right along as he exits off the tree turn. You can see a confident little driver right there, Bryce Haynes. And he'll hit lap number 12. It'll be 2 to go. This time by the 211. Spring Hill, Florida driver Bryce Haynes down into turn number 1. As he comes off turn number 1, he's got a 3.2 second advantage for Bryce. We'll see if he can get into that 29-second bracket. A 30.126. He's knocking on the door. He has got that car dialed in. He'll work his way through the showcase, comes off the top of the oval. White flag up, 1 to go. Bryce Haynes will hit the stripe for the final time. And he's got a 3.3 second advantage over Cody. Nick Trumbull, tag junior driver running third. Anthony Zappone running in that 4th spot. Anthony currently 1 lap down. So Bryce will cruise home. Here he comes. He'll work through the showcase. Your Rock Junior pre-final winner will go to the 211 of Bryce Haynes. Bryce is probably like, let's just keep on going. That cart is on a rail. So checker flag with the black flag. I'm sure that had something to do with Anthony and Ryan getting together earlier, but we'll let officials sort it out. But unofficially, Bryce Haynes, your winner. And we'll see Bryce starting on that pole position in the final later on this afternoon. And Ryan Rackley going to plead his case there. Charlie going to talk to him, find out what happened, and get that cart picked up, and we're going to get set to go for your Mini Rock. 12 laps. Anthony Nunzio, Anthony in the 43 on the pole position. Anthony with a 32.713. Anthony coming in as your points leader. Scored the win back in September. Outside row number 1, the 181 of Anderson Leonard. Evan Hamburg in the 114 starts third. Fourth will be the 7 of Nikita Johnson. Jeremy Fletcher in the 122 starting fifth. Sixth, the 77 of Paul Bacuse. Alex Powell all the way over from Trinidad in the number 80 will start 7th. Sophia Durango in the number 3 starting 8th. Dean Dibnall in the number 119 starting 9th. 10th will be the 51 of Granger Para. Daniel Krajewski in the number 9 will start 11th. 12th will be the 11 of Jorge Ortiz. Leandro Martins in the number 18 will start 13th. 14th, Julian DaCosta in the number 23. Gabby Ramirez into number 151, starting 15th. 16th will be the 177 of Tristan DeVella. Wilson Martins Jr. into number 88 will start 17th, followed by the 24 of Monty Cherry, starting in the 18th position. So 18 drivers ready to go for 12 laps in your mini rock. Point standings, Joey again is your points leader. Anderson second in the point standings. Jeremy Fletcher third. Alex Powell and Daniel Kajewski, your top five. Again, be sure to get onto our Facebook at Ocala Grand Prix. We'll set up some great interviews you'll be able to check out this weekend, including Paul Bacuse. Had a chance to interview him and Alex Powell together. A couple good little competitors. Paul out of the Orlando area. Alex Powell coming out of Trinidad. There's a youngster been traveling around the country, around the world, Alex Powell. And he'll be in Vegas again next weekend for the SCUSA Series. And again, I had a chance during lunch to do a little interview with them. You can see that interview on our Facebook coming up this Friday. Also, Joey sitting on that pole position. Had a chance to chat with Joey. Good little competitor. Great kid, a lot of energy. And he's taking that energy right here on the track as he's got himself on the pole position with a 32.713 for Joey. Anderson Leonard. Again, a great run in round number one for Anderson. Quiet driver, gets the job done. He'll be outside of row number one, finishing second back in the first opening weekend of round number one of our Fall-Winter Series. Jeremy Fletcher. Jeremy going to start in the fifth position in that 122. Fletcher getting a podium finish back in round number one. He finished third. Talking about Alex Powell, finished fourth in round number one. Daniel Kajewski, fifth. Nice looking field of drivers, mini rock, and many of these drivers competed in Rock Cup here in the 2016 season and multiple Rock Cup series, including the Florida Winter Tour version of the Rock Cup, and of course the Florida Series, and the 2 rounds of the Midwest, and of course championship weekend in Orlando back in September. We'll need shifters. You're next. That'll be shifters for your pre-final. You're next. Then of course we'll get the shifters in. We'll get a break, a 15-minute break, and we will move on into our finals. 43, Joey on that pole position. Anderson Leonard outside of row number one. Evan Handberg, Nikita Johnson. A couple hot shoots right there in row number two. Then you got Jeremy Fletcher, Paul Bacuse in row number three. Alex Powell starting seventh. So Ian Ringo in that number three will start eighth. Dean Dibdahl ninth. Then you got Granger Paris starting in the 10th spot. And it looks like the 18 of Leandro Martins will make it out. Yeah, we'll need shifter drivers. You're on the grid. Shifters for your pre-final. So Mini Rock ready to go. 12 laps. We had Anazio in that 43. Joey, a winner back in September. He'll be inside of row number one, your pole sitter. Great young man, boy, just loves the race, full of energy, great youngster. And he's going to bring that energy up to that pole position. As they work off the tree turn, Anderson Leonard, very good little driver there in a 181 to the outside. Not going to make it easy on Joey. Then you got Fletcher in there, Evan Handberg, Paul Bacuse, Alex Powell, all in mid-pack. Talk about some talent right here as we're set to go. 12 laps, Mini Rock, ready to roll out. No start, no start. And Brian will wave him off. He'll give him one more time around. Again, be sure to go to our website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. Take a look at all the neat things. Follow along on Facebook. Of course, you can follow along with all your point standings, OcalaGrandPrix.com. So Joey in the 43, Anderson in the 181, row number 2, Evan Hanberg, Nikita Johnson, Fletcher Bacuse, starting 5th and 6th. Alex Powell all the way over from Trinidad in that number 80. And he'll start in the 7th position. So 12 laps. Brian likes what he sees. Mini Rock, pre-final. And we'll see green. It's out. Everybody on the gas. Boy, they are just going to scatter 3 wide into turn number 1. Still some side-by-side racing. Alex Powell going to stuff his way in there as they come off that chicane. Everybody. So a little bit of contact now. Several karts going to get together. Looks like they're able to keep them going. They'll gather them up. Everybody back under power. And I believe that had been Ortiz, one of those drivers in that mix-up. It was Ortiz in the 11. Also the 119. Again, that'll be Dean Dibdahl and Daniel Krajewski. And it looks like now we're seeing Paul Bacuse and Jeremy Fletcher also apparently dropped out. Or did get together. We'll check on those 2 drivers. So heavy traffic off the tree turn, trying to run down Jeremy Fletcher. So it is Jeremy up into that top position as he does battle Joey looking to the inside. Fletcher going to bring Evan Hanberg right with him as they come down into turn number 1. So Fletcher is your leader. So again, to clarify that, Paul Bacuse being scored 8th as Fletcher was your leader last time by. So Joey going to stay right with them as they come off that showcase. He'll hit lap number 4 again. See Joey running that inside lane as he tries to make it stick. Fletcher able to outmuscle him through turn number 1. Complete opposite approach into turn number 1. Jeremy way to the outside. Joey way to the inside. Again, Fletcher coming from that 5th starting position as he sees Joey come by off the tree turn. So Joey now gets it away from Jeremy Fletcher. They'll hit lap number 5 this time by. Great battle up front. Boy, Evan Hanberg in that 114. Solid run going for Evan. Qualified 3rd. Good 5-kart mix as they work their way through the chicane. Polsitter, Joey continue to hang on. Jeremy running 2nd. Evan Hanberg 3rd. Nikita Johnson, Anderson, Leonard. Alex Powell currently with quick time, 32.852. You see Alex right there running in that 6th position. So Joey having his way will pick up. Cross flag, 6 down, 6 to go. Your pole sitter, Joey leading. Running 2nd, Jeremy Fletcher. Evan Hanberg running 3rd. Nikita Johnson 4th. 5th will be Leonard. Alex Powell running 6th. Sophia Durango running 7th. Paul Bacuse running 8th. Granger Perrin 9th. Ramirez running 10th. Lindro Martins running 11th. Bella running 12th. DaCosta running in that 13th spot. Wilson Martins Jr. 14th. Monticelli 15th. Ortiz running 16th. Dean Dibdahl 17th. And Krajewski running in there in that 18th position. Boy, Evan Hamburg, boy, that cart is really dialed in for Evan. Last time by, he'll pick up that second position. Joey, your pole sitter, turns quick time 32.832. Heavy pack of traffic. Boy, what a freight train of traffic off the tree turn into the showcase to the top part of that oval. They'll hit 8 laps in, this time by 8 complete. Kind of watching the different approach coming into turn number 1. Joey more to the inside. Evan Hamburg kind of staying right with him as they went into turn number 1. Then you had Nikita Johnson running the center of the track down into turn number 1. So everybody looking for that advantage. Which is the best lane to go? Fletcher right there in the mix of things. Back into that 5th position. Alex Powell in behind him. Sophia Rango in that number 3. Great run going for Sophia in that number 3 in the top 10 as they head to the line. Now Sophia going to go to the inside of Alex Powell and going to make it stick through turn number 1. Sophia, nice little piece of driving there. Work around Alex Powell. Not an easy task. And Sophia kicking it up a notch. Great job there by the number 3. Qualified in that 8th position. Right now being scored 6th. She was able to work around Alex Powell. So Joey up front will hit lap number 10 this time by. And we need shifters. You're up next. We need you to the grid. Shifters. All shifter drivers. So final 2 to go. Might be 2 laps to go, but this one's a ways from being over. Heavy competition as they go nose to tail. At least 5 deep off the tree turn with Fletcher hanging on to that top pack as they work through the showcase. Joey looking for a perfect afternoon. He is your points leader. He'll pick up the white flag. That head's bobbing and weaving, looking to see what's going on behind him. Joey, your leader. Evan running second. Nikita Johnson third. Anderson. Then you got Jeremy Fletcher, your top 5. And Evan, boy, what a day for Evan Hamburg. Really solid here this afternoon. 11th place finish back in round number 1. And he's right there in that second position through the showcase off the top of the oval. Checker flag. Joey going to make the deal, and he wins it. So Joey will pick up your Mini Rock pre-final win, coming home second. Evan Hamburg, Nikita Johnson. Top 3 finish, Anderson Leonard 4th. Jeremy Fletcher will pick up 5th. Sophia will grab that 6th place position. Alex Powell 7th. Paul Bacuse 8th. Granger Parra 9th. Ramirez 10th. Leandro Martins will pick up 11th. Tristan Davila 12th. Wilson Martins Jr. 13th. DaCosta 14th. Dean Dibnall 15th. Daniel Krajewski 16th. Ortiz 17th. Monticelli 18th. And that'll wrap it up. All drivers did finish on the lead lap. Your winner, Joey, will pick up quick time. As Joey turned a very quick lap time in that 32-second bracket. Yeah, we need shifters, all shifter drivers, or you're about to get on the track. So shifters going to make their way out last pre-final of the day. Yeah, we'll get about a 15-minute break, and then we will move on into our finals. So Michael Stevens, he'll lead the troops onto the track in the 541. He'll be your Shifter Rock senior driver. Michael with a 28.947. Outside row one, Shifter Rock senior driver, Kristen Fritsch in the 723. Rock senior driver, shifter driver, John Perry Hilton. John will start third. In the 510, they'll be starting fourth, Vincenzo Saraceno. Starting fifth, the 605, that'll be Farshed Begary, stock moto driver. Shifter master driver, Marcet Hasdick in the 419. Seventh, it'll be Sean Powell in the number 14. 14 laps for your shifters. So I'll shake them down, get them ready to go. Last pre-final, again, we'll get a 15-minute break. Looking ahead to our finals, Kid Karts, you can make your way up to the grid. You'll go 10 laps in your final. Rotex Club Karts, you'll go 16 laps. Micromax, Micro Rock, you'll hit 16 laps. 206 Senior, Medium, and Heavy, they'll go 20 laps. Along with DD2 Masters. Senior drivers will go 20. 206 Masters, you'll go 20 laps. Junior drivers, you'll get 20. Shifters, you'll get 20 in your final. Mini Rock, 16-lap final for those Mini Rock drivers. Mini Max, you'll get 16 laps in your final. So row number one, Shifter Rock senior driver Michael Stevens. Talked to Michael last time out. He's getting off the line. That's where it's at. And boy, I'll tell you, he's been very good. Him and Saraceno. Both have been very good coming off the line. Stevens and Fritsch, row number one. Hilton and Saraceno. Those are all four Shifter Rock senior drivers. Brian going to look him over. Green is out. We're underway. There's Michael Stevens again coming off the line. Tell you, the kid knows how to make it work. Coming off that line is everything. And Hades just come out of the gate very strong as he works through the chicane for the first time. 14 laps. I said it during qualifying. You look at Michael Stevens, Vincenzo Saraceno. It was just like yesterday. They were both in the shifter junior class, and they have developed in some very, very talented shifter drivers. Saraceno in the 510 as he gets up to that second spot. Stevens in the 541. Again, they have really come along very, very well. Couple of youngsters been driving at it for a long time. Saraceno, long-time racer. And you look at these kids, you go, a long-time racer. Well, I think Vincenzo maybe about, what, 15 years old? Michael about 14, 15 years old. And again, Saraceno, he's been at it a long time. And they'll work their way around. Into the tree turn, Michael Stevens. Again, Michael dropped a 28.947 in qualifying. The only driver to get in that 28-second bracket. We'll see what he does here as he hits into lap number 3 this time by. And he's at a 29.014 for Michael Stevens. Wow. Nice lap there for Michael Stevens, 29.014. Saraceno keeps pace with him. 29.087. The entire field in lap number 3 had their best lap, so we'll see if they can keep it going forward as they come around for lap number 4. And Stevens does it again, 28.952. So Michael, he just surpassed his qualifying effort at 28.947. as he turned a last lap time of 28.952 for Michael Stevens. Well, you don't think that's frustration for the rest of the field. The youngster just kicking it up a notch. So right now, Michael with about a 1.1 second advantage over Saraceno. Rock senior driver Christian Fritz running third. John Perry Hilton running in that fourth spot. As they've got 5 complete this time by. 14-lap pre-final. Stevens started on that pole position. And he continues to lead the field all the way around as he'll head to the timing and scoring loop quickly 6 laps in out of 14-lap pre-final. And kid carts, you can bring up your carts for your final. Again, we'll take about a 15-minute break in between our pre-final and final. So Michael Stevens will pick up the halfway sign, takes that Tony cart down into turn number 1. Sits on a 1.3 second advantage over Saraceno. Vincenzo running second, Christian Fritz running third, John Perry Hilton running fourth. Those are your 4 Shifter Rock senior drivers. Running 5th overall, Shifter Master driver, Marcet Hasdick. In behind him, Farshed Begary Stock Moto, and then Sean Powell, Shifter Master driver, running 7th. Currently, all drivers on the lead lap. Quick time goes to your leader, Michael Stevens with a 28.952. I mean, it's amazing how well Michael Stevens has adapted to this shifter cart. Yeah, trouble right there mid part of that chicane. One driver coming to a stop, going to bail out. As Michael hit lap number 9 this time by. So Stevens will hit the line. It'll be 10 laps complete, 4 to go. So again, that driver out is your Shifter Master driver. At the time was your leader, Marcet Hasdick. So Marcet will have to try to regroup and get it ready for the final. As the laps dwindle down with 4 to go. Next time by, it'll be 3 to go for Michael Stevens. Boy, Saraceno putting up some good laps there in lap number 8, couple laps ago. 28.952 for Saraceno. He's only 1.5 seconds behind Michael Stevens. But again, Michael turning laps 29.042 last time by. And he's able to keep about a 1.7 second gap between him and Vincenzo Saraceno with 2 to go. So final 2 circuits to go. And kid carts, you can bring them up to the grid. We will take about a 15-minute break before you hit the finals. But again, we can bring them up. And Michael will pick up the white flag. He's got one more circuit to go. Michael Stevens. So Michael off the tree turn, and he'll go wire to wire as he heads to the showcase off the top of the oval. Your Shifter Rock Senior winner in a 5-4-1. It'll be Michael Stevens. Great job for Michael. Saraceno, another solid run. He'll pick up second. Christian Fritz will come home third. John Perry Hilton fourth. 5th overall stock moto driver, Farshed Begary. So Marcet Hasdick was able to regain and get that cart, that Shifter Master, fired up. And he'll come across the line 6, followed by Sean Powell. So there it is, your pre-finals in the books. So we'll get started just about 4:04 for our first final of the day. That'll be your kid karts, and they will go 10 laps. So we're about 4:04, green flag, as we'll give our track workers a quick break. We'll get set back to racing about 4:04 with your kid karts. So just a couple minutes out from our finals. Kid karts, you're on grid. Road tax club kart drivers, you are pre-grid. Again, that'll be kid karts, you're on grid. Pre-grid will be road tax club karts. Road tax club kart drivers, you are pre-grid. So again, this being a very special weekend, Veterans Day weekend, we'd like to take some time out and thank all of our veterans who have served in the past. We cannot do it without you. You are our heroes. All those veterans, we want to thank you. And of course, as always, we want to remember those who have passed away, and of course, those who are currently serving in our military. Again, those are the heroes, again, our veterans. And I know we have a lot of veterans here who have served. We want to thank you so much, along with my brother and father, of course, who have served in the U.S. Navy. I want to thank them and all the veterans here on this Veterans Day weekend. As I said, you are our heroes here in America. At this time, we may have your attention. We ask that you please rise. We direct your attention to the center of our track. We ask that everybody please remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. Let's go racing once again. Good afternoon and welcome to Ocala Grand Prix, round number 3. Finals coming up here in just a couple minutes. But once again, thank you to all the veterans. Again, you are our heroes. Again, don't forget those veterans here on Veterans Day weekend. We appreciate everything you did for us, and of course, all those currently serving. And those who have lost, again, we appreciate their hard work and, again, all their service over the years. So Kid Kart's going to come up next. Again, they'll get set to go for their final. Kid Karts, you will go 10 laps. Road tax club kart drivers, you'll go 16. You are pre-grid. So just a couple minutes out for our finals. Double points weekend here at Ocala Grand Prix. Very exciting weekend. And of course, a little short in fall-winter series, losing October to Hurricane Matthew. And again, all was well here at Ocala Grand Prix as we work our way into our finals. So Kid Karts, just about 4 minutes out. We'll get you ready to roll for your final. Again, don't forget, at the end of the day, please be sure to return your transponders at the scales. Also, we will have podium awards once we conclude all racing for the day. So hopefully you'll be able to stick around and get you set for your podium awards a little bit later on this evening. Again, kid carts just about ready to roll for 10. Rotex club carts. You are pre-grid. So quick check of the weather. Partly cloudy skies. We're at about 76 degrees here at the Ocala Grand Prix. Quite a difference from last time we were here back in September. But again, 76 degrees under partly cloudy skies. And should be a nice pleasant evening as temperatures will drop down to about 53 degrees here tonight. So picture perfect racing weather here at Ocala Grand Prix as we move into round number 3. Again, double points here. And then also double points, and we go round number 4 coming up in December. So a lot at stake right here this weekend. So crew back in their positions, and we're about ready to go with your kid carts. The one they're running down is the 59 of Melina Brickner. Picture perfect day for Melina Brickner on the pole position in the 59. Kai Johnson in the number 1. Kai will start outside of row number 1. Sophia Krajewski in the number 3 will start third. Again, Melina picked up fast time in qualifying. Backed it up with a win in the pre-final. And now looking to wrap it up here this afternoon. And a big day in the point standings for Melina Brickner. And Melina coming in this weekend second in the point standings. And you may say, all right, well, how's that going to work out? Well, Carson Walters, who's moved up now, is out of kid carts. Carson winning back in September, not in the field. So again, this could be a big one for Melina Brickner. Double points weekend. Shooting for a championship here, and she has been on a rail. That cart has been moving along very well for Melina. Finished second back in September. And she'll be on that pole position. Been a great run for Kai Johnson, the younger brother Nikita. Just now getting into kid carts. And youngster, he's been ready, I think, since he came out of the womb, that youngster. Just a very talented little driver, great kid. Kai Johnson in the number 1. And, of course, hanging around his brother Nikita. I don't see why he wouldn't want to race. A couple talented youngsters. So Kyle will be outside row number 1. Sophia Krajewski in the number 3 will start third. And again, they're going to go 10 laps. Rotex Club Kart drivers, we need you on the grid. We'll need Micromax, Micro Rock. You can make your way to the grid for your final. So we're looking to go green. It's out. We're underway. Field a hit to the timing and scoring loop. Green is out. Well, I said it earlier during the pre-final is Nikita Johnson's brother out there and the track now. It was just like yesterday. Nikita was in the kid kart class. So Kai now moves in the kid karts. Kai making his first start here in the Fall-Winter Series with us here at Ocala Grand Prix. And again, this is a very good program for these youngsters to get started. And we've seen a handful of drivers. We talked about Carson Walters. Again, Carson moving up out of the kid karts after having a great run with the WK Man Cup. Carson getting a top 3 finish in the point standings. Ran the Man Cup stuff with WKA last here in 2016. She has moved up out of kid karts. Sebastian Weldon and other drivers come up out of kid karts. I talked about Ori Ortiz just a couple years ago. Him and Nikita both in kid karts. So they've really gained a lot of experience here with the kid kart class at Ocala Grand Prix, and gives them great seat time and gives them a lot of great experience. Now I can go down the list of drivers over the years that have come up through kid karts, starting at ages 4 or 5 years old. It's just remarkable what careers these youngsters have put out. Starting out at age 4 or 5, just remarkable how well these kids are talented. You know, talked about earlier in the shifter cart. Vincenzo Saraceno, another youngster that was very, very young when he started. Now he's up into that senior shifter class at age 15. You talk about years of experience with these drivers. But again, when they're starting out at age 4 or 5, they really gain the experience. And it's remarkable what these youngsters can do. I watched a lot of them come up through the ranks. A lot of talent out there in the world of racing. You're seeing so much of it here at Ocala Grand Prix. Again, they got to be proud of the drivers. As we've seen and talked about Tyler Gonzalez, TylerMotorsports.com Driver of the Year. You got Dylan Gennaro, Zachary Howinshead, Jeremy Fletcher, drivers competing all around the country, all around the world. As a handful of those drivers were over in Italy just a couple weeks ago. Dylan Gennaro, Zachary Howinshead. But he had some very talented drivers coming up through kid karts. Amazing what they learn here at Ocala Grand Prix. As we work on lap number 4 next time by Molina, now with a big lead, 16-second advantage over Krajewski. Guy Johnson running third, Molina. The 46.482. Won't be long before we see this young lady up to another level. She come along very, very well. Getting around like a pro, and that number 59 hits the timing and scoring loop. It'll be 4 laps in, this time by 4 out of 10 here in your first final of the day, kid karts. And be sure to follow us on Facebook at Ocala Grand Prix. Also the website, OcalaGrandPrix.com. Also, you can follow me on Facebook at Tony Modica. Somebody texted me, said, want to thank you, Tony, for putting up the video, which was probably not a great video that Ryan Norberg would like to see. If you have not seen probably one of the horrific crashes probably in karting at all time, go to my Facebook, Tony Modica, and you'll see the Ryan Norberg very, very bad crash up in Vegas, out in Vegas this past week. And actually a slow motion, a very, very bad accident with Ryan Norberg. Of course, Ryan was able to walk away with it, running under the OGP tent last weekend in Vegas. That video is still up on my, I know they took a lot of those videos down. Very, very horrific crash. But again, it's down in the slow motion of Ryan Norberg. And again, a cart coming right on top of his head. But again, Ryan able to walk away with it, and not the weekend he wanted to have out in Vegas last weekend. Also, you got the Tyler Gonzalez final pass. I got that little video up on my Facebook. You can check it out. Also, the Lance Stroll. I know that has caused a lot of controversy in the world of racing. I don't know if you've seen that before. 18-year-old Canadian driver Lance Stroll found himself in an F1 ride coming up in 2017. And there was a lot of controversy over that. And father spent about $80 million to get him in an F1 ride. If you've not seen the story, it's on my Facebook. But again, that has caused a lot of controversy, and I've actually had the opportunity to call a couple races, Lance Stroll, in the Florida Winter Tour going back to 2010. As the youngster, 18 years old, will move on to F1 coming up in 2017. I think he'll just be turning 19. Lance Stroll coming out of Canada, but I've watched him many, many races through the Florida Winter Tour, and he's picked up a handful of championships. But again, that has struck the nerve of a lot of people in the world of racing. I guess currently to the story, his father put up about $80 million to get him a seat in F1. But you know, I guess if you're worth a couple billion, what's $80 million? But again, the kid's got some talent, but we'll see what happens. There's a lot of people kind of raising an eyebrow on that one. Lance Stroll, the Canadian driver, 18 years old, ahead to F1 coming up in 2017. But again, check out some of those cool things on my Facebook. Again, at Tony Modica on Facebook. So final 2 to go. Melina Brickner moving right along. Cash it in on double points. Melina coming in this weekend, second in the point standings. She will be able to walk out of here as your points leader. Sticks together for a couple more laps, and it has been picture perfect. Crew's got that cart dialed in. And Melina will cycle around. A lap and a half to go. She'll work off that tree turn. Turned out some pretty good laps. 45.366 her quick time. Need club cart drivers, you're on grid. Micro Rock, you are pre-grid. Micro Max, Micro Rock, you are pre-grid. Once again, we'll need Micro Max, Micro Rock. We need you please come to the grid as the white flag out, 1 to go. But yet another great successful run by our kid carts here at Ocala Grand Prix. Sophia Krajewski, a great run, getting some great seat time, getting the feel here at Ocala Grand Prix, as is Kai Johnson. Before you blink your eyes, these youngsters will be moving up into another class. As Melina will come down the front stretch, and she will seal the deal. Here comes your kid cart winner in the 59, Melina Brickner. But once again, a great job by our kid cart drivers. Once again, this reminder, please be sure to return your transponders. As you do, wrap up your racing for the day at the scales. And, of course, we'll have podium awards once we conclude all racing for the day. So there's Kai Johnson going to wrap up his afternoon. Rotex Club Carts, they're going to come out next for their final. And they get 16 laps to work it out here at Ocala Grand Prix. Again, Micromax, we'll need you to the grid. That'll be Micromax drivers. Micro Max, Micro Rock, you are now up on the grid. 206 senior, medium, and heavy drivers, you're pre-grid. So Club Cart's going to make their way out 16 laps. That'll put Micro Max, Micro Rock, you're now on the grid. 206 senior, medium, and senior heavy, you're pre-grid. So Hayton White in the number 105 sits on that pole position. Vinny Leonardis in the number 130. Vinny outside of row number 1. Both drivers making their first start here in the 2016 Fall Winter Series. And a great opportunity, as we talk about it each and every month, to get yourself involved in racing. And you like to get out and check it out, this is the best way to do it. You arrive, we take care of everything. We'll get the helmet, the neck brace, the gloves, the fire suit. We'll hook you up, and we'll put you in a great cart and have some fun. And, of course, if maybe you don't want to be involved in the race weekend, stop by here at Ocala Grand Prix. Check out our concession carts. A lot of fun. Go to the website, ocalagrandprix.com, and get all the information. Come on out and have some fun. So Anytime in the 105, Manny Lardis in the 130. They'll make their way around. Again, they'll go 16 laps. And Micromax and Micro Rock, we need you on the grid. Pre-grid, 206 senior medium, senior heavy. You are pre-grid. Be able to approach the start-finish line. 16 laps. Road Tax Club Cart's going to take the green. It's out, and we are underway. So we'll see if Vinny Leonardis is able to edge around Aton White again to try to get ahead of him. But again, it's been a great run for Aton White. Again, picked up quick time in qualifying. Scored the win in the pre-final. So we'll see what happens here. Just underway. So we'll hit lap number 1. Aton White not going to waste any time. Sets quick time, 38.209. Yeah, we'll need Micromax, Micro Rock drivers. Need you on the grid. 206 senior, medium, and senior heavy. You are pre-grid. Once again, on the grid is your Micromax, Micro Rock. You're on grid. You're up next. As Aton White getting it dialed in here in the 105. He'll hit lap number 4 on a 16. 37.692 overall quick time for your leader. Aton White going back his best lap time in the pre-final, 36.734. And right now he's at a 37.481. So Aton right now, 5.7 second advantage. Working his way around 0.6 of a mile here at Ocala Grand Prix. Chicane with no hairpin. And watching Aton, well, I believe Aton, he's got some experience of driving, really wheeling that cart around. Next time by, we'll pick up the halfway point, working on your Rotex Club cards halfway. And be sure to follow us on Facebook, Ocala Grand Prix, and of course on Fridays, check out the latest videos. Got some great interviews with some of the drivers from today, and thought about it. Had a chance to check in with a couple drivers, Alex Powell and Paul Bacuse, and we'll be able to see some of that video coming up on a Friday at Ocala Grand Prix on our Facebook. A couple of great little up-and-coming stars, Alex Powell and Alex from Trinidad, and of course Paul out of the Orlando area. A couple great kids, watching them quite a bit this year in Rock Cup, and bright future for those two stars. But again, check it out, Facebook. Should not only wait till Friday, check it out daily. Some great pictures and neat things coming up on our Facebook. And Todd White, 8 in, 8 to go. Anton now with a 7.9 second advantage for your leader. Said both drivers making their first start here in our fall winter series at Ocala Grand Prix. And Rotex Micromax, those drivers patiently waiting for their final. They'll come up next. And they will go 16 laps. What a field there. 12 drivers ready to roll for their final. And Rotex Micromax, they're up on the grid. 206 senior, medium, senior heavy, your pre-grid. And again, 16-lap Rotex Micromax with Nikita Johnson and his teammate, AKT teammate Jorge Ortiz in row number 1. I'll tell you, Gonzalo Aponte's really put together a pretty solid young contingency of drivers. Both of those drivers, Johnson and Ortiz, just returning from Vegas, from the U.S. Open out there, and great run for those drivers, getting some great experience out there in Vegas. And again, they're going to be 1-2 with Nikita on the pole and Jorge Ortiz outside of row number 1. They're going to have to contend with a very quick Alex Jakey. Alex will start third in that Rotex Micromax final. 16-lap finals. Drivers getting ready to go, just a couple of minutes out. And they'll get set to go 16 laps. In the meantime, your Rotex Club car leader, Anton White, right now with 11-second advantage over Vinny Lenardis. As I said, both drivers making their first start here in the 2016 season. I know Vinny, I was talking to him this morning. He was telling me, man, I've been watching these guys, and I wanted to try it, and this is the first time out, and hoping to see this class build up. But again, nice arrive and drive program. Want to come out and get a little seat time, have some fun. I don't want to make that investment. This is the way to go. Show up, and we'll hook you up. We'll take care of you. All the way from the helmet, neck brace, gloves, fire suit, everything. The cart, and Frank does a great job getting these things dialed up, dialed in. So as they work their way around, 13 laps complete. In the meantime, Todd White turns a quick lap time of 36.974. So not only has he got the commanding lead, continues to pick up the pace for Anton White. Again, what a day for him. Picked up quick time in qualifying. Your winner in the pre-final. And right now sitting at about 11-second advantage over Vinny Lenardis. So 14 laps in, final 2 to go for your leader, Anton White. First start for your race leader in that number 105. And a white flag will hang. 1 to go. Anton White will cycle out one more time. And how quick it happens, as this will put Eitan White, making his first start, into the points lead here on double points weekend. And he'll work his way off the tree turn for the final time. Heads up to the showcase. And he'll seal the deal. So your Rotex Club Kart final winner will go to the 105 of Eitan White. It goes wire to wire. Arnaitis will be scored in that second place position. But a great job, though. Eitan White got it dialed in and hooked up here this afternoon, and he'll score the win. And we'll be right back here. Championship weekend coming up December 10th. That'll be the second Saturday in December. Again, that will be championship weekend. Also double points. How about that? Coming into championship weekend, double points weekend on December 10th. Should be a lot of fun again as we quickly have gotten through this fall-winter series. Missed the October race. But again, championship weekend coming up December 10th. In the meantime, we'll gear it up. Rotex Micromax 16-lap final. Here's how we'll line them up. Teammates, Nikita Johnson in the 7 on the pole position. Jorge Ortiz in the 11 outside of row number 1. In row 2, he's been very quick all afternoon. The 9 of Alex Jakey. Starting 4th, the 131 of Granger Pera. Anderson Leonard in the 181 will start 5th. 6th will be the 10 of Daniel Krajewski. Daniel's solid Saturday going. Finn Wedlake in the 1 will start 7th. 8th will be the 29 of Tom Shoecraft III. Tom, a very busy driver, and coming off a couple podium finishes over the last weekend. Picked up a podium at Anderson and fouled the podium up on Sunday at Homestead. So very solid run going for Tom Shoecraft in the 29. He's got Sebastian Weldon behind him in the number 98, starting 9th. 10th will be the number 55 of Carson Walters. Samuel Igwa Samuel out of the AKT Racing Clan will be in the 79, starting 11th, followed by Gabriel Cialino. Gabriel Cialino in the 36, starting 12th. 16 laps, stacked field of drivers. You can go top to bottom. Any of these drivers can bring it home. Watch a lot of these drivers come up through the kid karts here at Ocala Grand Prix. Just about all of them have come through kid karts here at Ocala Grand Prix. But 2 drivers up front, AKT team members. Nikita Johnson, Jorge Ortiz. Talk about a couple stars in the making right there. Green is up. We're underway. Nikita Johnson. He's got momentum down on the inter turn number 1. He'll hold on. Oh, look at Ortiz going to go wheel to wheel for that second spot. Heavy traffic off the exit of the chicane. Talk about bold drivers. Nobody going to back out of it. Now we got one kart going to go around. As Nikita will take the field off the tree turn through the showcase. The field will complete lap number 1. Say it ain't so, it is. Ortiz, again, that driver did get a little bit of contact there, so Ortiz will pick up the back of the field. But again, Alex Jakey's been right there in the mix of things. Again, Alex very quick through a couple rounds of practice, has been right there all day long. He's been very, very quick, Alex. Again, he's been practicing. We talked about it throughout the day. A lot of seat time on the off weekends here at Ocala Grand Prix, and no doubt about it. Working with some of the guys here at Ocala Grand Prix, no doubt about it. Hard work showing for Alex Jakey. He's in pursuit off the chicane of your leader, Nikita Johnson. So Nikita up front on the entry to the tree turn. You see that gap between Alex Jakey and the number 9 running second, and then your third place cart of Granger Para in the number 131. Well, correct, that'll be Anderson Leonard running third, Granger running fourth. Look at Ortiz. They got to work around traffic on the back end of that field. So Ortiz trying to come from dead last after getting that early spin. And he's working his way up through the field. So again, seeing several packs of racing. Got your top 2 drivers, Johnson, Jakey off the top of the oval. Then you got Anderson Leonard and Granger Para running third and fourth. And then fifth on back, Finn Wedlake with a handful of drivers in behind him. Carson Walters, Sebastian Weldon, Tom Shoecraft, Samuel Igwa, all mixing it up. And you got Ortiz trying to fight his way back to the front. You look at Ortiz in the back end of that field, 34.808. And he's dealing with some drivers in the 35-second bracket. So Ortiz trying to battle himself up through the field. And he'll go to work now on the 79 of Samuel Igwa. He'll pick up a spot there. So the youngster keeping his composure after an early spin. And he'll work around, so continue to gain some ground. Ortiz now back up into the 9th spot. Meantime, Granger Para has picked up quick time, 34.485, third place running cart of Granger Para. You see Granger now exiting off the tree turn. Him and Anderson Leonard got a good battle going on for third as they hit through the showcase off the top of the oval. 6 laps in for Nikita Johnson, your leader. We got to love this battle in behind Finn Wedlake. Carson Walters, Weldon, Ortiz, Shoecraft, Samuel Igwa, all mixing it up. Good little battle, fifth on back. Those drivers shuffling around off that chicane. But up front, Nikita Johnson, points leader coming in this weekend. Looking for 2 in a row here, scored the win back in September. Alex Jakey got to be happy so far with his run as he stays in there in behind your leader. Separated by about 0.4 of a second, but the not so good news for Alex Jakey is your leader just turned quick time, 34.437 for Nikita Johnson. And they're closing in on the halfway point. Got some very good racing. This pack coming through the tree turn. They are nose to tail logjam in behind Finn Wedlake. So we'll pick up halfway this time by 8 down, 8 to go. Nikita Johnson, your pole sitter, your leader. Alex Jakey second, Granger Para running third, Anderson Leonard running fourth, Finn Wedlake fifth. Carson Walters, great run for Carson, running in the 6th spot. Ortiz running 7th, 8th it'll be Sebastian Weldon. Tom Shoecraft the third, running 9th. Samuel Igwa running 10th. Cialino running in the 11th spot. And out of the race again, Daniel Kajewski in the number 10. Overall quick time goes to your leader, Nikita Johnson, 34.350. Again, all drivers on the lead lap except for Daniel Kajewski. Again, Finn Wedlake's been holding down to that 5th place position, but that's going to cost him off of turn number 1, 2 positions. Finn doing an outstanding job keeping some pretty good heavy hitters in behind him. So that's Carson Walters and Jorge Ortiz going to work around Finn Wedlake for that 5th spot. So that'll put Carson 5th, Ortiz 6th. You see Ortiz right ahead of Finn Wedlake through the showcase off the top of the oval, 10 laps in. Look at Ortiz. He's going to weave and bob as he works now around the 55 of Carson Walters. That'll put Ortiz now in the 4th position. We'll crack that 5th for Ortiz. Yeah, Jorge's been turning some pretty good lap times. Ortiz with a 34.550, and he's got himself now in the top 5 for Ortiz. So 11 laps complete. Your leader's going to head to the stripe. There'll be 12 laps led by Nikita Johnson. You see the 2-kart breakaway. They'll head their way into the tree turn. Hi, Alex staying right with him off the tree turn. Is not letting really Johnson get away. They're separated by about 2 kart lengths through the showcase. Great run going for Granger Para. Granger making his second start, had a third-place finish back in September. It looks like he's going to back it up with another third-place finish, but a solid run, Granger Para. Ortiz finally working around Carson Walters. Has got himself in the top 5. And again, which is really remarkable, Ortiz started outside of row number 1, got hung up in traffic, had a little altercation, put him all the way to the back of the field. So how about the young man keeping his composure? I mean, he could have laid down and just hung it up there, but he has continued to pick his way up through the field. Love the youngster, Jorge Ortiz. Again, coming up through kid karts. I said just returning from Vegas. Ran out there last weekend with a very, very tough field of drivers. But up front, your leader, Nikita Johnson. He is the teammate of Jorge Ortiz. Nikita, your winner back in September. And he's going to get 2 to go. This time by Johnson. Hits the line with 2 to go. Alex running a full second behind your leader. And again, Johnson going to pour a little salt on the wound as he turns quick time. 34.254 for Nikita Johnson. And Finn Wedlake got a good little battle going on, him and Carson Walters. Again, Carson, a very busy driver, coming off a couple podium wins, as did Tom Shoecraft, the third. Both of them ran at Anderson last Saturday and moved down to Homestead on Sunday. Both drivers, Tom and Carson, getting podium finishes. As the white flag will hang, 1 to go for your leader, Nikita Johnson. 1.4 second advantage as Nikita working his way around for the final time. Youngster will be on his way to Vegas for the SCUSA coming up next weekend. Getting a little seat time here at Ocala Grand Prix. In command, the 7 of Nikita Johnson through the showcase off the oval. Here he comes. Your Rotex Micromax winner, Nikita Johnson. So AKT Racing Team bringing home a win this afternoon with Nikita Johnson. Jakey finishing second, Granger Para third, Anderson Leonard fourth. How about Jorge Ortiz coming home with a top 5 after going all the way to the back of the field? Great job by Ortiz. Carson Walters 6th, Finn Wedlake 7th. Tom Shoecraft finishing the 8th spot, Sebastian Weldon 9th. Samuel Igwa picking up that 10th spot, Cialino and Krajewski. So Nikita Johnson, again, I don't know if his father had to get him a whole storage unit to put all the hardware in it, but this youngster looking on his way to grabbing another championship here out of the 2016 Fall-Winter Series. And double points weekend, no doubt about it, can help him pad that cushion for Nikita Johnson. Again, we'll have podium awards a little bit later on once we conclude with all racing for the day. Also, please be sure to return your transponders as you wrap up your racing for the day. In the meantime, rolling out up next will be your local option 206 senior drivers and senior heavy. And they'll bust it out for 20 laps. So here's how we'll line them up. Inside of row number 1 in the 206 senior is Dan Pinkston in the 712. Outside row one, the 48 of Bobby Ross. Bobby led quite a bit in that pre-final. But obviously when you got a Dan Pinkston in the field, you're never safe with Pinkston. In row number two, Ryan Rogers in the 12, Kalen Brown in the 72, Michael Gronsol in the number 4. Michael starting 5th, 6th will be the 10, Miguel Roots in the number 10. John Fuchs in the 41, he'll start 7. 206 senior heavy, Rafael Leon in the number 23, Evan Cowan in the number 4. They're set to go 20 laps. Lead pack will be your 206 senior. Second group will be your 206 senior heavy. Long way, 20 laps. Dan Pinkston picking up the win in that pre-final. Good looking field of drivers. Pinkston, Ross in row number 1, Rogers, Brown, row number 2. And they're set to go 20 laps. Brian likes what he sees. They'll pick up the speed as they work their way into turn number 1. Pinkston, he'll keep them tires down on that low side. He'll work off at turn number 1, and he'll stick to the lead through the chicane. Dan Pinkston moving over to the local option 206 senior group. And he's a very, very talented driver. Been at it for a while. Now he got trouble. That'll take one off in the tree turn. So Pinkston will cycle around for lap number 1. That'll be the 10, your 206 senior driver, Miguel Roots, in the number 10, was the driver coming off at the tree turn. Miguel able to gather it up and brings it back onto the track. In the meantime, heavy traffic up front. And Bobby Ross going to drop back a spot on the attack mode now is the 12 of Ryan Rogers. He goes to work on Pinkston through the showcase off the top of the oval. Good run going down into turn number 1. Ryan Rogers flexing a little muscle. He just turned quick time 35.437 for Ryan Rogers. Boy, he's staying right there with Pinkston. And Pinkston in that pre-final had to work and fend off Bobby Rawson at 48. Now it's new company at the back door. And that is Rogers in the number 12. Very good little competitor, Ryan Rogers. Boy, he can get around. And he'll bring it as he keeps the heat on Pinkston. Meantime, Kalen Brown working on Bobby Ross. Got a good nose-to-tail battle on the entry to the chicane. Ross running 3rd. Kalen Brown running in that 4 spot. So a couple pretty good nose-to-tail battles as they work their way through the tree turn, led by Pinkston. Again, Pinkston not going to lay down. He will make Ryan Rogers work for this one as they come through the showcase off the top of the oval. They'll hit lap number 4, this time by Pinkston. Rogers down into turn number 1. And then you got a pretty good battle going on. Michael Grunzel, Evan Cowan, senior heavy driver, and Rafael Leon, heavy driver. So those drivers, again, running nose to tail. Evan in the 4, Rafael Leon, senior heavy driver, in the 23. Right now, back in lap number 3, Kalen Brown, fast time, 34.858, currently running 4th. Bobby Ross giving him all kinds of signals. Got the left arm up, the right arm. Come on, Kalen, let's go. Meantime, Rogers just glued to your leader off of turn number 1. That's Pinkston through the chicane as they'll hit lap number 5, this time by Kalen Brown again with quick time. So again, Kalen Brown working on Bobby Ross. Right now, Kalen in the 4 spot, 1.2 seconds behind your leader. Turns quick lap time, 34.806. Bobby Ross, 34.863. So as they continue to see separate battles down into turn number 1, 6 laps complete. Ryan Rogers working on Pinkston. Well, you talk about a crafty driver there, Ryan Rogers. And he's got the veteran right ahead of him, Pinkston, as they'll head into the tree turn. Tell you what, a great battle up front. And then you got that battle for third. Bobby Ross fighting off a very, very quick 72 of Kalen Brown. We'll hit lap number 7 this time by 20-lap final. Again, Dan Pinkston, your leader. He's had a 34.824. The driver behind him, Ryan Rogers, just a tad quicker. Rogers with a 34.822. Then you got Bobby Ross, 34.821. Overall quick time running fourth is Kalen Brown, 34.806. And again, these 4 drivers really battling, again, in separate races, but really nobody's able to get away. And 20-lap final. We'll hit lap number 8 this time by. See Bobby Ross giving the signal, let's go. See if he can get that push from Kalen Brown as they enter into that chicane. Now they got to work together, and I think that's what Bobby Ross is emphasizing to Kalen Brown. Let's stick together. Push them, Kalen. Push them to the front. No doubt about it. They're starting to close in on your leaders. Nice piece of work there, Bobby Ross, Kalen Brown. Kalen, again, lap number 8, turned quick time. He's got the hot shoot right now. 34.734 for Kalen Brown. Look at Bobby doing all he can. Got the hand signals working, tapping the helmet, left arm up, right arm up. Come on, let's go, Kalen, as they shuffle to the chicane. Great run up front, no doubt about it. Bobby Ross, Kalen Brown going to close in on your leaders. They'll make the entry off the tree turn. And they'll come up through the showcase. DD2 Masters, you're up next. Minimax, your pre-grid. Got a great one going on off the top of the oval. 4-card shootout at the line. And we'll hit the halfway point. Pinkston, your leader. Roger second. Ross running third. Kalen Brown running fourth. Fifth it'll be Grunzel. Heavy driver Evan Cowan running sixth. Senior heavy driver Raphael Leon running seventh. And you got Fuchs and Roots. Again, all drivers on the lead lap. Currently, Bobby Ross with quick time, 34.536. So Bobby Ross now going to go to the inside. He'll challenge Rogers coming through the showcase. They're wheel to wheel. Great little battle off the oval. They come. Here comes Kalen Brown going to get in the mix. Kalen going to push Bobby Ross in the second. Kalen trying to make it stick. He gets around Rogers. What a run there. Bobby Ross, Kalen Brown. Hey, they've been working together for the first half of the race, and they've got themselves into second and third. Now let's get on the attack mode as they'll go to work on your leader, Pinkston. Bobby Ross, 34.536. He is the fastest one out there. Kalen Brown, he's been very quick. So we'll see now if they work together as they close in on Pinkston. They're shooting to the inside. Ross will make the pass. Kalen Brown, he jumps to second. So now they work to the top 2 positions. Now does the friendship go out the window? Will Kalen Brown take a shot at Bobby Ross? Meantime, Rogers works around a fading Pinkston for third. So all of a sudden, boy, did this change things around. Ross, your leader. Kalen running second. Then you got Ryan Rogers and Pinkston as they head down into turn number 1. Wow, talk about things changing quickly. Bobby Ross, Kalen Brown, I'm telling you, they really did an outstanding job working together. Got one cart off the track, the 10. Miguel Roots again. Now we'll see with traffic coming up behind them. Lap traffic, hopefully there'll be no problem there. Bobby Ross, your second different leader. Took it over at the halfway point. Comes down the front stretch, 14 laps complete this time by. Now they're going to come up on route, slower traffic through the chicane. Got to wonder, when does the friendship of Bobby Ross and Kalen Brown go out the window? As they continue to go 1-2 through the tree turn. Roots, nice sportsmanship there. Lets the field come by. Gives them plenty of real estate to come by, realizing these drivers, 4 drivers battling for the win. They'll head to the showcase off the oval to come. 5 to go this time by. led by Bobby Ross. And Bobby Ross coming off the spring-summer series with a championship. He said the only problem about that, he didn't have the competition. Well, Bobby, you got it now, buddy, with Kalen Brown on your heels. Right behind him is Rogers. Now Rogers going to be challenged, wheel to wheel, coming for third. Again, able to keep Pinkston off. You seen Dan taking a shot at him. Another very talented driver there, Ryan Rogers. Boy, that youngster really gets around well. Ryan Rogers in the number 12. As your leader, Rogers holding on to that third spot. Up ahead of him is Kalen Brown. Then you got Bobby Ross through the chicane. 16 laps complete. Boy, Bobby Ross, you know, he had to be disappointed again as he dominated in that pre-final. Was able to keep Pinkston behind him, and then Dan finally was able to run him down with about a lap and a half to go. But right now, he doesn't have to worry about Pinkston. He's got to be concerned with the 72, Jacksonville, Florida driver, Kalen Brown. Another very smart driver, Kalen Brown. He's been at it a long time. Again, watched him in years over in the Champ Karts. And he's a good one out of Jacksonville as he goes to work on your leader on the entry to the tree turn. And of course, the younger brother of Kenner Brown III as they work their way through the showcase, heading up to the top of the oval. Meantime, your flagger, Brian, with 2 to go, this time by. Look at Kalen Brown. He looks to the inside. In behind him, it's wheel-to-wheel Rogers. Goes to the inside of Pinkston. Pinkston pulls up on side of him. They're side by side through the chicane. Battle for third. Rogers, Pinkston, now they crisscross over. In the meantime, brand new leader, the 72 of Kalen Brown. I'm telling you, he set himself up now to the inside. Bobby Ross back up front. Bobby coming to the inside through the tree turn. He regains it for the second time. Brown now going to do some hunting as he goes after the work on Bobby Ross. Bobby trying to block him. Plenty of room for Kalen to take it right back through turn 1. White flag up through the chicane. It's your leader, Kalen Brown. What a piece of driving there for Kalen Brown. Can he make it work? Bobby Ross goes right back on the attack mode. On the entry to the turn, Bobby Ross going to try to go high. Not going to be able to make the pass. Kalen now to the outside. They're wheel to wheel. On the entry to the showcase. Kalen to the low side. Bobby Ross wheel to wheel. Off the top of the oval drag race. Here they come. At the line as they hit it. It is Bobby Ross unofficially will score the win. Kalen Brown second. Pinkston third. Unbelievable finish. Ryan Rogers will have to settle for fourth. Gronzel fifth. On the senior heavy side, Evan Cowan will score the win. Rafael Leon will pick up second. But again, your unofficial, your winner, Bobby Ross. What a job they did. All 4 of those drivers, Pinkston, Rogers, Kalen Brown. And Bobby Ross, again, your eventual winner, snatching it right there at the end. 3-4 kart shootout as they come across the line. Outstanding job by your 206 senior drivers. So again, they'll wrap it up there, but unofficially your winner, again, Bobby Ross. Again, you've seen Bobby really battling out in that pre-final, was able to dominate, really led most of the laps in the pre-final. Then Pinkston was able to grab him at the last lap, but Bobby Ross makes it work when he needed it. Double points weekend for Bobby Ross.
Hey, my friend, how are you? Good, good. I just enjoy listening to you.
Oh, how much fun was that?
Yeah, that was good.
They were good.
Well, obviously, we were pulling for Ryan.
So DD2 Masters going to make their way out. They're going to hit 20. 20-lap final. Mike Crook, row number 1. Sasha Taranto outside of row number 1. Green is out. Neilio Burns in the 107 starting 3rd. Daniel Gray starting 4th. Marcio Vario starting 5th. 6th, Patrick Ludwig. Mike Kajewski in the 411 starting in the 7th position. 20 laps. Again, DD2 Masters. Mini-Max, we need you on the grid. Mini-Max, we need you on the grid. You're up next. Senior drivers, you're pre-grid. Mini-Max, you're on grid. Senior drivers, you're pre-grid. Again, December 10th, it'll be round number 4, double points weekend, championship weekend. Coming up, that'll be December 10th, round number 4 here at Ocala Grand Prix. So Mike Crook off to a good start. Again, Mike picking up the win in that pre-final. And a great story on Mike Crook. Again, Mike coming out of the Rotex club carts. That's how Mike got started. You heard me tell the story quite a bit. He started in the club carts. Wanted to check it out, and boy, did he get bit by the racing bug and moved on into DD2 Masters, and he has been a success. Mike comes in this weekend starting, 3rd in the point standings. Mike on a Tony kart will make his way into turn number 1. Again, as we look at the point standings, Rotex DD2, Neilio Burns is your points leader. Patrick Ludwig 2nd, Mike Crook 3rd. After the race back in September, opening weekend. And Mike Crook, boy, he has just adapted very, very well here at Ocala Grand Prix. And I said he just picked up a couple championships in the Rotex club carts. And looking for a championship here in the Rotex DD2 Masters. The guy trying to run him down, Neilio Burns, probably have something else to say about a championship. Neilio, very, very talented driver. As your top 3 drivers on the entry to the tree turn, Mike Crook, Neilio Burns, Sasha Taranto. Sasha with a very good run in that pre-final, coming home 2nd. Sasha's coming on very, very strong here. Sasha in that 14, being scored 3rd. Top 3 drivers going to work their way through that chicane. Need Mini-Max. We need you on the grid. You're up next. Followed by Seniors and Masters. Again, we'll need you pre-grid. So Mini-Max drivers up next. Tell you, Mike Crook's got things hooked up very well right now. But in the meantime, Sasha turning quick time 31.203. Sasha running 3rd. She's currently 1 second behind your leader. Again, I want to give a special thanks to Joe Wigley. Joe spending a little time here at Ocala Grand Prix, is gearing up for the Inverness Grand Prix, which will be next weekend. Yours truly will be on the scene next weekend. I'm getting the call at Inverness Grand Prix. A lot of fun out there, and big event over the weekend out there, down there at Inverness. I know we got a couple drivers going to join us from Ocala Grand Prix. Again, guys are racing out here with us this weekend. We'll be out there at the Inverness Grand Prix next weekend. If you have nothing to do, you want to come out and check it out. I think they're going to start right around 8:30 in the morning. Right there, downtown Inverness. They'll close down the streets and go at it. And a lot of fun, kind of a neat concept to see the carts racing around the town of Inverness. Great little city. But again, looking forward to it. I'll be out there making the call next weekend at the Inverness Grand Prix. And I think it's about, my 4th or 5th one. And then there's been a lot of fun year after year. And hopefully the weather will work with us next weekend, but hopefully you'll be able to get out there. If not racing, come on, check it out. The Inverness Grand Prix next weekend has got a good one going on right now. Mike Crook, Neilio Burns, Sasha Taranto, your top 3 drivers off of turn number 1, as they'll hit 9 laps in. Closing in on the halfway point. Next time by so far, Mike Crook, your one and only leader, as they head into the tree turn. Again, Mike nice and smooth, hitting his marks. Boy, really getting around well. And they'll come down to the halfway point this time by. In the meantime, heading down into turn number one. Looks like we may have an exchange for a lead. Not going to happen. Mike Crook shuts the door on Neilio Burns. So at the halfway point, Crook, your leader, off the pole position. He's led every lap so far. Neilio running second. Sasha Taranto running third. Marcio Vera running fourth. Patrick Ludwig fifth. Krajewski running sixth. Daniel Gray running in the seventh position. Overall quick time goes to Neilio Burns with a 30.889. The only leader so far has been Mike Crook. He has gone wire to wire. Crook off of turn one, currently with a 7/10 of a second advantage now. Sasha able to move up now through the chicane, jumps to second, right where she finished the pre-final. Boy, she's really gotten good here now, working on your race leader, Mike Crook. Couple Tony karts, 1-2 through the showcase as they come down the front stretch. 12 laps complete this time by. Sasha, 6/10 of a second behind your leader, Mike Crook. Mike with a 31.113. Sasha, how about Sasha? 30.910, so she's a little bit quicker than Mike Crook. As Neilio staying right there in behind Sasha. Still a good three-kart battle. Boy, Mike Crook, you got to hand it to this guy. Just dominating again here this afternoon. So traffic stretching out. 13 laps complete. Mike Crook, your leader. Sasha running second. Neilio Burns running third. Again, Neilio, your winner back in September. Patrick Ludwig with a second place finish, and Mike Crook finished third in round number one. Right now, Patrick Ludwig running in that fourth place position. Your top three drivers off the exit of the chicane. They continue to work their way around. We'll hit lap number 15 next time by. So it'll be 15 laps complete next time by. So problem, Mike Crook, your leader. So Mike able to regain it, going to find himself back in third. So Sasha Taranto now will inherit the lead now with Burns in behind him. So which was a three-kart battle turns into a two-kart shootout. Sasha in the 14, Neilio in the 107. With Mike Crook out of the way now, we've got just 4 laps to go this time by. A little warning to the 14 of Sasha. And I'm not sure if she did make contact with Mike Crook. I had looked at the monitor and then looked back up and then seen Sasha as your leader. And again, we'll let officials sort it out, but right now your leader is Sasha through the tree turn. She took a DQ in that opening round in September. But right now, Sasha, your leader, 17 laps complete down into turn number one. Staying in the tire tracks, your leader is Burns as they head through the chicane. Again, Marcel Vera able to make the move on Mike Krajewski. That'll be for 5th. As we will get 2 to go. Brian going to show him 2 to go. Off of turn number 1, Sasha looking for her first win. This year, she works off that chicane. Got about a kart length and a half advantage on the entry to the tree turn. Stretch it out to about 3 kart lengths. Boy, a little burst of energy for Sasha. Now up through the showcase they come. They'll work off of the top of the oval. Down the front stretch they'll come. White flag up, 1 to go. Nice run going down into turn number 1 for Sasha. She'll exit off at turn number 1. About 0.4 of a second advantage over Burns as they come off the chicane. Now Neilio going to have to start to tighten things up. It goes to work on your leader as they'll shoot to the tree turn for the last time. Sasha, 3-car length advantage. Through the tree turn they come. Nice run, nice exit for Sasha. On the entry to the showcase, off the top of the oval they'll come. Here comes your Rotex DD2 Masters winner in the number 14, Sasha Taranto. Neilio will hold on to that second spot. Coming home third is Mike Crook. Patrick Ludwig will pick up 4th. Marcia Vera will be 5th, Kajewski and Daniel Gray. But again, Sasha picking up her first win here in the Fall-Winter Series. And you see Brian with the checker and the black flag. So a little bit of question there, but we'll let officials sort that out. But unofficially, your winner, Sasha Taranto. We're getting set for our 16-lap final Rotex Minimax. Tyler Gonzalez on the pole position. Cody Crooker outside of row number 1. Tyler in the 157, Cody in the 127. Starting third, the 11, that'll be Madison Folsom, followed by Jordan Harris in the 124. 16 laps for these drivers. Tyler with quick time in qualifying. Picked up the win in the pre-final. So Tyler set to go here for the final. He'll be off to Vegas. Or Skuzik coming up next week. But wow, what a 2016 season. Tyler Gonzalez. Great youngster, and did a little interview with him today. We'll be able to see that on Facebook coming up on Friday at Ocala Grand Prix. Couple Ocala Grand Prix drivers, want to wish them well coming up next weekend. Dylan Gennaro and Zachary Howland said, well, people, where are those guys at? Well, they're actually here at the track this weekend, but all their stuff's out in Vegas as they get set for another round out there. Again, that'll be Skuzik coming up next weekend. But they're here at the track and want to wish those drivers well. And both Zachary and Dylan making a trip to Italy earlier in October, and of course off a trip in Vegas, and they'll be right back there next weekend. So Mini-Max getting about ready to come out. Will be followed by your senior drivers. That'll be 206 Masters, junior drivers, Mini Rock, and Shifter still to come. As lights are on here at the Ocala Grand Prix, sun getting ready to set out there on the west under partly cloudy skies. It's about 68 degrees and temperatures quickly dropping. You see the people starting to put their jackets on. You see a little bit cooler. So lights coming out here at Ocala Grand Prix. Slight wind blowing down from the north. And again, picture perfect weather here this afternoon. I've seen temperature peak out about 74 degrees, just under partly cloudy skies. Be down into 50s tonight here in the Ocala area. As we work our way through round number 3, double points weekend here at Ocala Grand Prix. Again, December 10th, championship weekend. It's almost unbelievable to say championship weekend. It'll be here next month, December 10th. And before you know it, it'll be starting all over. The Florida Winter Tour will make their way in January to the state of Florida for their 3-round series. But again, I want to wish all those drivers heading back to Vegas this coming weekend or the SCUSA, and we'll keep an eye on those drivers and see how it works out. But again, a lot of competition, big race weekend out there in Vegas this weekend. So we're about ready to get them fired up again as we'll get set to go. 16 laps, Rotex Mini-Max. Tyler on the pole position. In the 157, Cody Crooker in the 127 outside of row number 1. Madison Folsom in the 11 will start third. Fourth, it'll be Jordan Harris in the 124. Senior drivers, Masters, you're up next. 206 Masters, you're pre-grid. 206 Masters, you are pre-grid. So again, 16 laps, Rotex Mini-Max. They'll be able to work their way out of the grid. Down the front stretch they come. 16 lap final. So Tyler picking up the win in that pre-final. Cody finishing second, Madison third, Jordan Harris fourth. And that's how they'll start with Tyler on the pole, Cody to the outside. You got Madison and Jordan Harris. Need senior drivers. We need you to the grid. Masters, you are on the grid. You're up next. 206 Masters, you're pre-grid. 206 Masters, your pre-grid. Tyler, your points leader, picked up the victory back in September. He'll take the field through the showcase. He'll come down the front stretch. Brian going to look him over. It'll be 16 laps. Ready to show him green as they come to the start-finish line. Green is out. We're underway. Tyler going to drop down to that low side. He'll work his left side tires right along the curbing, and he'll jump out to that lead as they work through the chicane. Ooh, wow. Boy, Tyler really slide job coming off that exit of turn 4, heading to that tree turn. Just jumping the curb coming off that showcase, kind of looking in behind him, tucks the head down, puts it right on the steering wheel. Do turn number 1. They'll come through that chicane, about a 2-car length advantage over Cody. Now on their way to the tree turn. Boy, Tyler really getting it on as he works his way off that tree turn. Now off the tree turn. Still about a car length and a half advantage over Cody. Addison running in that 3rd place position. That'll be the 11. Followed by Jordan Harrison, the 124. And Tyler was sitting on quick time, 32.861 for Tyler. Rotex, Rocktex, Senior Masters, we'll need you to the grid. 206 Masters, your pre-grid as we're at 5 laps in here. Rotex, Minimax, Tyler, your leader. Cody running 2nd. Madison Folsom running in that 3rd spot, followed by Jordan Harris.
Just lock it when you get done.
And 206 Masters, you are pre-grid. 206 Masters, you're pre-grid. Senior Masters, you're on grid as we're working our way with 7 complete here in your Rotex Minimax. We're closing in on the halfway point. Tyler Gonzalez up front right now as he started on that pole position. And again, Cody Crooker, busy driver. Cody doing double duty here this weekend. right back here. Championship weekend, Saturday, December 10th. So just over the halfway point. Tyler, your leader. Cody Crooker running second. Madison Folsom running third. Jordan Harris running fourth. Tyler with quick lap time 32.390. Did that at the halfway point for Tyler Gonzalez. Now he turns at 32.327 here at the halfway, just over the halfway point. So Tyler picking up the pace. Cody staying with him, about 1.2 seconds behind your leader. And we'll need seniors, masters. We need you up next. And be sure to go to our website, OcalaGrandPrix.com, and looking to find those hard to find parts. And we got you hooked up. Official Tony Kart dealership right here at Ocala Grand Prix. Also check out our rental carts, which are always a lot of fun here. And of course, if you need a little extra edge, maybe a little driving school, we can take care of here at Ocala Grand Prix. Guys are very, very talented here at the Ocala Grand Prix. So you can check them out, and whatever your needs are, as we'll hit lap number 12 in the books this time by. 4 laps to go as your leader, Tyler, across the line for the 13th time. Tyler sitting on a 32.72. We'll correct that, 32.272 for Tyler. So final 2 to go, working on 1 to go. This time by for Tyler Gonzalez. There it is, white flag up for Tyler. So Tyler Gonzalez looking to make it a perfect afternoon. And he'll head up through the showcase for the final time. So there it is, checker flag. Tyler Gonzalez will go wire to wire, and he scores the win. Rotex Minimax. Cody Crooker will finish in that second spot. Madison Folsom comes home third and followed by Jordan Harris in your Rotex Minimax. So ready to go, your senior drivers. On the Rotex Master side, Danny Roberts in the 609, Scott Roberts in the 628, Pete Fritchie in the 680, Scott Haas in the 51, Dan Ulmer in the number 610. Rock Masters again, the 402, Io Mendez, and you got Baylor Griffin, Rock senior driver in the 357. Andrew Burley in the 380, that is a Rotex senior driver. Jim Glitch, Tag Masters in the 9. And Jeff Schmidt in the Tag Senior class. Jeff in the number 96. So 20 laps just underway under the lights here at Ocala Grand Prix. So up front, your Rock senior leader, that is Baylor Griffin, the 357. Scott Roberts, your leader on the Rotex Master side. Running second, Danny Robertson. Danny in the Rotex Master side. Pete Fritchie, Scott Haas again on the Rotex Masters. Mendez in that number 402, Rock Masters driver. Sits third, we'll correct that, fourth overall. So 20 laps just underway again. Baylor Griffin, your Rock senior driver, 30.939. Again, that is overall quick time. .206 Masters, we need you on the grid. You're up next. .206 Masters. We'll need junior drivers, your pre-grid. Junior drivers, your pre-grid. Hey, Scott Roberts, Danny Robertson got a good one going on for that top spot on the Rotex Masters group as they're running 1-2 as they come down to the line. Scott in the 628, Danny Roberts in the 609. Again, they're second and third on the track as they work their way through the chicane. All of a sudden, Pete Fritchie trying to gain some ground. He's been trying to fight off Scott Haas. A couple drivers running fourth, I'll click that third and fourth on the Rotex Master side. So there's your overall leader in the 357. Baylor Griffin in the 357. And we'll need your 206 Masters, your on-grid junior drivers, your pre-grid. Tell you, Scott Roberts, Danny Robertson, boy, they're going at it, coming off that tree turn. Scott going to look over his right shoulder. All he's going to see is a whole bunch of 609 of Danny Robertson as they come off the showcase. Staying in behind him again, that is your Rock Masters driver, fourth in the field. And that is in the 402. He is running fourth in the field behind a couple Rotex Masters drivers. Scott Roberts, Danny Robertson, they're running 1-2 on the Rotex Master side. Quickly hitting in lap number 8 next time by. So 8 laps complete. Rock senior driver, overall leader, Baylor Griffin. 30.621, his overall quick time. Boy, Baylor just blew around Dan Ulmer lap traffic as they came off that tree turn, hit 9 laps complete this time by. Boy, Scott Roberts going to be challenging to turn number 1. Scott going to cough up the lead. through the chicane. So Danny Robertson able to outmuscle Scott Roberts here with 9 in the books. Again, that battle, Rotex Master lead has changed as they head to the tree turn. So Scott Roberts back into that second place position. Again, that is your Rotex Masters class. And they'll hit lap number 10. We'll pick up cross flags this time by. So halfway point, Rock Senior driver, Baylor Griffin, overall leader. Danny Robertson now ahead of Scott Roberts on the Rotex Masters side. Roberts running second, Pete Fritchie third, Scott Haas running fourth. Dan Ulmer running fifth. Rock Masters, Mario Mendez in a 4.02. Tag Masters is Jim Glitch. He's sitting 8th overall. And you got Jeff Schmidt in the Tag Senior group running 9th. Overall quick time goes to Rock Senior leader, Baylor Griffin, with a 30.621 back in lap number 8. 11 laps complete this time by. Great shootout for that top position, Rotex Masters, between Danny Robertson and Scott Roberts. So 13 laps complete in the meantime. Baylor Griffin going to set quick time, 30.451. So he continues to pick up the pace. Six laps to go. Danny Robertson still trying to fight off Scott Roberts. Again, that's the battle for the top position, Rotex Masters. Yeah, and you see Danny Robertson through the showcase off the top of the oval, hanging on to that top position. Scott trying to run him down into turn number 1 with 5 to go. This time by 5 laps remaining. So Dan Ulmer, that 6'10" Rotex Masters driver, will get the move over sign for your leader, Baylor Griffin. With 4 laps to go, Danny Robertson trying to fight off Scott Roberts. Great battle between those two drivers. They exit the chicane. .206 Masters, you're on grid. Junior drivers, you're pre-grid. Junior drivers, you are pre-grid. So 3 to go. Baylor Griffin, your Rock Senior driver. Hey, Danny Robertson against Scott Roberts continue to go at it for that top position. As we're on the final 2 circuits. White flag out, final circuit. Here they come down the front stretch. Scott Roberts in pursuit of your leader, Danny Robertson, as they'll make their way to the chicane. Meantime, Brock Senior winner, Baylor Griffin, overall winner, will pick up the checker flag as he'll head to the line. There's the battle between those Rotex Masters driver Danny Roberts and Scott Roberts coming off the showcase down the front stretch. And your winner, Rotex Masters, will go to Scott Roberts. He scores the win as he picks it up on final lap number 20. Mendez Rock Masters will come up in that 4th spot overall. Pete Fritchie in the 680. 5th, Scott Haas. Andrew Burley, Jim Glitch, Jeff Schmidt, and Omer going to round out that 10th place position. So Rotex Masters winner is Scott Roberts. The junior drivers, you're now on grid. Mini Rock, your pre-grid Mini Rock, your pre-grid. So seniors and masters going to make their way out. Well, correct, it'll be juniors now on the track. So it'll be juniors on the track. Now we'll try one more time. 206 Masters on the track. Junior drivers, you're up next. It'll be junior drivers. You're on grid. Mini Rock, you're pre-grid. I think I had it right the first time. So 206 Masters on the track. Jason Nelson in the 4J. Rick Smith in the 12. Ray Roots in the 51. Dan Pinkston in the 712. And Dan did not start in that pre-final or qualifying, so don't expect him. We'll see if he's out there. So once again, junior drivers, you're on grid. Mini Rock, you're pre-grid. And then you'll be followed by shifters. So still to come, junior, you're on grid. Mini Rock, you're pre-grid. And you will be followed by shifters. So 206 Masters, 20 laps. Jason Nelson, Rick Smith in row number 1. Pinkston is out there in the 712. Will be outside of row number 2. Green is up. We're underway. So Pinkston did not start in the pre-final. I'm not sure if Dan even took time in qualifying, but he's right there in the field as they come into the tree turn for the first time. Very competitive drivers as they work their way off the tree turn into the showcase. Got a cart now, going to slow, heads into the pits. As the field will complete lap number 1 this time by. So that will be Jorge Ortiz in the 51. So the Bugaboo continued to follow the 51. Did not finish in the pre-final. And able to log 8 laps in that pre-final, but unable to get 1 lap here in the final. So that'll drop us down to 3 carts as your leader. Off the tree turn. Jason Nelson in the 4J, your leader. In behind him, Rick Smith in the 12. Then you got Dan Pinkston. As they come down the front stretch, complete lap number 2. Pinkston going to push Rick all the way down into turn number 1. Need junior drivers. We need you on the grid mini rock. Your pre-grid mini rock. Your pre-grid. So pretty good nose to tail battles. We'll hit lap number 3 this time by. Nelson, your leader. Smith, Pinkston, 1, 2, 3. Rick Smith just turned quick time 36.224 for your second place car to Rick Smith. Good top 3 carts nose to tail as they enter into the tree turn. They'll work their way off the tree turn. They'll make their way at the showcase now as they work their way to the top of the showcase. They'll hit lap number 4 this time by. So it's Nelson, Smith, Pinkston, 1, 2, 3 off of turn number 1 on into the chicane. Pretty much follow the leader, and that leader is the 4J of Jason Nelson. Continue to go nose to tail on the entry to the tree turn. Take a little bit of a different approach coming through that tree turn. You watch Nelson. He brings it out way wide. A little bit more to the center of the track for Smith. They'll hit lap number 5 down the front stretch. Nelson, Smith, and Pinkston, 1, 2, 3 off of turn number 1. Junior drivers, you're on grid mini rock. Your pre-grid mini rock. Your pre-grid. Boy, Pinkston going to stay in the tire tracks of your second place kart. Overall quick time, Rick Smith in the middle. And he'll come down the front stretch. It'll be 6 laps in, this time led by the 4J of Jason Nelson. And this pretty much follow the leader off of turn number 1. Junior drivers, you're on grid mini rock. Your pre-grid mini rock. You are pre-grid. Got a couple good races coming up. And your Rock Junior drivers, they're set to come out. They'll be next. And then followed by a full field of mini rock drivers. We'll hit lap number 7 here this time by. Nelson able to hold on as he tries to get back in the line there. He is now pushed back into that second spot. As said, he held on to hold on to second. Looks like Pinkston was able to try to make the pass. So Nelson back into that second spot last time by. Looks like Nelson back up there as they head to the stripe. It'll be 8 laps complete this time by. It is Nelson back up front. Smith and then Pinkston. Now Smith going to go right back to the inside. He's able to work around your leader as they come through the chicane. So Rick Smith back up there for the second time. Not going to lay down. Lets Jason Nelson know he's there. So Rick Smith, your new leader, again for the second time, able to muscle his way around the 4J and Nelson. Oh, yeah, Pinkston just kind of sitting there waiting to see what happens. As he sits on that third place position, 9 laps complete as they head to the stripe. Smith, Jason Nelson, and then Dan Pinkston, 1, 2, 3 off a turn number 1. So next time by, we'll hit halfway. It'll be 10 down, 10 to go. Continue to go nose to tail. Off that tree turn now on the entry to that showcase. Pinkston, a little nudge there for the 4J and Nelson. And they continue to go nose to tail here at the halfway point. Smith, Nelson, Pinkston, 1, 2, 3 down into turn number 1. Now Jason Nelson, a little momentum. He's able to grab the lead away. Pinkston, he's going to tail along with your new leader. Pinkston now moves to second. So Dan Pinkston, nice piece of driving there, follows Nelson. I mean, he picked him up coming midway down the front stretch. Got with him, he was able to ride with him and makes the pass on Smith. So a new leader now, Jason Nelson. Pinkston running second. Smith, your earlier leader, back into the third spot with 11 laps complete this time by. And Dan Pinkston, longtime racer, veteran driver. And he too has a lot of laps here at the Ocala Grand Prix, so we'll keep an eye on him and see when he decides to make that move on Jason Nelson. But he's got plenty of time with 9 laps to go. In the meantime, Nelson in lap 9 just clicked off fast time, 36.222 for Jason Nelson. And Pinkston, 36.237. So they're pretty close right now as they hit the stripe. Down into turn number 1. Nelson, Pinkston, nose to tail. Boy, Rick Smith starting to drop back. He's 1.8 seconds now behind the leader. See the gap between second and third coming into the tree turn. And we need junior drivers. You're on grid mini rock. Your pre-grid mini rock. Bring them up. Your pre-grid. So sun going down. Lights are on here. Just about taking full effect. As we work our way close to the 6 o'clock hour here at Ocala Grand Prix. Yeah, junior drivers next. Mini rock pre-grid. Then we'll wrap it up with our shifters. But right now, this one needs to be settled between Jason Nelson and Dan Pinkston. They got a good nose-to-tail battle going on through the tree turn. See Pinkston going to push your leader through the showcase off the top of the oval down the front stretch. 14 in, 6 to go. Good nose-to-tail battle. Pinkston, you're not going to get away from me. Pinkston stays all over the bumper of your leader off of turn number 1. Nelson knows he's there. Pinkston's kind of bumped him a few times. Nelson has looked over his shoulder, knows what's behind him. That is Pinkston. Off the tree turn they come. Nelson, Pinkston, nose to tail. In the end, you see Dan going to get a little bit of run on your leader. Closes up the gap through the top of the part of the oval. And they'll work down the front stretch. 15 laps complete, 5 to go. I got to believe Dan Pinkston going to start to assess where he needs to make that move as he focuses in on your leader, sees where the weak spots for Jason Nelson are. Not that Jason has a lot of weak spots here at Ocala Grand Prix, but again, you got to look at Pinkston. Where does he make the move? Where does he see the weakness in Jason Nelson? Again, both relatively pretty quick. Pinkston with a 36.080. That's a new quick time. Nelson 36.102. As they'll work off of turn number 1 with 16 laps complete, 4 to go. Pinkston right now with the hot rod. He's got a 36.080 for Dan Pinkston. That is quick time. He's still doing the hunting. As he goes after your leader, Jason Nelson on the entry to the tree turn. Time starting to tick now for your race leader. Jason Nelson, can he make it stick as he works up to the top of the showcase off the oval? They'll come down the front stretch. 17 laps complete now as they work down into turn number 1. Again, it is follow the leader. That leader is Jason Nelson as he continues to hang on. He knows what's behind him, the crafty Dan Pinkston. Dan's been around a long time. No slouch. He knows how to make that move, and he's had plenty of time to figure out where Jason Nelson is. His weak spot here as he works his way around. 0.6 of a mile here at Ocala Grand Prix. Junior drivers, we need you on the grid. You're next. Mini Rock, your pre-grid. We're going to get 2 to go, this time by. Again, where does Pinkston try to make the move on the entry to turn 1? Stays a little bit outside where Nelson kind of runs the center of the entry of turn number 1. But no advantage for Pinkston now as they'll make their way into the tree turn. Led by the 4J of Jason Nelson. Boy, Rick Smith has just really faded off. That is your earlier race leader. Smith now 7.4 seconds behind your leader. We got a 2-kart shootout. It's going to be settled with 1 to go. White flag up. Here he comes, Pinkston. Going to try to make it stick here into turn number 1. He's got the momentum in the lead away. So there you go. You had to figure where was the weak spot for Jason Nelson. And Pinkston able to find it in turn number 1. Had enough room. The door was open. He went right through it. So Dan Pinkston off the tree turn. Here he comes. Now with a 3-car length advantage off the tree turn into the top of the oval through the showcase he comes. Pinkston waiting to the final lap to make the move. And here he comes. Dan Pinkston, your 206 Masters winner. He'll score the win. Nelson second. Rick Smith and Jorge Roots will round out your top 4 carts in here in your Masters. So there it is. Pinkston saves the last lap for the winning lap, and he'll score the win. Mini Rock, we need you on the grid. Mini Rock, shifters your pre-grid. So on the track now is your Rock Junior drivers along with Tag Junior driver. Here's how we'll line them up. Inside of row number 1, it'll be the 211 of Bryce Haynes. Bryce picking up the pre-final by 3.5 seconds. That kart was on a rail. Outside of row 1, Cody Crooker in the 227. In row number 2, Tag Junior driver Nick Trumbull in the 278. Ryan Rackley in the 233. Anthony Zappone in the 219. So you have 4 drivers on the Rock Junior side. Tag Junior driver Nick Trumbull in the 278. And Bryce Haynes was on a tear in that that pre-final. And Kirk could have kept on going. Now can he carry the momentum here? Green is out. We're underway. They'll head down into turn number 1. Bryce looking for that early lead. He's able to grab it. And he'll shuffle his way through the chicane. Again, Ryan Rackley, the Georgia driver, liked to turn things around. You remember he had contact with Anthony Zappone. And he's actually finished in that 4th place position for Ryan Rackley. Ryan was right there in contention as your leader heads to the line. And that'll be the 2:27 now of Cody Crooker. So Cody going to jump out to that lead in lap number 1. Now they'll head into that tree turn. Cody Crooker, your leader. Haynes second. Rackley, Trumbull, and Anthony Zappone. So Rackley able to get himself up into that 3rd place position. Plenty of time. And no sense of urgency, no reason to panic. The 20-lap final, just 2 in the books right now. Bryce Haynes with quick time, 30.773. No big surprise. He's been very quick here today. Bryce Haynes holding on to that 2nd spot. Rackley running 3rd, your leader. Cody Crooker coming off the tree turn. Cody doing double duty here this afternoon. Just watch him running earlier, finishing 2nd in his other final here this afternoon. But boy, he's got a good run going. And he'll head off of turn number 1 through the chicane. And about a 0.7 of a second advantage over Bryce as he works his way around. So Cody going to keep up pace right now. 30.538 for your race leader. Great young man. Cody Crooker loves to chat, talk racing, and a chance to talk to Cody this morning. I'll follow him on Facebook, and we're kind of talking about some racing he did on the Jeep stuff there and a little off-road racing. Enjoys that. And youngster, a little cross-country stuff at school. Very good little athlete, Cody Crooker. Definitely a wheel man here this evening as he works his way off that tree turn. Makes his way up to the top part of that showcase and looking to grab a win here this afternoon. Cody finishing 8th in round number 1 back in September. And again, nice night for him. He could cash in and look for double points victory here this afternoon. So it'll be a big night for Cody. Yeah, we need mini rock drivers. We'll need you to the grid. And shifters, you will be pre-grid. So Bill going to make their way through that showcase. We'll hit lap number 7 out of 20 in the books. Good one now. Bryce Haynes starting to kick it up now as he closes in on the bumper of Cody off of turn number 1. Again, Bryce Haynes here in lap number 7, 30.132. There's the reason for the close of the gap right there. Bryce Haynes with quick lap. Off the tree turn they come. Ryan Rackley staying right there with him, the Georgia driver. Good run down into turn number 1 as they'll hit 8 laps this time by. Crooker, Haynes, Rackley, top 3 drivers through the chicane. Anthony Zappone holding on to that 4th place position. Then you got Nick Trumbull, tag junior driver. Keep an eye on Anthony Zappone, see if he can gain some ground. In the meantime, Bryce Haynes able to work his way back up to the top spot. And Bryce, now your new leader, heading down into turn number 1. So Bryce Haynes back up front for the 2nd time. You talk about how competitive these drivers are. Look at the times. Bryce Haynes, 30.132. Cody with a 30.228. Ryan Rackley, 30.269. Anthony Zappone running 4th. He's got a 30.277. And then you got Nick Trumbull, tag junior driver, 30.770 for Nick Trumbull. So Nick staying right there with the pack. As we'll hit cross flags, 10 down, 10 to go. So your running order got a good one going on. Haynes, your leader. Cody running 2nd. Ryan Rackley 3rd. Anthony Zappone running 4th. Nick Trumbull running 5th. Overall quick time goes to your leader, Haynes, with a 30.132. Ryan Rackley staying right with him. I'm sure Ryan would like to have a better run than he did in that pre-final. Got hung up with Anthony, and they got together. Ryan had to sit out the rest of that pre-final, but boy, coming back strong now through that chicane as he reels in Cody Crooker off that chicane. Great battle between these three drivers now on the entry to the tree turn. I'll tell you, Bryce Haynes looks like he's picking up right where he left off. And that pre-final, that kart was on a rail. Again, Bryce coming in this weekend, third in the point standings. Second in the point standings is Ryan Rackley. So there's a couple drivers right now, a lot at stake, double points. So again, a win here would move these drivers up into the top spot in the point standings as they'll exit off the tree turn. Haynes, your leader. Once again, we'll need Mini Rock. We need you on the grid. You'll be followed by Shifter. Shifters, you are pre-grid. And we'll have podium awards once we conclude all racing for the day. Hopefully you'll be able to stick around. That'll hit lap number 14. 14 in, 6 to go. So I'll get 5 this time by 5 laps to go. Haynes, your leader. Cody Crooker, Rackley, your top 3. And then you got Anthony Sapone in that 4 spot. So time starting to wear out now. Is just a couple laps to go, 3 remaining. Boy, Bryce Haynes picking up where he left off in that pre-final. And they'll work their way through the chicane. Next time by, we'll get 2 to go. Bryce Haynes with fast time, 30.132. Cody with a 30.217. Ryan Rackley, 30.201. As they work their way down the front stretch, 2 to go. This time by. Bryce Haynes exits off of turn number 1, 0.6 of a second advantage. Boy, in command right now. That kart has been very, very strong here today. And he looks solid on the entry to that tree turn. Cody Crooker, earlier race leader, right now running second. Then you got Rackley running third. As they come through the showcase, one more shot at your leader, Bryce Haynes, your pole sitter. At the line, he'll pick up the white flag, and he'll head off at turn number 1. Through the chicane, a half a second advantage over Cody. So Cody Crooker may have to settle for that second place position today. 2s are wild for Cody Crooker. Finished second in behind Tyler Gonzalez earlier this afternoon. And right now, Bryce Haynes through the showcase. Here he comes. Bryce Haynes, your Rock Jr. winner as he scores the win. Cody will pick up second. Ryan Rackley, Anthony Zapone, and then tag junior driver Nick Trumbull. So there it is, Bryce Haynes. And he's able to check out of here in round number 3 as your points leader cashes in on a double points weekend. So Bryce Haynes looking to grab a championship here in the Fall Winter Series. And they'll head in and wrap it up for the afternoon. Need shifters. We need you to the grid. You're on the grid, shifters. In the meantime, here's your starting lineup, Mini Rock. Anastasio Joey in the number 43. He's been on a great run. Joey on the pole position. Picked up the pole earlier today. Winner of the pre-final. Outside of row number 1, keep an eye on the 114. Boy, Evan Hamburg, he has been very, very strong. Evan outside of row number 1. Continuing on with your lineup in the row number 2. Nikita Johnson in the 7. Anderson Leonard in the 181. Starting 5th, the 122 with Jeremy Fletcher. 6th, it'll be the 3. Sophia Durango in at number 3. Starting 7th, the 80 of Alex Powell. Paul Bacuse in the 77, starting 8th. 9th, it'll be the 51 of Granger Para. Gabby Ramirez starting 10th in the 151. 11th, it'll be Leandro Martins. Leandro Martins in the number 18. Tristan Davila starting 12th. Wilson Martins Jr. 13th. DaCosta starting 14th. Dean Dibdahl 15th. Ortiz 16th. Krajewski 17th. Monticelli 18th. And we'll stay under yellow, no start. Starting in the 19th position will be the 122 with Jeremy Fletcher. Jeremy did not finish in that pre-final. Shifters, we need you to the grid, shifters. That'll beat Leandro Martins in at number 18. And we'll get the 1 lap sign to go. No start, no start. No start. I'm going to bunching them up as they come across the line. Leandro will get his spot. Scheduled to start 11th. He'll be in row number 6. Shifters, we need you on the grid. You're next. Shifters, you're next. And Joey coming in this weekend as your points leader. Anderson Leonard starting 4th, currently 2nd in the point standings. Fletcher 3rd in the point standings. Alex Powell and Daniel Krajewski 4th and 5th in the point standings. Evan Hamburg outside of row number 1 came home in the 11th spot in round number 1. He's looked very, very good here on Saturday. Evan to the outside. We'll see if he'll take an early shot at Joey. Or does he get in behind him? Looks like we're ready to go. Mini Rock. They're set to go. Green is out. We're underway. And Joey going to hold his ground as he works his way off at turn number 1. And 16-lap final as they come through the chicane. 19 drivers in the field as they cycle through the tree turn for the first time. First of 16 laps. And Joey picking up quick time in qualifying. He's going to look over that left shoulder. And he's got a whole bunch of Nikita Johnson closing in on him. So again, want to correct that lineup in that 5th position. It is Fletcher starting 5th. So Jeremy Fletcher right now in the top 5. Leaders got to work their way around. He'll hit lap number 2. So again, Joey your leader. Jeremy Fletcher now 2nd. Nikita Johnson 3rd. Evan running 4th. Anderson Leonard 5th. Alex Powell running 6th. Sophia D'Ango running 7th. Paul Bacuse 8th. Granger Parra 9th. Ramirez 10th. Villa running 11th. Ortiz 12th. Leandro Martins 13th. Monty Cherry 14th. Wilson Martins Jr. 15th. Dean Dibnall 16th. Krajewski followed by DaCosta did not start. So DaCosta did not take the green. Overall quick time right now goes to Fletcher, 33.366. And Jeremy holding on the 2nd. No stranger in behind him. That's Nikita Johnson. Boy, those drivers got a lot of laps together over the years. I'm seeing him go at it quite a bit. Johnson in the 7, Fletcher. In the 122, Jeremy Fletcher. Boy, Joey's just been on a run here. As he'll head to the line, lap number 4 in the books. He's off at turn number 1 with a 1.1 second advantage for your leader. So Joey through that chicane. Really, the war is behind him. In behind him, you got Hamburg, Fletcher, Leonard, Nikita Johnson, Alex Powell as they continue to go nose to tail. There's that group right there. 5 carts all bunched up through the tree turn. So some good racing second on back as Evan Hamburg continue to fight his way back up toward the front. Evan going to be scored 2nd. He dropped back a couple spots, so nice recovery. Evan started outside of row number 1. Now these 5 drivers got to work together as Nikita Johnson sitting on quick time. Nikita currently running 5th. Hamburg, Leonard, Fletcher, Nikita Johnson, Alex Powell. Those 5 drivers. We'll see if they can stick together to try to reel in Joey. Joey's sitting on a pretty good good run right now. A little exchange for position coming through that showcase. Jeremy Fletcher able to get around Anderson Leonard. That'll be for 4th. In the meantime, Joey just turned quick time 33.140. So your leader going to add a little salt to the wound. Opens up a nice gap there on the entry to the tree turn. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Good little race in there. Exchange for position. I got to believe that'll be 4th place. Fletcher battle with Anderson Leonard. Nikita Johnson continue to go up and down there as they battle. And they'll head to the line. So that will be Anderson Leonard. He's able to regain that spot from Jeremy Fletcher. That'll be 4th for Anderson Leonard. So all the action in behind Joey as he'll work his way through the tree turn. I mean, they are battling 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Alex Powell on that 2nd pack of drivers on the tail end. So we'll pick up the halfway sign next time by. It is halfway, so 8 in, 8 to go. So your leader, Joey, holds on to the top spot. Evan Hamburg 2nd. Anderson running 3rd. Nikita 4th. Jeremy Fletcher 5th. Alex Powell 6th. Sophia D'Ango running 7th. Paul Bacuse running 8th. Gabby Ramirez running 9th, Granger Para 10th, Leandro Martins 11th, Davila running 12th, Ortiz 13th, Wilson Martins Jr. 14th, Dean Dibdahl running in the 15th spot, Daniel Krajewski 16th, Monty Cherry running 17th. In the meantime, Anderson Leonard with quick time 32.939. All drivers on the lead lap. And again, some good racing behind your leader. Boy, Joey making it look easy as he came off a win back in September. And boy, can he come out of here double points weekend. And Joey be able to hang on there, trying to lock up a championship here this weekend. As he gets that double point, it's going to be hard to bring him in going into that final round. Of course, anything could happen, but right now he is on a run. Still work through the chicane, 10 laps complete. Boy, Evan Handberg, again, not a great run in round number 1. Evan finishing in that 11th spot, but boy, that kart has really turned around here this Saturday. He has been right there on the money. Yeah, they're still battling 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Again, it's Handberg, Leonard, Johnson, Fletcher, and Alex Powell. Yeah, those drivers, no strangers. Anderson Leonard's been running with them. Nikita, Jeremy, Alex Powell. So we'll sit on 11 laps complete. Thank you, some good racing. You look at the back of the field. Wilson Martins Jr., Dean Dibdahl, Ortiz, Krajewski. And those drivers moving around a little bit back there, battling for position. Man, those 4 karts on the back end of the field. You got Monty Cherry, Krajewski, Ortiz, and Dean Dibdahl. And Paul Bacu's getting a little work over now. That's Gabby Ramirez. Paul was able to move up around Gabby. He takes away that 8th position. Meantime, Evan Handberg turns quick time. Evan with a 32.922. Second place kart. Currently 7/10 of a second behind Joey. And here comes Joey. He'll work down that front stretch. Kind of looking over his shoulder, and Evan Handberg trying to close it up. As they'll work off of turn number. Boy, did Evan get a great run off of turn number 1. As he goes to work on your leader. Again, that will be lap traffic ahead of Joey as they come through the showcase. The leader's going to work their way off the top of the oval. Boy, things are starting to heat up now. Evan Handberg, Nikita Johnson, Anderson Leonard all going to work. Boy, they have brought Joey in turn 1. Telling you, Evan Handberg has looked very, very good here today. Final 2 to go. In the meantime, Nikita Johnson, he turns quick time. They brought your leader in now as they make their way into the tree turn. Good 4-kart shootout exchange for the lead. Joey going to come off the track. Oh, now they're piggyback now as they work into the showcase. They're going at it. The fists are up. Here they come down the front stretch. Your leader, Evan Handberg. Johnson into second into turn number 1. Great nose-to-tail battle. Can Evan hang on? Running third is Anderson Leonard. Evan Handberg, he's been right there now as they battle. Off into the tree turn they come. Evan, your leader. Johnson, Anderson Leonard. Here they come through the tree turn. Can Evan hang on? Off the tree turn, they'll work nose to tail. Here they come through the showcase. Going to the inside, Anderson Leonard. Working on Johnson. Here they come at the line. Evan Handberg will score the win. Johnson second, Leonard third. Picking up 4th will be Jeremy Fletcher. Joey will pick up 5th. Alex Powell 6th. Sophia will come home in that 7th spot. Gabby Ramirez 8th. Paul Bacuse 9th. Granger Para 10th. Leandro Martins 11th. Tristan Davila 12th. Dean Dibdahl 13th. Krajewski 14th. Ortiz will pick up 15th. 16th will be Wilson Martins Jr., followed by Monty Cherry. So unofficially, Evan Handberg will pick up the win. And boy, you couldn't have picked a better day. Double points night. And he'll score the win unofficially. So there it is in the books. Need Danny Robertson, Daniel Gray, please come to the showroom. Danny Robertson, Daniel Gray, we need you please come to the showroom. Need the shifter drivers. We need you to the grid. Last call. You're on the track. All shifter drivers, you are now on the track. Shifters. So final group to make their way out will be your shifters. Again, we need all shifter drivers. We need you on the grid. Shifters, you're on the track. Again, we'll have podium awards once we conclude with all racing. Everybody comes through tech and all cleared. And of course, that'll take place next to the tech shed area. Again, we need shifters. We need you on the grid. You're next. Again, we'll be right back here championship weekend. That comes up on December 10th. So Farshed McGarry, stock moto driver in the 605. Shifter master, Farshed has in the number 419. Sean Powell in the number 14. Shifter Rock senior driver, Michael Stevens in the 541. Saraceno in the 510. Fritsch in the 723. John Perry Hilton will be in the number 18. 20 laps, and here they come. They'll get their hot laps, and we'll get ready to go. Last final of the day, shifters. Again, Michael Stevens very strong here on Saturday. Again, solid run going for Michael. Again, Michael picking up the win in that pre-final. Again, Shifter Rock senior driver out of Spring Hill, my neck of the woods, Michael Stevens. Great youngster, and Michael very excited, was able to go to the F1 race in Texas earlier this year and had a great time. So ready to go, Stevens. In the 541. So no start. They'll send him around one more time. Well, there's Michael Stevens will get in that row number one. Saraceno to the outside. 723 Christian Fritz, and you got John Perry Hilton. Azek in the 419, Sean Powell in the 14, ready to go. 20 laps, green is out, we're underway. Gotta believe Michael Stevens may have been a little antsy on that one, may have jumped the start, but we'll let officials sort that one out. He started a roll before that green was up. So 20 lap shifters. And Michael Stevens, again, you know, quick time in qualifying and backed it up with a win in the pre-final. But they got a long way to go. 605 Stott Moto driver Farshed Bagari did not make the start. So you've got 4 Rock Shifter senior drivers in the field. And then, of course, your shifter master, Marcet Aztek in the 419, Sean Powell in the 14. And Saraceno able to move up into that top position. Boy, Saraceno coming out of the gate, 29.731 for Saraceno. He'll carry that momentum up through the tree turn as your leader. Stevens staying in pursuit off that showcase. 3 laps in as they head to the timing and scoring loop. Now Stevens, boy, trying to get that momentum, and he's going to roll to the inside, grabs it away. So your pole sitter, Michael Stevens, up front one more time as he works around Saraceno. Staying right with him. Very good run for Christian Fritz as he stays with the lead pack up into the showcase. They'll work down the front stretch, led by Michael Stevens for the second time as they head to the stripe. 4 laps in. Michael turns a 29.489. He has been quick all day long. You've got to look at that early start there. We'll see how officials sort that one out. But right now, Stevens up front as he bears down Saraceno. Fritz 1, 2, 3 through the showcase. John Perry Hilton staying right with the pack. John running 4th, currently 1.5 seconds behind your leader. Michael Stevens, lap number 5, second time in a row, new quick time, 29.180. 29.180 for Michael Stevens. So Michael really moving right along. So 1/4 of the race in the books as we hit lap number 6, this time by Michael again, 29.163. He's got a half a second advantage over Saraceno through the chicane. So laps 4, 5, and 6 have picked up the pace. Each lap he's increased it. His speed again for Michael Stevens. He's going to come up on slower traffic. That'll be Sean Powell, and that number 14 gets the move over sign. As Stevens down into turn number 1. So Michael keeping that trend going. Lap number 7, he turns a 29.158 for Michael. Boy, that kart really coming in for the Spring Hill, Florida driver, Michael Stevens. Boy, he's just moving right along. He'll head to the line, 8 laps in. And he's sitting at a 1.2 second advantage now over Vincenzo Saraceno. Rich running third. Christian currently 2 seconds behind your race leader. See the traffic stretching out. Closing in lap number 9. Next time by, we'll pick up the halfway sign. Stevens, 29.154. He's still sitting at a 1.4 second advantage over Saraceno. Boy, Stevens really knows his way around this track. Very, very solid. And he'll head off the top of the oval. He'll hit the halfway point. 10 down, 10 to go this time by. So at the halfway point, shifter rock senior leader Michael Stevens. Saraceno running second, 1.4 seconds behind Michael. Christian Fitch running third. He's 2.6 behind Michael. Running fourth, John Perry Hilton. He's 4.7 seconds behind your leader. And you got shifter masters leader. It is Marcet Hasdek in a 4.19. He is your shifter master leader. Sean Powell running second on the shifter master side. Overall quick time goes to your leader. Michael Stevens just tripped it here in lap number 11 as he turns a 29.120. So 9 laps to go. Michael Stevens still with a 1.4 second. We'll correct that. It'll be Saraceno with quick time. 29.120. And again for Saraceno here in lap number 11. So going back to lap 11, Saraceno with quick time. 29.120. So maybe Vincenzo going to save up the best for the end as he picks up the pace. He'll work off the tree turn. Again, he's 1.3 seconds behind your leader, sitting on quick time for Saraceno. Michael Stevens now the quick time, 29.022. Saraceno, no doubt, gaining on him. He shaved off about a 0.2 of a second here from a couple laps ago. But again, Saraceno able to grab it and close it up. Now Saraceno with quick time, 29.022. So 14 laps in the books, your leader. Stevens with a 1.2 second advantage over Saraceno. Rich running third. John Perry Hilton running in that 4 spot. Shifter master leader, Marcet Hasdek, your leader on the shifter master side. So Saraceno running in that second place position, now 1.7 seconds behind your leader. So Saraceno fading back here as we close in with 5 to go. So 5 laps remaining. Saraceno's put up some pretty quick lap times. Again, he is sitting on fast time with a 29.022 for your second place running kart of Saraceno. As we hit 16 in, 4 to go. So final 4 laps remaining for Michael Stevens. And you've got Little Nancy on that green flag drop, and we'll see how officials check that out. But he is moving right along, looking to grab a picture-perfect weekend here. Stevens, your leader, 1.7 seconds over Saraceno. Fritsch and John Perry Hilton running 4th. Tell you, John's put up some pretty good lap times. His best lap time, 29.565. Christian Fritsch with a 29.334. As we'll get 2 to go. This time by, there it is. Brian going to show him double sticks, 2 to go. Your leader, 1.4 second advantage for Michael Stevens. He makes his way into the tree turn. So through the showcase he comes off the oval. 1 more circuit to go. Michael Stevens, can he make it work as he heads down into turn number 1? Stevens off at turn number 1 with a 1.5 second advantage now. And he'll work his way through the chicane. Tell you, picture perfect though. What a run going for Stevens. Hitting that shifter, really working that paddle well. Very, very busy. And he's got it dialed in, boy. He's got a system going there as he heads up to the showcase. So here he comes. Your shifter, Rock Senior winner, Michael Stevens. Saraceno second, Fritsch third, John Perry Hilton third. Shifter Master winner, Marset Hasdack will score the win. Sean Powell second. And you see a checker with a black flag. So again, he'll check that one out as your shifters wrap it up here this afternoon. Again, we'll have podium awards. Once all classes have cleared, we get everything together, we'll be down by the tech shed. So again, top 3 finishers. Hope you'll be able to stick around. We'll get your medals for you and get you on the road. But again, on behalf of the entire staff here at the Ocala Grand Prix, I'm Tony Modica, wishing you a great evening. And thanks so much for tuning in on our Ocala Grand Prix live feed. Hopefully you enjoyed the broadcast here from Ocala Grand Prix. Again, we'll do it championship weekend, round number 4, December 10th. That's Saturday, so hopefully you'll be able to join us. But again, those folks here at the track, we will have podium awards here in just a few minutes. And again, that will take place next to the tech shed.